Bloomsbury presents Leyte Gulf, A New History of the World's Largest Sea Battle, by Mark E. Stille, read by John Chancer. A PDF companion for this audiobook is available in your library. Introduction. The Battle of Leyte Gulf has no counterpart. It simply remains the largest and most complex naval battle in history. Up until the present day, it is the last battle between fleets. In sheer size, it has no rival. Of the two American fleets involved in the battle, one was comprised of 738 ships and carried an invasion force of approximately 165,000 men, in addition to the 50,000 sailors aboard the ships. The other American fleet was the most powerful in the world, with a total of 16 aircraft carriers and 6 of the world's most powerful battleships. In total, the two fleets brought 235 surface combatants and 1,500 aircraft to the battle. Opposed to this collection of naval might was the Imperial Japanese Navy. Once the most powerful navy in the Pacific, the Imperial fleet was forced into a desperate fight with all its remaining strength. In total, the Japanese committed 69 ships and some 375 aircraft, most of which were land-based. Both sides committed so much because the stakes were so high. The Americans planned to invade Leyte Island in the Philippines as a potential first step to occupying the entire archipelago. The Leyte invasion force was larger than the initial American contribution to the assault force at Normandy. If the Philippines could be occupied, Japanese sea lines of communications between the home islands and the resource areas in Southeast Asia would be severed, fatally compromising Japan's ability to continue the war. This demanded that the Japanese respond to the invasion with all of their remaining strength. The ensuing battle was the most complex naval battle of the entire Second World War. Its complexity makes it compelling. Instead of being a single battle, as the name implies, it was actually comprised of 4 major engagements and several lesser actions fought over the span of 3 days. The characteristics of the battle continued to astound. It contained the largest air-sea battle in history. It included the last carrier and battleship clashes in history. It was the only time that a surface force engaged a carrier force while under air attack, and it featured the first pre-planned use of suicide attacks during the Pacific War. Adding to the drama of this momentous event was the role personalities played in the battle. On the American side were the flamboyant General Douglas MacArthur, the steady Admiral Chester Nimitz, and the impulsive Admiral William Halsey. Overlooked but still key commanders included Vice Admiral Thomas Kincaid and the brilliant Clifton Sprague, commander of the escort carrier group known as Taffy 3. For the Japanese, the taciturn Vice Admiral Kurita Takeo was placed in command of their most important force. He was charged to execute a plan devised by Admiral Toyoda Soimu, who cared more about presenting the Imperial Navy's combined fleet with an opportunity to die fighting than to produce a plan in the best interests of the nation. The most competent Japanese admiral, Ozawa Jisaburo, was placed in charge of a force ordered to decoy Halsey's powerful Third Fleet. Ozawa expected to lose his entire fleet in the process, but he ended up being the only Japanese commander to complete his mission. Vice Admiral Nishimura Soji led the Japanese force at the Battle of Surigao Strait. His force was virtually annihilated, making him the only Japanese commander to exhibit such determination. It was a battle decided by mistakes on both sides. The overarching American mistake was their divided command structure. Incredibly, the two fleets in the battle did not have a direct and secure means of communicating with each other. The bifurcated command structure and a general lack of awareness of what each fleet was doing led to Halsey's controversial decision and prevented the Americans from bringing their full power to bear. While Halsey's errors are the focus of most accounts, those committed by Kinkaid were also important and deserve additional scrutiny. The biggest mistake of all was the fatuous Japanese plan named Shogo, Victory Plan, devised by Toyota. He admitted after the war that his plan was against accepted wisdom, but he felt he had to commit the combined fleet's remaining strength before it became irrelevant. In fact, with so little chance that his plan would achieve a strategic result and so high a probability that the combined fleet would be destroyed in the process, Toyota should not have accepted battle under the conditions prevailing in October 1944. The Imperial Navy admitted to the Imperial Army that the plan was an all-or-nothing operation. The planning basis for Shogo was complete and utter desperation, not the best ingredient for success. Predictably, the plan resulted in an utter debacle. The Japanese neither stopped the invasion of Leyte, slowed the pace of the American advance in the Pacific, nor inflicted severe losses on the American fleet. Toyota intended the battle to be decisive, and to turn the tide of war in favor of the Japanese. Instead, it resulted in a decisive defeat for the Imperial Navy. Over the span of 4 days, the Japanese lost 28 ships comprising over 300,000 tons. The scale of such losses is unparalleled in naval history. In the sense that it resulted in the end of the Imperial Navy as an effective force, the battle was decisive. For the remainder of the war, the Americans had no real concerns about the ability of the Imperial Navy's surface fleet to shape events. If any naval battle in the Pacific War can be defined as decisive, it was the Battle of Leyte Gulf. But Toyota achieved his aim of providing the combined fleet with a fitting opportunity to die fighting. Even though Shogo had no prospects of success, and the battle resulted in an undisputed victory for the Americans, there is still controversy attached to it. Almost 80 years after the event, the myths created around the battle continued to gain strength. Providing cover for the enduring mythology are the two key decisions of the battle. The first was Halsey's decision to take his entire Third Fleet to the north to attack Ozawa's decoy force. This clever diversionary aspect of Shogo has been treated like it provided the Japanese with victory, or at least the foundation of victory. It did neither. But it did provide Kurita with the opportunity to exploit the divided American command structure and enter the Philippine Sea unchecked, where he fell upon a group of American escort carriers known as Taffy 3. In the resulting battle off Samar, the Americans sustained heavy losses, but denied the Japanese an immediate victory. This led directly to the second key controversy of the battle, when Kurita failed to press his attack to destroy Taffy 3 and then steam into Leyte Gulf in accordance with Toyota's plan. Since the most alluring aspects of the battle are bound up in its mythology, this book focuses on the myths of Leyte Gulf. The first myth surrounds the Japanese plan for the battle. Even in October 1944, the Japanese thought they could fight and win a decisive battle. In fact, the Japanese had no chance to reverse the tide of war. Shogo was not a serious plan for victory, but a vehicle to allow the combined fleet a fitting and honorable death. As framed, the variant of Shogo, used to defend the Philippines, Sho-1, had no strategic purpose, since it was literally impossible for the combined fleet to defeat the invasion before it was firmly established on Leyte. Even if the large force under Kurita had successfully attacked into the Gulf as planned on October 25th, it had no chance to generate any strategic impact. The second myth seems to be the one held most firmly. Any discussion of how American naval commanders performed at Leyte Gulf begins with Halsey. Most accounts of the battle make Halsey the scapegoat for a lost American victory, or even an American defeat. This is curious, since Leyte Gulf was the greatest American naval victory of the war. Halsey's controversial decisions often overshadow that fact. In trying to assess Halsey's performance, two key decisions are held up for examination. His decision to go north after Ozawa late on October 24th, and his decision to bring his battleships and carrier task force back south late in the morning of October 25th. These certainly were key decisions that shaped the entire battle. But focusing solely on them leaves out the bigger issue of Halsey's handling of the Third Fleet for the entire period of the battle. Even more damning than any shortcomings in the two decisions mentioned earlier is the fact that during the entire period of the battle, the full power of the Third Fleet was never brought to bear at any time. Accepted wisdom is that Halsey acted stupidly on the night of October 24th when he decided to take the Third Fleet north to attack the Japanese carrier force. The author believes Halsey acted correctly with the information he had available at the time. In fact, his decision was virtually preordained. Given Halsey's mindset, his orders, existing U.S. Navy doctrine, and the manner in which the battle developed, there was no chance of Halsey acting differently. Criticism of Halsey's action is extremely easy with the benefit of hindsight, but this criticism is built on knowledge that Halsey could not have possessed in the moment. This is not to say that Halsey should be forgiven for his shortcomings during the battle. Everything he did was magnified, since he commanded the most powerful naval force in the world during history's largest naval battle. Even if he is excused for taking the bait so cleverly presented by the Japanese, his other actions before and after this decision were poor. As is detailed in this account, Halsey failed to bring his full power against either of the two main Japanese forces in the battle. This denied him the battle of annihilation he so earnestly desired. The hardest myth to dispel is the notion that Kurita's force should have utterly annihilated Taffy III at the Battle off Samar. In the accepted version of the battle, the underdog American force prevailed against overwhelming odds. Unparalleled American bravery provided the edge, while the Japanese blundered their way to defeat. There is no doubt that the bravery of American sailors played a prominent role in the battle, but the battle was not just a David and Goliath contest with American destroyers attacking Japanese battleships. The battle was unlike anything else ever fought in naval history. A force of heavy ships surprised and attacked a carrier force during daylight and fought a prolonged surface battle while under persistent air attack. The battle off Samar was not just a surface battle. It was an air-sea battle of immense proportions. In addition to the brave and much heralded attacks by the escorting destroyers, the Americans brought over 200 aircraft into play. The primary American weapon was aircraft, not the heroic escorting destroyers and destroyer escorts. The fact that a large force of aircraft defeated a surface force should be no surprise. That was the established norm from the very first day of the Pacific War. Even if the aircraft had not been present, it is unreasonable to assume that one force of surface ships could quickly cripple another by long-range gunnery. During the Pacific War, earlier battles of this type demonstrated the innate difficulty of hitting targets at long range. During the battle off Samar, the Japanese were facing the worst possible conditions for conducting long-range gunnery. Without the benefit of radar, they were firing against targets hidden by weather and smoke. In addition, the Japanese ships were under consistent air attack, making it even more difficult to develop accurate fire control solutions. Under these conditions, the Japanese should be given credit for what they did manage to achieve, sinking 4 ships by gunfire and damaging another 4, not what they failed to achieve. This was a creditable performance. Expecting the quick destruction of the well-handled and well-fought Taffy III is not realistic. The next myth is one that is hardly even examined. It is generally assumed that Kurita acted stupidly by not pressing into the Gulf when he had the chance. By declining to do so, he threw away victory. On the contrary, Kurita did not act stupidly. He carefully considered his options and acted out of conscience by deciding not to throw away the lives of his men. He realized the utter futility of Show 1. Because it offered no prospect of success, Kurita was totally justified in declining its suicidal design. As is detailed in this account, Kurita correctly discerned there was no possible gain to following his orders to a dramatic but futile finish. Even Imperial Navy officers had a limit to their willingness to sacrifice thousands of men for no purpose. The last myth is directly tied to Kurita's refusal to commit his force on a suicidal path. As prevailing wisdom goes, had he only pressed his attack, Kurita would have found nothing in his way. In fact, entirely false. And once inside the Gulf, there were targets of such importance that their destruction would have changed the course of the American campaign to retake the Philippines or even of the war itself. Few myths are easier to refute. Kurita would have faced a force larger than his own, supported by hundreds of aircraft, even before he could have entered the Gulf. If by chance he had successfully forced his way into the Gulf to attack the shipping present, there was relatively little of value to attack, with the exception of the 3 command ships and the cruiser that MacArthur was embarked on. The invasion force was long gone, but there were 28 Liberty ships and 23 landing ship tanks, LSTs, remaining. Even in the extremely unlikely event that all had been sunk, their loss would have made no difference to the Philippines campaign or the pace of the American advance in the final months of the war. A nation that could build over 2,700 Liberty ships and over 1,000 LSTs would shrug off such losses. Each of the engagements that make up the Battle of Leyte Gulf are fascinating in their own right. Though largely unknown, the battle actually began a week before the invasion of Leyte, when Halsey's carriers attacked Japanese airfields and installations on Formosa, present-day Taiwan. What resulted was the largest air-sea battle in history up to that point, between Third Fleet and the vast number of aircraft Toyota had massed to destroy the American carrier fleet. The great air-sea battle off Formosa resulted in a massive Japanese defeat that had immense implications for the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The key to the upcoming battle was air power, and the failure of Japanese air power to inflict any serious losses on the Americans was a portent of things to come. After the air-sea battle off Formosa, it would not be an exaggeration to state that the outcome of the Battle of Leyte Gulf was a foregone conclusion. In the opening engagement of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the Battle of the Sibuyan Sea, most accounts focus on the sinking of super battleship Musashi, and how she was pounded under the waves by an unprecedented barrage of torpedo and bomb hits. This was an undeniable American success, but the battle had turned out much better than Kurita had a right to expect. A full day of strikes from Halsey's carriers had accounted for a single ship sunk, Musashi, and damage to a heavy cruiser that forced her to return to base. This over-concentration on Musashi left Kurita's force still extremely formidable. The failure of the Third Fleet to stop the advance of Kurita's force, the centerpiece of Show 1, made the battle a tactical victory for the Japanese. It also led directly to Halsey's controversial decision to focus on the Japanese carrier force to the north and ignore Kurita's force. The second major engagement of the battle was nothing more than a maritime execution. The Battle of Surigao Strait was the least important of the four actions making up the Battle of Leyte Gulf, since it was fought by a Japanese decoy force against insurmountable odds. It did contain the second and last battleship action of the Pacific War, and the last battleship clash ever fought. Given enough warning, the Americans prepared an elaborate ambush for Nishimura's small force. Never before had the Americans planned a night battle so carefully with such overwhelming force. Of the 7 attacking Japanese ships, all but 1 was sunk, 3 by a single torpedo salvo from an American destroyer. Both Japanese battleships present were also sunk by torpedoes. The gunnery phase of the battle was anticlimactic, but witnessed the last big gun salvo aimed at another battleship in naval history. The most important action in the Battle of Leyte Gulf is the Battle off Samar. As already mentioned, the action is misunderstood, and thus has become the subject of mythology. A battle pitting Kurita's force, led by the super battleship Yamato, against 6 slow, unarmored, and lightly armed escort carriers, escorted only by destroyers and destroyer escorts, could have only a single outcome. But, as already outlined, this was a battle unlike any other. The result was an American victory, which will always stand as an example of the tenacity and bravery of the American sailor. In the final action, the battle off Cape Engano, Halsey almost had his opportunity for a battle of annihilation. The Japanese carrier force was subjected to a total of 527 offensive sorties from Halsey's carriers. No other force in naval history had ever been subjected to such massive air attacks over such a compressed period. 3 Japanese carriers were sunk, and a 4th left crippled. In the middle of this action, Halsey began to receive calls for assistance from the escort carriers off Samar. Halsey declined to suspend his battle of annihilation until Nimitz weighed in. Only then did Halsey decide to send part of this force south to catch Kurita. But Halsey's failure to act immediately and decisively retarded his intervention until it was too late, after the battle off Samar. Kurita turned north and escaped through San Bernardino Strait. Had Halsey decided to assist the escort carriers at the first sign of trouble, he could have caught Kurita before he escaped through the strait. There was still a chance of catching Kurita after Halsey finally turned part of his force south in the late morning, but the movement toward the strait was conducted without alacrity. The epic battle of Halsey's modern battleships facing off against Yamato and her escorts was never meant to be. Unable to contend with the U.S. Navy by using conventional tactics, by the time of the invasion of Leyte, the Japanese decided to use special suicide attacks. The Battle of Leyte Gulf witnessed the first pre-planned Japanese use of this radical tactic. The first 2 days of suicide attacks brought undeniable success. Against 2 groups of escort carriers with 9 carriers, kamikaze aircraft sank 1 and damaged 5 more. Suicide attacks are also part of the legacy of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. This book requires listeners to take a fresh look at the battle. That fresh look seeks to overturn decades of faulty analysis based on incorrect assumptions. Because Leyte Gulf was such a complex affair, the author has decided to treat the battle thematically instead of on a strict chronological basis. The battle is best presented by following the operations of each of the principal Japanese forces. The adventures of these forces led to the 4 major clashes outlined previously. The Americans were mainly reactive to the Japanese, so their operations are examined in the context of Japanese operations. Japanese names are given with surname first, as was the custom at the time. Mark Stille, Annapolis, Maryland, June 2022. Chapter 1. The Road to Leyte Gulf. Origins of the campaign. In 1898, the United States defeated Spain and gained control of the Philippines in the Treaty of Paris signed that December. Situated in the Western Pacific, the Philippines were the most important American possession in the region. Being almost 4,500 nautical miles from the American naval base at Pearl Harbor in the Hawaiian Islands, and separated by a series of Japanese-held islands in the Central Pacific, the Philippines would be hard to defend against a Japanese attack. In both American and Japanese war planning before the Pacific War, it was assumed that the Philippines would quickly fall to the Japanese. The United States Navy, USN, would subsequently lead an offensive to recapture the islands and subsequently bring naval pressure on the Japanese home islands. During this advance through the Central Pacific into the Western Pacific, both the United States Navy and the Imperial Japanese Navy, IJN, foresaw a climactic naval engagement that would decide naval supremacy in the Pacific. When hostilities between the United States and Japan opened in December 1941, this script remained largely true to pre-war projections. There were some unforeseen twists, but the Philippines remained a major planning factor for both sides. The initial Japanese offensive focused on seizing resource areas in Southeast Asia, which would permit Japan to continue the war. To support this critical effort, the Imperial Japanese Navy planned and executed a surprise attack on the United States Navy's Pacific Fleet based at Pearl Harbor. Though actually intended by Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, as a decisive strike to cripple the Pacific Fleet and begin the process of forcing the United States to negotiate an early end to the war, the success of the attack eliminated any possibility that the Pacific Fleet could move to stop the Japanese occupation of Southeast Asia. Concurrently with the Pearl Harbor operation, the Imperial Japanese Navy commenced a series of landings in Malaya, southern Thailand, and the Philippines, as the first stage of the operation to seize the resource-rich Netherlands East Indies, NEI. Seizure of the Philippines was an important aspect of the Japanese campaign because of the island's location astride the sea lines of communications, SLOCs, or SLOCs, between Japan and her newly won resource areas in Southeast Asia. In a well-planned and boldly executed series of operations, the Imperial Japanese Navy crippled American air power in the Philippines, and then executed a number of smaller amphibious operations as a precursor to the major attack on Luzon, the largest and most important island in the Philippines archipelago. The principal landing on Luzon occurred at Lingayen Gulf on December 22, 1941. Within 3 weeks of the war's opening, the Imperial Japanese Navy had effectively set the conditions for Japanese victory in the Philippines by eliminating American air power forcing the United States Navy's small Asiatic fleet to retreat south into the Netherlands East Indies and delivering a large invasion force into Luzon. There were differences between the Japanese invasion of the Philippines in 1941 and the American invasion in 1944, but both were mounted for the same basic reason and conducted with the same broad objectives. A major difference between them was that the 1941 Japanese invasion was conducted under the support of land-based air cover, and the 1944 American invasion was not. The other key difference was that the Imperial Japanese Navy was determined to massively resist the 1944 invasion, while the United States Navy in 1941 did not have the means to do so. While the Imperial Japanese Navy quickly accomplished its objectives in the Philippines campaign, the Imperial Japanese Army had a much tougher time. American and Filipino ground forces anchored their defense on the Bataan Peninsula and defeated the initial Japanese offensive to clean them out. After the Imperial Japanese Army was forced to commit additional forces, the defenders of Bataan were compelled to surrender on April 9th. Corregidor Island held out for an additional month and did not surrender until May 6th. On May 8th, all other American forces throughout the Philippines were ordered to surrender. However, the Japanese never had absolute control of the islands, on which a large and increasingly effective resistance movement took hold. As the Japanese realized the completion of their first phase objectives, the Philippines became a backwater. Dutch authorities in the Netherlands East Indies surrendered in early March, and the Japanese moved on to new conquests in New Guinea and the South Pacific. In May 1942, within only days of the surrender of the American forces on Corregidor, the Japanese received their first strategic setback of the Pacific War. Planning to land an invasion force on Port Moresby in southeastern New Guinea, the Imperial Japanese Navy encountered an American carrier task force sent to stop further Japanese advances in the South Pacific. In the world's first carrier battle between May 7th and 8th, 1942, the Japanese carrier force covering the landing was badly battered, forcing the cancellation of the landing. Just over a month later, Yamamoto's plan to use Midway Atoll as a lure to bring the Pacific Fleet to battle, where it could be decisively defeated by the much larger combined fleet, went seriously astray. Poor operational planning by the combined fleet set the conditions for the defeat in which the Japanese lost 4 fleet carriers and had their capabilities for future large-scale offensive operations blunted. Japanese defeat at Midway presented the initiative to the Americans. They used it to open their first offensive of the entire war in the South Pacific, with the goal of recapturing key points in the region. In the view of General Douglas MacArthur, commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific, these were the first steps on the road back to the Philippines. The initial American attack in the South Pacific focused on Guadalcanal in the southern Solomon Islands. From the American landing in early August 1942 until the final Japanese evacuation from the island in early February 1943, the campaign featured attrition of the nature that the Japanese could not afford. Both sides committed growing air, naval, and ground forces in an attempt to secure the air and waters around the island. For the Japanese, who still had a numerical edge in all ship categories, the opportunity for a decisive battle against the United States Navy went unrecognized and therefore unrealized. Yamamoto never marshaled his available forces for a decisive strike. The struggle for Guadalcanal had similarities to the struggle for Leyte Island in the Philippines, fought between October and late December 1944. Following their capture of Guadalcanal, the Americans decided to continue up the Solomons to isolate and capture the key Japanese base at Rabaul on the island of New Britain. Not until November 1943 did the Americans reach Bougainville in the northern Solomons. By this point, the original plan to seize Rabaul was replaced with a plan to isolate it. The long slog up the Solomons was not the United States Navy's preferred method to take the war to the Japanese. In its view, the most direct route to Japan was through the Central Pacific. While the bulk of the Pacific Fleet was tied up in the grinding battle of attrition for Guadalcanal, a second line of advance was impossible. By late 1943, the United States Navy's growing strength allowed it to open a second front in the Central Pacific. In addition to being the shorter route to Japan, an advance in the Central Pacific was under the control of Admiral Chester Nimitz, unlike the advance in the South Pacific and New Guinea that was under the strategic direction of MacArthur. The Americans approached the Philippines. The opening of the Second Front against Japan accented the divided American command structure in the Pacific. Overall strategic direction was provided by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, JCS, in Washington. The Pacific was divided into two separate theaters. The Southwest Pacific Area, SWPA, was placed under command of MacArthur on March 18, 1942. This included Australia, New Guinea, the Netherlands East Indies, and the Philippines. The remainder of the Pacific comprised the Pacific Ocean area, under the command of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, who assumed his position on April 3, 1942. Because these were two separate commands, any conflict between them could only be resolved by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Approval for the United States Navy's preferred two-front offensive against Japan was gained at the Trident Conference held in Washington in May 1943. MacArthur was tasked to continue his advance along the New Guinea coast, with the ultimate objective of seizing Morotai in the Moluccas. Nimitz was directed to commence his drive through the Central Pacific, starting with the Gilbert Islands, followed by the Marshalls, and then the Marianas. Taking the Marianas would bring the Japanese home islands into range of long-range American bombers, and was therefore expected to prompt a major Japanese reaction. This would likely include a major naval battle, and with it, a chance to destroy the combined fleet. After the Marianas, the next objective was the Palau Islands. Once Morotai and the Palaus had been captured, the island of Mindanao in the southern Philippines would be within air range. In accordance with this overall guidance, the Gilbert Islands were invaded in November 1943, and the invasion of the Marshalls followed in January and February 1944. On April 22, 1944, MacArthur made a major advance, landing at Hollandia on New Guinea. The rivalry between MacArthur and Nimitz grew more heated as the pace of the American advance accelerated. In a February-March planning conference in Washington, MacArthur's staff advocated for their advance along northern New Guinea to continue into Mindanao. Admiral Ernest J. King, Chief of Naval Operations and Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Fleet, and Nimitz wanted their Central Pacific drive as the primary focus. During the conference, Nimitz proposed a timetable for future operations. His operational plan called for an invasion of Saipan in the Marianas by June 15th and landings in the Palaus on October 1st. The resulting Joint Chiefs of Staff directive issued on March 12, 1944, combined Nimitz's short-term schedule and MacArthur's longer-term goal of invading Mindanao. The invasion of the Marianas was set for June 15th, and the operation against the Palaus for September 15th. The attack against Mindanao was given a target date of November 15th. The toehold in the Philippines at Mindanao would support the capture of Formosa scheduled for February 15, 1945. On the important question of whether to attack Luzon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff left open the possibility that such an operation might be conducted to support the capture of Formosa. In the largest amphibious operation of the Pacific War to date, United States Marines stormed ashore at Saipan on June 15th. Being within their absolute defense zone, the Japanese mounted a major fleet operation to defeat the invasion. The Japanese expected an invasion of the Marianas and had plans in place to conduct a decisive battle to defeat the Pacific Fleet and turn the tide of the war. For the first time since October 1942, the Japanese committed their carrier fleet. This force had been built up to 9 carriers and over 400 embarked aircraft. Large numbers of land-based aircraft were also earmarked to take part in the operation. However, the level of training of Japanese pilots, carrier-based and land-based, was low, and this proved to be the critical weakness in Japanese hopes for victory. By this point in the war, the United States Navy's fast carrier task force had grown to 15 fleet and light carriers, with almost 900 embarked aircraft. Despite this marked superiority, Admiral Raymond A. Spruance decided to fight a very conservative battle to eliminate any possibility that the Japanese could attack the landing force. Using a well-developed air defense doctrine and superbly trained fighter pilots, the American carrier force crushed a series of large Japanese air attacks on June 19th at little cost to itself. The following day, the Americans were able to launch a strike at the retreating Japanese fleet. The air attack was delivered hurriedly at dusk and accounted for only 1 Japanese carrier. The battle had been disastrous for the Japanese, but the full scope of the disaster was unknown to the Americans. 2 more Japanese carriers had been sunk by submarine attack, and the entire Japanese carrier fleet returned with only about 35 aircraft. The Battle of the Philippine Sea, the largest carrier battle of the war, was decisive, but not in the way the Japanese had planned. Their defeat was so comprehensive that the combined fleet's carrier force would not be ready by the time the Americans attacked the Philippines. Nevertheless, the battle felt like an incomplete victory to many American admirals, since the Japanese fleet had been allowed to escape. The inability of the Japanese to reconstitute its carrier force had a huge impact on its planning for the Battle of Leyte Gulf, while the Americans were determined to finish the Japanese carrier force should such a chance be offered in the future. While both Nimitz and MacArthur concurred that Mindanao was a necessary foothold in the Philippines, the question of the next target after the capture of Mindanao was left unresolved by the Joint Chiefs of Staff's March Directive. The goal of cutting Japan off from its resource areas in Southeast Asia was clear, but the approach to achieve it was anything but. MacArthur wanted to follow the Mindanao operation with a landing on Leyte in the central Philippines on November 15th, followed by an attack to recapture Luzon. In his view, the United States had an obligation to liberate the Filipinos, and Luzon was a better location for supporting the final advance on Japan than Formosa. For MacArthur, there was also the question of seeking revenge for his earlier defeat in the Philippines. This question of his personal prestige should not overshadow the fact that MacArthur's plan had strategic merit and was ultimately the plan selected for execution. King and Nimitz did not favor slogging through the Philippines after Leyte was secured. In their view, the goal of cutting off Japan from the resource areas in the south was better served by taking Formosa and key locations on the Chinese coast. Events in China undermined the prospects for King's Formosa China option. The Imperial Army conducted a major advance in China in May 1944 that made it painfully obvious that Chinese forces would not be able to assist in securing a lodgment on the Chinese coast. Formosa had been part of the Japanese Empire since 1895 and was well defended. American planners estimated that a successful invasion of Formosa would require 9 divisions. This was the death knell of King's Formosa strategy, since a force of this size could not be assembled until mid-1945. Both MacArthur and Nimitz had a chance to present their strategic visions to President Franklin D. Roosevelt on July 28, 1944, when the president visited Oahu. As dramatic as this meeting was, with both men personally making their cases to Roosevelt, there was no final decision. Roosevelt seemed to prefer MacArthur's plan to invade Mindanao and then Leyte as a precursor to landing on Luzon. But he did not rule out an invasion of Formosa. It would take the Joint Chiefs of Staff to make a final decision. The Joint Chiefs of Staff met again on September 1st to provide clarity on the long-term strategy to defeat Japan. The question whether to invade Luzon or Formosa was again left unresolved, but they did approve MacArthur's plan to occupy Leyte, with a target date of December 20th. The landing on Leyte would be preceded by an invasion of southern Mindanao in November. The operation to invade Leyte was to be a joint effort of MacArthur's and Nimitz's forces. It did not take long for this timetable to change, and the change was dramatic. On August 28th, Nimitz's carrier force, designated Task Force 38 under Admiral Halsey's Third Fleet, departed its advanced fleet anchorage at Eniwetok in the Marshalls. Halsey's mission was to reduce Japanese land-based air power that might interfere with the planned invasions of Morotai off northwestern New Guinea and Peleliu in the Palaus. Task Force 38's initial raids on the Palaus on September 6th to the 8th and Mindanao on September 9th to the 10th were unopposed. Halsey shifted his focus to the Visayas in the Central Philippines on September 12th and 13th. Flying some 2,400 sorties over those 2 days, American aviators claimed 200 Japanese aircraft destroyed in the air or on the ground, in addition to wreaking damage on shipping and infrastructure. It seemed to Halsey that Japanese air power in the region had been neutralized. Based on this belief, the always aggressive Halsey made a momentous recommendation to Nimitz that the preliminary landings on Morotai, Yap, Peleliu, and Mindanao be cancelled, and the forces used for a landing on Leyte as early as October 20th. Halsey's proposal was indeed bold. It moved up the invasion of Leyte by 2 months. Nimitz quickly agreed that the intermediate operations to seize Yap and Mindanao could be cancelled, but he ultimately decided to proceed with the operation to seize the Palaus. MacArthur and his staff also agreed that the opportunity to speed up the pace of operations could be supported, and quickly gave the proposal their support. On September 15th, the idea reached the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Quebec, where the combined Chiefs of Staff were in conference. Since MacArthur and Nimitz both agreed with the revised and more aggressive timetable, there was little debate. After only 90 minutes, they approved the new plan and sent the requisite orders to the theater commanders. The invasion of Leyte was on, with a target date of October 20th. As will be heard in the next chapter, the Japanese had already discerned that the Philippines, and specifically Leyte, would be the next American target, and they were already planning yet another decisive battle to defeat it. In retrospect, the decision to move the invasion of Leyte up by 2 months contained an element of risk. But it was not a rash move. It may not have surprised the Japanese, but it gave the Imperial Army little time to move forces into the central Philippines from Luzon, and the Imperial Japanese Navy insufficient time to complete the training of new carrier air groups. Most importantly, it avoided a lengthy campaign on Mindanao. The risk was that it was MacArthur's first invasion beyond the range of land-based air power. In fact, Japanese air power in the Philippines was not as weak as Halsey assessed, since the Japanese were withholding their remaining air units in anticipation of the impending American invasion. Landing on Leyte without the benefit of intermediate operations to gain airfields was only possible because of the proven excellence of Halsey's carriers in defeating Japanese air attacks against Allied shipping. The carriers would have to remain on station until sufficient airfields were made operational on Leyte to accommodate MacArthur's land-based air force. This became a real problem, since the soil on the eastern side of Leyte was unsuitable for development into airfields during the monsoon season. Monsoon weather was worst from October to December, which meant the carriers would have to remain tied to Leyte for a prolonged period. This was a factor as early as the immediate aftermath of the invasion, when Halsey detached his largest carrier task force for rest and replenishment, making it miss most of the battle. The American plan to invade Leyte. Whatever MacArthur's emotional ties were to return to the Philippines and liberate its people, there was sound military logic driving an attack on the islands. The Philippines occupy a critical location in Southeast Asia. The largest and most populous island of Luzon dominates the Luzon Strait between Luzon and Formosa. This critical choke point was used by most Japanese trade to and from Japan and the resource areas in Southeast Asia. If the Americans could control those waters, Japan would be threatened with economic strangulation, and its ability to continue the war would be jeopardized. The first step to seizing Luzon was to gain a toehold in the central Philippines at Leyte. Leyte was the best location in the central Philippines for an amphibious attack for several important reasons. The east coast of Leyte presented a direct and undefended approach from the Philippine Sea. Once made secure, Leyte Gulf offered a large anchorage, suitable as a staging point for future operations. Once Surigao Strait had been secured, Leyte Gulf would be an excellent jumping-off point for operations into the Visayas and ultimately to Luzon itself. Another major attraction of Leyte was its eastern valley plain, which was flat and well-suited, except during the monsoon, as already noted, for development into airfields. Aircraft based on Leyte could cover central Luzon, the Visayas, and all of Mindanao. There were only 5 weeks available to prepare the invasion plan between the Joint Chiefs of Staff's approval and the target date of October 20th. Seizure of Leyte was the responsibility of the 6th Army. 4 divisions were landed in the initial assault, with 2 more in reserve. MacArthur believed that the entire operation hinged on the ability of the United States Navy to keep the Japanese from attacking the invasion force or reinforcement and resupply convoys while denying the movement of Japanese reinforcements to Leyte. Vice Admiral Thomas C. Kinkaid's 7th Fleet was given the responsibility for moving MacArthur's forces to Leyte and providing them with anti-submarine and air defense. It was also tasked to prevent Japanese reinforcements from reaching the island. In fact, the 7th Fleet was capable of providing local security to the invasion, but was incapable of preventing Japanese reinforcement of Leyte. As MacArthur had feared, this prolonged the battle considerably. By agreement of Halsey's and MacArthur's staffs, the 3rd Fleet had responsibility for supporting the invasion by reducing Japanese air power in the region and defeating any attempt by the combined fleet to intervene. These tasks were broken down into several phases. From October 10th to the 13th, the carriers would strike Okinawa, Formosa, and northern Luzon to reduce Japanese air power. From October 16th to the 20th, as the landings approached, the Task Force 38 would shift its attention to Leyte and the Central Philippines. After the landings, Task Force 38 would operate in strategic support by being ready to destroy Japanese air and naval forces that threatened the invasion. Since the divided American command structure became such a major factor in the forthcoming battle, it is worth looking into Nimitz's operation plan. It was in compliance with MacArthur's intent, except for one possible exception. 3rd Fleet was tasked to support MacArthur's forces and to destroy Japanese air and naval forces threatening the landing. This was standard tasking for the carriers in an amphibious operation. What was not standard was the insertion of the clause, "In case opportunity for destruction of major portion of the enemy fleet is offered or can be created, such destruction becomes the primary task." Such a clause was not part of Admiral Raymond A. Spruance's orders for the invasion of the Marianas. Accordingly, he decided that his primary mission was the support of the amphibious invasion, not the destruction of the enemy fleet. In the aftermath of Philippine Sea, Nimitz gave Halsey orders that his main task was to aggressively go after the Japanese fleet. It is unlikely that Halsey needed any prodding to seek out the Japanese fleet and bring it to battle, but Nimitz left no doubt in the matter. Halsey's own operations order issued on October 3rd mirrored his new primary task. Halsey interpreted Nimitz's orders as a blank check to disregard the standard but more passive task of protecting the invasion force for an aggressive option more to his liking. Halsey also directed that Task Force 38 would concentrate off Samar after refueling on October 19th to be in position to support the landings the following day in coordination with Kinkaid's forces. His orders emphasized that Task Force 38 task groups attack Japanese forces within range and that the battleships within Task Force 38 would play a major role in operations. Halsey believed the need to cooperate with the 7th Fleet did not preclude offensive operations by his carriers. Though the insertion of additional tasking in Nimitz's orders may appear to be confusing, it did not change Halsey's overall mission. The focus on Nimitz's adjustment to Halsey's orders misses the key point that Halsey's mission was to support MacArthur's forces, and more specifically the invasion. The additional orders from Nimitz to focus on the Japanese fleet did not overrule the original task of covering the landing. The mission of destroying the Japanese fleet was dependent on it contributing to the mission of supporting the landing. In any event, the inclusion of the additional tasking from Nimitz had the potential to cause confusion if conditions required that Halsey make a choice about competing priorities. For Halsey, though, it just reinforced his natural inclination to seek battle with the Imperial Japanese Navy whenever it was possible. Nimitz must have known this. The divided American command structure, and the fact that MacArthur's and Nimitz's intents with regard to Halsey's Third Fleet were at variance, was bound to cause problems. At the very least, the result would be a slow reaction if the Japanese mounted a major operation to intervene with the invasion. In addition, the divided command structure posed problems for intelligence, logistics, air searches, and submarine deployments. In a worst-case scenario, there was the real potential for miscommunication between Halsey and Kinkaid. The two primary commanders now believed they had different primary missions: Kinkaid's to protect the landing, and Halsey's to attack the Japanese fleet. Combined with the communications problems between forces under the command of different theaters, the American beachheads' vulnerability to attack was greatly increased. How Halsey would interpret his orders would be a major part in the upcoming battle. American Communications and Intelligence. As a result of the divided command structure, American naval communications were difficult. The sheer amount of forces and the high level of communications activity made basic communications difficult from commanders down to subordinates. Even more difficult were communications that crossed theater boundaries. MacArthur, always mistrustful of the United States Navy, did not want the Third and Seventh Fleet communicating directly. Therefore, a direct, secure, and high-speed communications link did not exist between Halsey and Kinkaid. In the days preceding the largest naval battle of the war, senior American leaders did not expect the Imperial Navy to make a major effort to defend the Philippines. MacArthur's intelligence assessments even went as far as to state that no more than 70 to 80 Japanese fighters and bombers would be employed to defend the Philippines. Adding to this very poor analysis was the assessment that no air reinforcements would be sent to the region, and that the Japanese carrier fleet would not make an appearance. MacArthur's intelligence was no better when it came to the Japanese naval situation. The estimates of the combined fleet's order of battle were in error, both in numbers of units, especially carriers, and their location. The existence of a Japanese naval plan to defend the islands had been detected, as had the existence of a first and second diversionary attack force. However, there were no insights into the combined fleet's operational planning to defend the islands, and no major Japanese reaction was expected. Seventh Fleet intelligence analysts were also sanguine regarding the prospects for a Japanese naval reaction to the invasion. They flatly stated that the Japanese fleet was not expected to react to the Leyte operation. Overall, American intelligence support for planning the Leyte operation was very weak. It totally underestimated Japanese naval and air capabilities. Most importantly, it totally missed Japanese intentions. American intelligence analysts fell into the classic trap of assessing Imperial Japanese Navy intentions instead of its capabilities. The Japanese fleet would not conduct a large-scale reaction because, in the view of the rational analysts sitting in Melbourne, it was simply too risky for the Japanese to initiate a fleet action. Analysts at Nimitz's Joint Intelligence Center Pacific Ocean Area, JICPOA, did a better job discerning Japanese capabilities for the upcoming battle, but were also wrong about actual Japanese intentions. In early September, the Joint Intelligence Center Pacific Ocean Area assessed that the combined fleet was focused on rebuilding its strength, and that this process would take until December. Later that same month, Joint Intelligence Center Pacific Ocean Area provided a revised estimate that the combined fleet would only be able to employ a single carrier division with some 175 to 200 aircraft, and that the carrier force had been separated from the bulk of the surface fleet. Joint Intelligence Center Pacific Ocean Area also provided assessments relating to the use of decoy forces by the Japanese. These insights were accurate as far as they went, but they failed to give a complete picture of Japanese intentions. The fact that the centerpiece of the Japanese plan was a large force of battleships and heavy cruisers based near Singapore was never made clear. Most importantly, the timing of the Japanese plan to disrupt the invasion was unknown. Halsey had no reason to believe that the Japanese would mount a major operation to attack the invasion force, and his initial deployment on October 20th reflected this belief. The American Command Structure and Commanders. The invasion of Leyte required MacArthur's and Nimitz's forces to focus on the same objective. As Supreme Commander of the Southwest Pacific area, MacArthur commanded the ground and air forces committed to the operation. Also under his command was the 7th Fleet. Since November 1943, the 7th Fleet had been under the command of Vice Admiral Kinkaid. Though MacArthur did not inspire confidence in many because of his overarching ego, it is fair to point out that he did not meddle in naval affairs. Kinkaid and MacArthur were able to work closely together, and Kinkaid had successfully stood up against his boss when required. The 7th Fleet had grown into a huge force of some 550 ships by October 1944. It was divided into 2 attack forces, with each responsible for landing one of the 2 corps of Lieutenant General Walter Kruger's 6th Army on the eastern coast of Leyte. The 7th Fleet also included its own force of escort carriers, a group of motor torpedo boats, 7 submarines tasked to directly support the invasion, and a large number of logistical units. In the PDF companion in your library, Appendix 1 provides a detailed review of the 7th Fleet's principal combat units. The commander of the 7th Fleet played a large role in the battle. Kinkaid's background was as a surface warfare officer. Right after the start of the Pacific War, he was given command of a division of heavy cruisers and assigned to carrier task force escort duties. He and his cruisers saw action at the battles of Coral Sea and Midway. Because of his familiarity with carrier operations, Kinkaid was given command of a carrier task force during the Guadalcanal campaign. His performance at the Battle of Santa Cruz was not good. Placed into an unsupported position by Halsey, he lost one of his carriers and saw the other damaged. Kinkaid was the last surface admiral to command a carrier task force in combat during the war. In the aftermath of Santa Cruz, Kinkaid maneuvered his carrier task force far to the south of Guadalcanal, making it difficult for him to be in the position desired by Halsey to defeat the last major Japanese offensive against Guadalcanal beginning on November 13th. As a result, the fast battleships Halsey needed to counter a Japanese surface bombardment of the airfield on the island were out of position. This was a great disappointment to Halsey, and it came on top of Kinkaid's poor performance at Santa Cruz. There is no doubt a level of professional friction existed between Halsey and Kinkaid in 1942, and it is unlikely that this was forgotten by 1944. After his South Pacific performance in January 1943, Kinkaid was sent to a backwater command in the North Pacific and was ordered to improve relations with U.S. Army commands in the area. Kinkaid's ability to work with the Army resurrected his career. Kinkaid led the recapture of Attu and Kiska in the Aleutians. This set him up for the much more important billet as Commander, Allied Naval Forces Southwest Pacific Area, and Commander of the 7th Fleet. The 7th Fleet became known as MacArthur's Navy because of its string of successful amphibious operations in the New Guinea area. In addition to dealing well with MacArthur, Kinkaid was respected by his subordinates. He routinely sought advice from them and delegated authority and responsibility to them. However, Kinkaid had no experience with major fleet operations like those he faced in the Leyte operation. Direct air cover for the invasion was the responsibility of Task Group 77-4, the escort carrier group. This was under command of Rear Admiral Thomas L. Sprague, who was also in direct command of one of the groups of escort carriers designated by its radio call sign as Taffy 1. Sprague was an experienced naval aviator who had commanded fleet carrier Intrepid before taking over a division of escort carriers before the invasion of the Marianas. Taffy 2 was under the command of Rear Admiral Felix B. Stump. He was also an experienced naval aviator who had commanded fleet carrier Lexington before gaining flag rank and assuming command of a division of escort carriers. The last group of escort carriers, known as Taffy 3, was thrust into a central role during the battle. It was under the command of Rear Admiral Clifton A.F. Ziggy Sprague. Of all the naval commanders during the battle, Sprague was the most impressive. He was also an experienced aviator. By law, United States Navy naval aviation commands were required to be under the command of a naval aviator, and had commanded the fleet carrier Wasp before assuming command of an escort carrier division in July. The Northern and Southern attack forces were each responsible for delivering one of MacArthur's corps to the invasion beaches on Leyte. The Northern Attack Force was commanded by Rear Admiral Daniel E. Barbie, and the Southern Attack Force by Vice Admiral Theodore S. Wilkinson. Both were experienced amphibious commanders, expert at getting the landing force ashore and quickly withdrawing the assault ships. This was important in any amphibious operation conducted within range of enemy air power, and this was no less vital at Leyte. Supporting the landings was the Bombardment and Fire Support Group under Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf. Early in the war, he was given assignments in the Atlantic Theater, but in January 1944 he was placed in command of Cruiser Division 4 and saw action in a number of Pacific invasions throughout the year. As the most senior of Kinkaid's admirals commanding surface combatants, he was assigned responsibility for planning how to contend with the Japanese surface force attempting to interfere with the landing. Oldendorf's principal subordinates were Rear Admiral G. L. Whaler and Rear Admiral R. S. Berkey. While MacArthur was in overall charge of the Leyte operation, the Pacific Fleet provided support for the landing with its main battle fleet. Overall American naval strategy and force allocation was under the ultimate direction of Admiral King, in his dual capacities as Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Fleet, and Chief of Naval Operations. Nimitz was his direct subordinate. After a rough start in 1942, when Nimitz first assumed command of Pacific operations, King and Nimitz had reached a position of mutual respect. Nimitz was directly involved in the battle, in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Fleet. By 1944, Nimitz had gained a well-earned reputation as a calm but determined leader. As a strategist, he was aggressive and decisive. He got along well with MacArthur and respected him to the point that he never let his staff criticize MacArthur. Nimitz was calm and polite with his subordinates and gained their respect by keeping his meddling in their operations to a minimum so they could get on with their assigned tasks. However, he closely supervised major operations and occasionally sent them messages with operational recommendations. Two of Nimitz's forces were assigned to support the Leyte operation. The first was the Third Fleet under Admiral William F. Halsey. The Third Fleet contained the Navy's fast carriers, and in October 1944 was the most powerful naval striking force in the world. It was comprised of 4 subordinate task groups and a large logistical support element. Halsey was the key command figure in the upcoming battle, so his background and experiences must be fully detailed. After spending his early career on torpedo boats and destroyers, in 1934 the Chief of the Bureau of Aeronautics, Ernest King, offered him command of carrier Saratoga. Since carrier commanders had to be qualified naval aviators, Halsey attended a 12-week aviation course for senior commanders and earned his aviator's wings in May 1935 at the age of 52. Halsey believed in the potential of naval aviation and became a well-regarded carrier commander. By the start of the war, Halsey was the United States Navy's senior carrier commander. Always known for his aggressive tactics, Halsey achieved legendary status by leading his carriers on several early war raids against Japanese-held islands. These series of raids culminated in the raid on Tokyo in April 1942. Because of the Tokyo raid, he barely missed a chance to lead his 2 carriers against the Japanese at Coral Sea. Adding to this frustration, Halsey missed the Battle of Midway because of a serious skin disease. After his recovery, Nimitz placed him in command of the faltering Guadalcanal campaign in October. Halsey was at his best during his stint as commander, South Pacific Ocean area. He injected much-needed energy into the American effort at Guadalcanal and willingly committed all his available resources to support the Marines on the island. Though Nimitz thought him to be aggressive, but not foolhardy, his boldness verged on rashness. At the Battle of Santa Cruz in October, he committed his only 2 operational carriers beyond the range of land-based air support against a larger Japanese carrier force. The result was the only Japanese victory in a carrier battle during the war. Had Halsey lost both carriers, the result would have been catastrophic. The following month, he committed his only 2 operational modern battleships to a night battle in the confined waters around the island. The result was a key victory. While the combined fleet failed to muster its numerically superior forces for a decisive blow, Halsey's bold actions provided the margin of victory. After victory at Guadalcanal, Halsey directed naval operations as the Americans fought up the Solomons during 1943. In another risky operation, he sent 2 carriers protected only by land-based air cover to attack a large force of Japanese heavy cruisers in Rabaul preparing to attack the American beachhead on Bougainville Island in the northern Solomons. Again, Halsey's boldness paid off, and the beachhead was spared an attack. Nimitz had the utmost confidence in Halsey, and in March 1943, Halsey was given command of the Third Fleet. In June, the carrier force, under Admiral Spruance, witnessed what many officers, especially the naval aviators, thought was an incomplete victory against the Japanese fleet. Had Halsey been in charge, he would have unquestionably engaged the Japanese carrier force in the most aggressive manner possible. In October 1944, Halsey was a complex and flawed commander. He still retained his desire to take the fight to the Japanese whenever possible, but he was also known for his lack of attention to details, and his staff did not always cover this weakness. Much had changed in the art and practice of carrier warfare since Halsey led a couple of carriers in hit-and-run raids against isolated Japanese islands and then Tokyo in the early months of 1942 until 1944, when the Third Fleet had become a juggernaut able to project power and successfully defend itself against land-based air attack. Despite his lack of recent carrier experience, Halsey still saw himself as a carrier commander at heart. He therefore had little need to ask for advice from other, more experienced carrier commanders. The Third Fleet's carrier force was designated Task Force 38. This huge force, consisting of 4 task groups, was commanded by Vice Admiral Mark Mitscher. At this point, Mitscher was the premier practitioner of carrier warfare in the world. Having led the Fast Carrier Task Force through the invasion of the Marshalls, the neutralization of Truk in February 1944, and the Battle of the Philippine Sea. Despite his undoubted expertise in all aspects of large-scale carrier operations, Mitscher and Halsey had an uneasy relationship. Halsey and his staff often took it upon themselves to act as the task force rather than the fleet commander. This tendency to micromanage undermined Mitscher's responsibilities and reduced his initiative. When Halsey assumed tactical command of Task Force 38, which happened often, Mitscher would give recommendations to Halsey, but sulked when they were not taken. In addition to Mitscher, other experienced commanders directed the operations of Task Force 38's 4 subordinate task groups. Task Group 38-1 was under Vice Admiral John S. McCain. Task Group 38-2 was led by Rear Admiral Gerald F. Bogan. Task Group 38-3 by Rear Admiral Frederick C. Sherman, and Task Group 38-4 was commanded by Rear Admiral Ralph E. Davison. The last major command figure in Task Force 38 was Vice Admiral Willis A. Lee. A surface warfare officer, Lee was considered the United States Navy's leading gunnery expert and was the victor of the only battleship clash of the war to date. He did not command any part of Task Force 38 on a routine basis, but Pacific Fleet doctrine called for the formation of a separate battle line in a major fleet engagement. Commanded by Lee, this powerful force included all the battleships in Task Force 38, with a large cruiser and destroyer escort. When formed, this force was designated Task Force 34. The second force from the Pacific Fleet operating in support of the Leyte operation was a large force of fleet submarines designated as Task Force 17. The 22 submarines were under the command of the very capable Vice Admiral Charles A. Lockwood, who had molded the submarine force into a formidable weapon. Chapter 2. The Japanese plan another decisive battle. Imperial Japanese Navy command structure and commanders. If the American command structure for the Leyte invasion was convoluted, then the Japanese command structure for the upcoming battle bordered on dysfunctional. While the United States Navy and the United States Army often found themselves in bitter disagreement over strategy and command arrangements, these issues were worked out without extreme rancor affecting present and future operations. The rivalry between the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Army went to extremes. Mutual distrust and outright antagonism were the norms. In regard to strategy, the only joint coordinating body was Imperial General Headquarters, which included representatives from both services. As a joint headquarters, it was only marginally effective. However, when it came to planning the defense of the Philippines, the extreme danger to Japan forced both services to be more receptive to the other's views than was the case earlier in the war. The Naval General Staff, under the direction of Admiral Oikawa Koshiro, doubled as the Navy section of the Imperial General Headquarters, and had the responsibility of providing strategic guidance for naval operations. The most important Imperial Japanese Navy operational entity was the Combined Fleet, under the command of Admiral Toyoda Soimu. He had his headquarters in a suburb of Tokyo, after he decided to disembark from his flagship in September. The Combined Fleet had always controlled most of the Imperial Japanese Navy's combat units, but after a reorganization in August 1944, it assumed command of all naval forces in China, the forces assigned to protect shipping, and all naval districts and local guard forces. Thus, by the start of the Leyte battle, Toyoda controlled all Japanese naval assets and all combat naval air forces. Admiral Toyoda was considered by his peers to be an experienced and intelligent officer. He was a conservative strategist who had opposed Japan's decision for war against the United States. Like most of his fellow officers, he distrusted the Imperial Army. He had not held a combat or seagoing command since the start of the war, but his seniority and lack of a better candidate meant he was still selected to assume command of the Combined Fleet after the death of Admiral Koga Manechi in March 1944 from an aircraft crash. Toyoda assumed command of the Combined Fleet on May 3, 1944, and immediately was tested when the Combined Fleet attempted to fight a decisive battle in defense of the Marianas the following month. Using the plan devised by Koga, the Combined Fleet suffered a catastrophic defeat. Now Toyoda was forced to plan an even more desperate defense of the Philippines with a crippled fleet. Though he had no good options, the plan he developed was fatally flawed and resulted in the destruction of the Combined Fleet as an effective force. The Battle of the Philippine Sea was fought by the Combined Fleet's principal operational command, the 1st Mobile Force. In mid-September, this entity was redesignated Mobile Force Main Body and remained under the command of Vice Admiral Ozawa Gisaburo. The main body was built around the old 3rd Fleet, which was the Imperial Japanese Navy's carrier force. By the start of the Leyte battle, it consisted of 3 carrier divisions and 3 divisions of escort ships. By October 1944, Ozawa was the Navy's most capable and experienced officer. Before the war, he had been an air power advocate and had also held the job as Combined Fleet Chief of Staff. When the war began, he was entrusted with the vital task of conquering the resource areas of Southeast Asia. After successfully completing this mission, he led forces into the Indian Ocean in April 1942. In November 1942, he assumed command of the 3rd Fleet. As commander of the 1st Mobile Force at Philippine Sea, he fought an intelligent battle, but his carriers were outclassed by American technical and numerical superiority. Though given a mission at Leyte Gulf to sacrifice his remaining carriers, he conducted his role as professionally as possible. After the war, he made the most favorable impression of all the Japanese admirals interrogated by the Americans. Effective in August, the combined fleet's other primary commands were placed under Ozawa's command. The most important of these was the 1st Diversionary Attack Force, under the command of Vice Admiral Kurita Takeo. This was the old Second Fleet, which traditionally contained the bulk of the combined fleet's heavy cruisers. By October, Kurita's force included 3 battleship divisions, 3 heavy cruiser divisions, 2 destroyer squadrons, and 1 destroyer division. Totaling 42 ships, this was the cream of the Imperial Navy, and was the centerpiece of Toyoda's plan for the defense of the Philippines. Kurita was an experienced commander, and had been involved in almost every major battle of the war to date. In light of his later controversial decision at Leyte, it is worth looking at his war record in detail. At the start of the Pacific War, he was in command of a division of 4 heavy cruisers. These ships supported the invasion of Malaya, and later the Netherlands East Indies. In the last stage of the campaign, Kurita's force was covering the invasion of western Java, and was surprised by 2 Allied cruisers. Kurita's ships reacted slowly, but sank the Allied ships, including the American heavy cruiser Houston. In the process, they also torpedoed and sank 5 Japanese transports. In April 1942, Kurita led his cruisers into the Indian Ocean. He was also present at Midway, where he suffered defeat for the first time. His cruisers were ordered to proceed to Midway Atoll without air cover and shell the airfield there. This was a foolish order, as evinced when his ships came under American air attack. One of his cruisers was sunk, and a second, Mogami, later to see action at Leyte, was heavily damaged. Kurita's other 2 cruisers left the scene and were undamaged. In July 1942, Kurita assumed command of a battleship division of 2 Congo-class battleships. He was given orders again to take his ships to shell an American airfield, this time Henderson Field on Guadalcanal. Using battleships in the restricted waters around Guadalcanal was controversial and risky, but after a protest, Kurita carried out his orders. On the night of October 13th, Kurita conducted the most successful Japanese battleship action during the entire war, when he unleashed a devastating bombardment of Henderson Field that temporarily neutralized the airfield. Even in this moment of triumph, Kurita decided to break the bombardment off 15 minutes early to avoid any American counterattack. Building on this success, Kurita was next given command of the Second Fleet. As part of the 1st Mobile Force, Kurita commanded one of Ozawa's carrier task groups at the Battle of the Philippine Sea. After the first day of disastrous air attacks, Kurita advised Ozawa to retire before the Americans could launch a retaliatory airstrike. Ozawa ignored this advice and was struck late the next day, losing a carrier and 2 oilers. When the Second Fleet was sent south to the Singapore area and renamed the 1st Diversionary Attack Force, Kurita retained command. Kurita's personality did not make him the best choice to command the most important Japanese naval force in the most desperate operation of the war. His war record and observations from other officers indicated that Kurita was a dogged and highly experienced commander. He was certainly no coward, but he was clearly a cautious commander and cannot be called aggressive. He was a taciturn man, even being viewed as dim by some of his contemporaries. Kurita was known to show concern for his men, and this sometimes clouded his thinking. He mistrusted the combined fleet staff. Above all, he was a realist. All of these traits were evinced during the battle. Since he never really explained his thinking during the battle after the war, Kurita remains a controversial and mysterious figure to this day. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force was split into 3 sections. Kurita retained direct command of the first 2, but the 3rd section was given to Vice Admiral Nishimura Soji. This was a scratch force of 7 ships, including 2 old battleships, tasked to proceed independently to support the main attack of Kurita's force. Nishimura also played a controversial role in the battle, so his background is also important. Originally an expert in navigation, he switched his area of expertise to torpedoes. Nishimura was a true sea dog, spending the vast majority of his career at sea and detesting shore tours. From 1936 to 1938, he attended the Naval Staff College and was allowed to take the exams necessary for promotion to flag rank without completing all the classes. After his Naval Staff College experience, Nishimura was even more disdainful of armchair strategists and remained more comfortable at sea. During the Pacific War, Nishimura gained extensive combat experience. As commander of a destroyer squadron, he suffered defeat and embarrassment at the Battle of Balikpapan in February 1942, when the invasion force he was charged to protect was attacked by a force of 4 American destroyers. The bold American attack sank several transports, and the attacking ships escaped unscathed. In October 1942, Nishimura commanded a force of heavy cruisers that conducted an ineffectual bombardment of Henderson Field during a critical point in the campaign. In spite of his mixed combat record, he was promoted to vice admiral. After a brief period ashore, Nishimura was given command of Battleship Division 2 in September 1944. This unit consisted of battleships Fuso and Yamashiro, that later became the heart of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force's 3rd section. During the battle for Leyte Gulf, Nishimura exhibited a determined and fatalistic attitude. He has been accused by most historians of simply rushing headlong into his death and pointlessly sacrificing the men under his command. Nishimura knew his small command was expendable and probably faced annihilation, but he was determined to carry out his mission if it contributed to Kurita's success. Instead of being a rash fool, by all accounts from both subordinates and superiors, he was a serious and studious man who considered all options during planning. Also directly subordinate to the combined fleet was a geographic command responsible for the Philippines known as the Southwest Area Force. It was led by veteran commander Vice Admiral Mikawa Guinichi. Though he commanded few forces, he played an important role in the planning for the defense of the Philippines. Mikawa began the war as the commander of battleships in the Imperial Japanese Navy's carrier force. Next, he was assigned as the commander of the 8th Fleet in Rabaul and played a central role in the Guadalcanal campaign. He personally led a cruiser force in reaction to the initial American landings on Guadalcanal. The resulting Battle of Savo Island was one of the worst American naval defeats of the war. The last major Imperial Japanese Navy force in the battle was the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force under the command of Vice Admiral Shima Kiyohide. This was the former 5th Fleet, which was renamed and reassigned to Ozawa's command in August 1944. Shima was an Etajima classmate of Nishimura and was slightly senior to him. Unlike Nishimura, Shima was not a sea dog, having spent most of his career on staffs with a specialty in communications. During the war, he commanded 2 cruiser divisions before being promoted to vice admiral in May 1943. Shima assumed command of the Fifth Fleet in February 1944. While his actions during the battle were not as controversial as those of Ozawa or Nishimura, they still came in for criticism from Japanese officers. One of his contemporaries stated that Shima was a gentleman, well suited to staff work. But as a fleet commander he was found wanting, especially in chaotic night battles. Another stated that Shima possessed a forceful character. Both descriptions were accurate in October 1944. Also under Mikawa's command was a small force designated the Southwest Area Guard Force and charged with conducting a reinforcement mission to Leyte. This was described by the Japanese as a counter-landing operation. Vice Admiral Sakanju Naomasa commanded this force. He was convicted of war crimes for the execution of Allied prisoners in March 1944 and was hanged after the war. Land-based air forces were an important aspect of most Imperial Navy operations. Two formations participated in the defense of the Philippines. The 1st Air Fleet, redesignated the 5th Base Air Force by the start of the battle, was subordinate to Mikawa's Southwest Area Force and was commanded by Vice Admiral Onishi Takejiro. Onishi was one of the Imperial Japanese Navy's principal air power advocates and was known as an aggressive commander. He initiated deliberate suicide attacks during the battle. The 2nd Air Fleet, later the 6th Base Air Force, was commanded by Vice Admiral Fukudome Shigeru, effective June 1944. He was an influential and controversial figure, being the Combined Fleet's Chief of Staff in 1943–44. In the same incident that killed Admiral Koga, Fukudome's plane crashed, and he was captured by Philippine guerrillas. He was able to escape the stain of being captured and assumed command of the 2nd Air Fleet. On October 22nd, he flew to the Philippines with all his available aircraft to reinforce Onishi's command. All Combined Fleet submarines were subordinate to the 6th Fleet, headquartered in Kure, Japan. This formation, down to some 13 operational submarines, in October 1944, was commanded by Vice Admiral Miwa Shigeyoshi. Shogo comes to life. Defeat at the Battle of the Philippine Sea, followed by the fall of Saipan and other islands in the Marianas, made Japan's position perilous. The attempt to fight a decisive battle in defense of the Marianas resulted in a decisive defeat. Not only was the Combined Fleet brushed aside, but Japan's absolute defensive line had been penetrated. Because the Battle of the Philippine Sea marked the effective end of the Combined Fleet's carrier force, the ability of the Imperial Japanese Navy to conduct subsequent operations was fatally compromised. Nevertheless, since the next American advance threatened Japan with economic strangulation, the Imperial Japanese Navy was determined to conduct an all-out response, whatever the odds of success were. Loss of the Marianas, combined with MacArthur's advance up the coast of northern New Guinea, forced the Japanese to fall back to their inner defense line. This extended from the Kuriles through the Japanese home islands, then to the Ryukyu Islands and Formosa, to the Philippines, and down to the Netherlands East Indies. Defense of the inner line was sufficiently important to prompt the planning of another decisive battle. The Japanese identified the Philippines as the linchpin in this defense, as it connected Japan with the resource areas in the south. As the Americans debated whether and when to land in the Philippines, the Japanese had no doubts that the Philippines would be next. In March 1944, Imperial General Headquarters assessed that the American advances in the Central Pacific and through the Southwest Pacific would soon converge on the Philippines. This view was supported by MacArthur's April invasion of Hollandia on New Guinea and Nimitz's landing on Saipan in June. The Japanese possessed no intelligence regarding future American plans. Instead, they considered American capabilities and projected their most likely next moves. Using this common-sense approach, the Japanese deduced that the Philippines were the next American target. They were unsure as to what island in the Philippines would be struck first, though Mindanao was suspected as the most likely initial target. Probable time for the initial landing in the Philippines was assessed to be mid-November. This was a very solid piece of deduction, and correctly reflected the initial American target and landing date for their return to the Philippines. The Imperial Army and Navy did not agree on much, but they did agree that defense of the Philippines was critical to Japan's ability to continue the war. Accordingly, the two services concluded the Army-Navy Central Agreement on July 24, 1944, to prepare for a decisive battle. In spite of this agreement, no joint plan for defense of the Philippines or any other area in the inner defense zone was ever prepared. Both the Imperial Army and Navy prepared their detailed plans for the defense of the Philippines separately. An example of this parallel planning was the lack of coordination for air operations. Though the Army's 4th Air Army and the Navy's 5th Base Air Force signed an agreement to cooperate in their attacks against American carrier forces, no Army assistance was ever forthcoming. Despite the Imperial Army's identification of Leyte as the likely location of the American landing, only one division was on the island when the Americans arrived in late mid-October. If the inner defense line consisting of the home islands, the Ryukyus, Formosa, the Philippines, and the Netherlands East Indies could be held, Japanese war industry would continue to receive the resources required to produce essential war materials. If this defense line was penetrated, the war would be lost, since oil and other vital resources could not reach the home islands. Without oil, the combined fleet's surface ships and submarines would be worthless. The highest priority in their inner defense line was the Philippines, since this was assessed to be the Americans' next target. Accordingly, Imperial General Headquarters gave the Philippines top priority for preparations for the anticipated decisive battle. The plan for the decisive battle was designated Shogo, Victory Operation. American invasions of the Philippines, Formosa Ryukyus, Honshu Kyushu, and Hokkaido Kurils were given separate variants of the Show plan. Show 1 was the plan for the Philippines, and was the one the Japanese expected to employ. On August 19th, Imperial General Headquarters formally presented Shogo to the Prime Minister and the Emperor at a meeting of the Supreme War Guidance Council. Prime Minister Koiso Kuniaki, appointed after the loss of the Marianas, pressed the leaders of the Army and Navy to use all available resources to fight the decisive battle. Having received a promise of fighting the battle with a firm conviction of victory, the plan was approved. Planning the naval component of Show 1 was the responsibility of the combined fleet under Admiral Toyoda. He was totally convinced that the Imperial Japanese Navy had no choice but to do everything possible to defend the Philippines. In his view, if the Philippines were lost, and the sea lines of communications between Southeast Asia and Japan were severed, the fleet would become a white elephant through lack of oil. Toyoda admitted after the war that the plan he devised was contrary to accepted wisdom, but he felt he had no choice but to commit the remaining strength of the combined fleet before it became irrelevant. Toyota had more than a few problems to consider as he began to plan Shogo. In the aftermath of the defeat in the Philippine Sea, the combined fleet's carrier force returned to Japan to train new aviators. This process was expected to take until mid-November. Until then, the principal striking power of the combined fleet would be its heavy surface ships. Because fuel stocks in Japan were inadequate to support the entire fleet, the heavy surface ships were forced to go to Linga Roads, near Singapore, to be near fuel sources in the Netherlands East Indies. Thus, the remaining strength of the combined fleet was geographically divided by some 2,500 nautical miles. This was a huge handicap, since it forced the main fleet elements to fight separately and increased the difficulty of force synchronization. Toyota and his staff quickly drew up the naval plans necessary for Shogo. Combined Fleet Top Secret Operations Order No. 84, issued on August 1st, provided the outline of operations and the groupings of naval forces. More detailed force employment directions were presented on August 4th in Combined Fleet Top Secret Operations Order No. 85. The completed plans were presented to the subordinate commanders at a conference in Manila on August 10th. The primary objective was to destroy the American landing force before it could deliver its men and supplies ashore. The force tasked to do this was the 1st Diversionary Attack Force coming up from Linga to attack the invasion force in the Mindanao area, which, at this point, was where the Japanese expected the invasion to fall. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force would depart from Linga, execute a refueling stop at Brunei, and still arrive in Davao Bay off Mindanao, in order to attack the invasion force before it landed. If the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was unable to attack the invasion force before it began landing operations, then it would arrive at the invasion site within 2 days of the beginning of the landing. Supporting the main attack by the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was the Mobile Force main body, with all 8 of its carriers and 2 hybrid battleship carriers, and the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. Operating together, these forces would depart from the inland sea and proceed south to attack American carrier task forces in the area east of Mindanao. It is noteworthy that at this point, the main body was not acting as a decoy force to draw the American carrier force away from the invasion area. Japanese land-based air forces in the central and southern Philippines, reinforced by additional units staging through Formosa and Luzon, would also attack American carrier formations. Attacks by land-based air forces were scheduled for the day before the 1st Diversionary Attack Force would storm into the invasion anchorage. Also coordinated with the attack of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was the movement of Imperial Army reinforcements to the threatened spot. This first draft of Show 1 was modified extensively up until the start of the battle, but its overall scheme of maneuver was essentially unchanged, and it provided the basis for the combined fleet's last major battle. There were assumptions incorporated into the plan that glossed over major problems critical for the plan's success. The most obvious was the requirement that the place and time of the American landing be deduced early enough to allow the 1st Diversionary Attack Force time to attack the invasion force before it could disembark its troops. This assumption was not totally based on wishful thinking, since the Japanese planned to conduct air searches out to 700 nautical miles from the Philippines. If these were successful in detecting approaching American forces, this would provide several days' warning of the invasion. The biggest assumption was that the 1st Diversionary Attack Force would be able to approach the invasion area without effective air cover while being subjected to American air attack. At this point, it was envisioned that the 1st Diversionary Attack Force would operate as a single entity. This huge force of 7 battleships, 12 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 20 destroyers had the primary mission of brushing aside American surface forces on its way to attack the invasion fleet. Its secondary mission was to mop up American carrier forces damaged by air attack. From the very beginning, there was friction between planners on the combined fleet staff who devised Show 1 and the officers of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force who were charged to execute it. At the August 10th conference in Manila to review the plan, Kurita's chief of staff presciently asked if he could attack an American carrier force if the opportunity presented itself, and then return to attack the invasion force. The combined fleet representatives agreed that this would be acceptable. But the angst felt by officers in the 1st Diversionary Attack Force who were being ordered to attack transports instead of fighting a decisive battle would only grow. In their view, the enemy's carrier force should be the primary target, since if it was destroyed, the American advance could be stopped. Destruction of the invasion fleet would only result in a temporary delay to American plans. The worst fear of Kurita's chief of staff, and no doubt that of Kurita himself, was that Japanese air reconnaissance would fail to detect the invasion force far enough away from its objective to provide adequate warning for the 1st Diversionary Attack Force to attack it before the landing was begun. In this worst-case scenario, the cream of the Imperial Navy would be committed to attack empty transports and probably be annihilated by relentless air attacks from an intact American carrier force. According to Kurita's chief of staff, the intent by the 1st Diversionary Attack Force to engage in a fleet engagement with the American carrier force, if given the opportunity, was fully understood by Combined Fleet Headquarters. Show 1 underwent an important modification in early September. It was at this point that the mobile force main body, clearly lacking the means to conduct effective attacks against the American carrier force, began to be considered as a possible decoy force responsible for diverting the American carrier force to the north. It is not clear exactly when this shift in mission for Ozawa's force took place. His chief of staff indicated after the war that the shift was done quickly in conjunction with Combined Fleet Headquarters. By telephone, we decided. It was planned on the spur of the moment. The new mission for the mobile force main body required it to coordinate with the 1st Diversionary Attack Force in order to divert the American carrier force to the north in the 2 days prior to the 1st Diversionary Attack Force reaching and attacking the American invasion force. The main body would move to a position northeast of the Philippines and launch attacks on the American carrier force to draw attention to itself. The composition of the force was also modified. Ozawa insisted that the force be reduced to the minimum required to conduct its decoy mission. Instead of the 8 carriers the main body possessed on paper, only 4 were required to steam to their probable destruction. Another variant of the plan shifted a carrier division from the main body to strengthen the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. Carrier Division 1, with its 2 new Unryu-class fleet carriers, was expected to join the main body at the end of December following the completion of the training for their air groups. The limited striking power of the carriers of the main body thrust an even greater responsibility on the land-based air forces. In the case of Show 1, The 5th Base Air Force in the Philippines would be reinforced by the 6th Base Air Force from Formosa. Together, these would wait until the day before the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was scheduled to penetrate the invasion area, to mount all-out attacks against the Americans. Carriers were the top priority, followed by the amphibious force. In the case of Show 2, the defense of Formosa, the same timing and target prioritization applied, but the 5th and 6th Base Air Forces would be reinforced by the 7th Base Air Force, based on Kyushu, and the elite Imperial Navy and Army Combined T Attack Force. Show 1 in detail. Despite the reservations of the officers of the fleet, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force prepared extensively for its role in Show 1. Having unlimited fuel from the nearby facilities at Palembang, Sumatra, the fleet trained hard. Knowing that his force would have to proceed to its objective under heavy air attack, Kurita ordered that anti-aircraft drills and evasive maneuvering under air attack be rehearsed. Another area of emphasis was night combat training. Torpedo drills were incessantly practiced, and gunnery exercises using star shells and radar were conducted. The final focus area was penetration of an enemy anchorage, since this was not an operation the Imperial Japanese Navy had previously conducted. 3 likely landing areas were studied: Lamon Bay in southern Luzon, Leyte Gulf, and Davao Gulf off Mindanao. Training was conducted at a relentless pace until mid-October, when Kurita decided that the American invasion was imminent. Accordingly, on October 15th, he ordered training to cease, replenished his ships, and ordered that all preparations be made to depart Linga. On 3 occasions, September 4th to the 6th, September 9th, and September 14th to the 16th, Kurita's commanders conducted war games using Davao Gulf as the target. The first detailed plan of the attack was completed on September 18th. In this iteration, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force would be kept together as one large force. After the American invasion force was detected off Leyte and Show 1 was activated, Combined Fleet Headquarters issued the sortie order for those units participating in the operation. The order included the routing of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force through the Philippines and the tentative day for the penetration into Leyte Gulf. Using the San Bernardino Strait, Kurita's force would enter Leyte Gulf early on October 24th. Ozawa's mobile force, main body, would arrive off eastern Luzon 1 or 2 days before to perform its decoy function. The 2nd Diversionary Attack Force and the 3 ships of Cruiser Division 16 from Kurita's force were assigned to the Southwest Area Force and ordered to prepare for the counter-landing operation. The selection of the day and time of the penetration into Leyte Gulf was vital, not only because it determined how quickly the American invasion could be attacked, but because it provided the central action that all other combined fleet forces had to synchronize with. It was quickly realized that the tentative selection of October 24th as penetration day was unrealistic. Even at this very early point, Show 1 began to crumble, primarily due to sloppy staff work. While the 1st Diversionary Attack Force had been brought to a high state of readiness, this was not the case with other commands participating in Show 1. None of the submarines of the Advance Expeditionary Force were ready to depart their bases in Japan. All required at least 48 hours before they could sortie. Ozawa indicated that he would need until the afternoon of October 20th to load aircraft and depart. The biggest problem was with fuel. even though it was long planned that the first diversionary attack force would proceed to Brunei to refuel before heading to the Philippines. The combined fleet's staff failed to make the necessary arrangements for tankers. Only 2 tankers had been originally requested, which was clearly inadequate for Kurita's force. On the evening of October 18th, 4 more tankers were requested at the expense of the Imperial Army. This prompted the comment from Army planners that their Navy counterparts had committed a major misstep. After confirming the location of the American invasion and rectifying the fuel situation, the combined fleet finally issued the final plan for Show 1 on the morning of October 20th. Kurita's attack into Leyte Gulf was set for the morning of October 25th. The operations of the other naval forces were adjusted to this. The air offensive by the 5th and 6th Base Air Forces was set for October 24th. The mobile force, main body, had to be positioned to execute its mission by the same day. Toyota's plan centered on the first diversionary attack force and its ability to enter Leyte Gulf to attack the American invasion force. The detachment of Cruiser Division 16 to support the counter-landing operation left Kurita with considerable firepower in the form of 7 battleships, 11 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 19 destroyers. Later, on the morning of October 20th, Combined Fleet Headquarters sent Kurita a suggestion on how to execute his attack. Combined Fleet assessed that the attack into Leyte Gulf would be better conducted as a pincer attack instead of as a single thrust. In typical Japanese style, the suggested change in the plan was not worded as an order, but as a preference. This was not a suggestion that Kurita could refuse, so it was adopted, and Kurita split his force into 2 groups. The main attack, conducted by Sections A and B with 5 battleships, 10 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers, would transit the San Bernardino Strait and attack Leyte Gulf from the north. A supporting attack would be made from the south through Surigao Strait with Section C, consisting of 2 battleships, 1 heavy cruiser, and 4 destroyers. The main attack force would be under Kurita's personal command, while responsibility for the supporting attack went to Vice Admiral Nishimura. The advice from Combined Fleet Headquarters was in keeping with the propensity of Japanese planners to conduct attacks from multiple axes. By dividing his force into 2, Kurita increased the possibility of creating confusion and gaining surprise. Kurita viewed Nishimura's small force as a decoy, which might reduce the pressure on his main force. There were also tactical reasons for detaching the 7 ships of Section C. The heart of Nishimura's force was the 2 Fuso-class battleships. These were the slowest ships in the entire first diversionary attack force. By detaching them, Kurita was increasing the speed that his main force could use, therefore increasing his operational and tactical flexibility. Since the 2 battleships were the least protected, Kurita thought their actual combat power was marginal, and that he lost little by detaching them. Also, the staff and communications of the staff of Nishimura's Battleship Division 2 was considered weak. Overall, Kurita probably considered the 2 old battleships as an impediment. He readily detached them and provided them with as small an escort as possible. Having decided to split his force, Kurita now had to select the route his main force would use to get from Brunei to San Bernardino Strait. This was a critical choice because Kurita wanted to avoid detection from American aircraft or submarines for as long as possible. Underpinning everything was the fuel factor. The route chosen would determine the distance and speed required to meet the deadline of arriving at Leyte Gulf on the morning of October 25th. The route selected would impact the fuel condition of Kurita's destroyers, which had the shortest endurance. Kurita's staff came up with 3 possible routes. The first route was the most direct. It used the Balabic Strait and then ran south of Palawan Island before entering the Sibuyan Sea and continuing to Leyte Gulf. It had the attribute of requiring the least fuel, but was considered to be the most exposed to detection and attack by American land-based aircraft. The second route went well north of Palawan through the dangerous ground, and then through the Mindoro Strait into the Sibuyan Sea. Because it was the longest route, it would have required a refueling of the destroyers on the way. The final route ran from Brunei along the Palawan Passage north of Palawan, and then into the Mindoro Strait. Kurita rejected the first route because of the air threat. The second route he rejected because of the extra fueling requirement. Despite the fact that the route through the Palawan Passage had the greatest submarine threat, this is the one chosen by Kurita. This was a poor selection by Kurita on 2 accounts. One was the increased submarine threat. The selected route was in an area where American submarines were known to be operating. The second factor was the exposure not to long-ranged bombers. All 3 routes were within range of B-24s flying from Morotai, but to aircraft from Task Force 38. Using this route placed Kurita's force within the morning search range of the Task Force 38 carrier task group operating off southeast Luzon. Detection by the morning search meant a full day of strikes. Had the detection been delayed until Task Force 38's afternoon search, the time of exposure to air attack would have been reduced. Ozawa's role. Kurita estimated that he had a 50% chance of reaching his objective. If he was to have any chance, Ozawa's Mobile Force main body had to perform its mission well, and hoped that Halsey took the Third Fleet north. The success of Show 1 depended on finding a way to neutralize the Third Fleet. Toyota's preferred method was to neutralize the American carriers with a direct attack from land-based air power based in the Philippines. This offered little chance of success, as even Toyota assessed. Realizing that his land-based air forces were too weak to neutralize the American carriers, Toyota's primary plan for dealing with the Third Fleet was using the Mobile Force main body to lure Halsey's carriers to the north. This would open the door for Kurita to break into the Philippine Sea via the San Bernardino Strait and then head south to Leyte Gulf. Ozawa had to scramble to get his force ready to play its critical role. In the aftermath of the disastrous attempt by land-based Japanese air forces to attack Task Force 38 off Formosa, Ozawa had to quickly assemble some scratch air groups for his carriers. Most of his carrier air groups were committed by Toyota to reinforce the strikes against Task Force 38, and losses to these precious assets were heavy. Ozawa was able to assemble some scratch air groups by the morning of October 20th. To conduct its mission, Ozawa planned to be northeast of Luzon by October 23rd or 24th to support Kurita's planned attack on October 25th. At this point, the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force was still under Ozawa's command. He ordered it to move to a position east of Luzon by October 23rd. Ozawa planned to use Shima's force as an advance guard, and to have it send out false radio messages to deceive the Americans. If conditions permitted, the large destroyers and 2 battleships from the Mobile Force main body would join with the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force to engage American remnants after Ozawa's airstrikes. This plan did not survive long. On October 21st, Combined Fleet took the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force from Ozawa and assigned it to the Southwest Area Force. Without his advance guard, Ozawa planned to take the Mobile Force main body to a position some 275 nautical miles northeast of Cape Engano by the morning of October 24th. He planned to make a morning and an afternoon search to find the American carriers. Once the location of the American carriers had been confirmed, an all-out strike was planned. If the aircraft were faced with a dusk or night landing, which was beyond the capabilities of the poorly trained air crews, surviving aircraft would be ordered to land on Luzon. In the meantime, his ships would issue radio messages to increase the possibility of being detected by the Americans. If this failed to draw the American carriers north, the backup plan was to form an advance guard and send it south to draw the Americans' attention. The role of the land-based air forces. The Combined Fleet placed great importance on the role of its land-based air forces in the forthcoming decisive battle. Even though the massive effort to destroy Task Force 38 off Formosa had just failed, 5th and 6th Base Air Forces were tasked to try again in the days before the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was scheduled to attack into Leyte Gulf. Toyota ordered the base air forces to start their attacks against Task Force 38 on October 24th. Accordingly, Fukudome planned to move almost the entire 6th Base Air Force from Formosa to various bases in the Philippines to reinforce Onishi's battered 5th Base Air Force. The move from Formosa was scheduled for October 22nd. Because of expected bad weather on October 24th, the massive airstrike was moved up to October 23rd. The perilous state of Japanese air power made many Japanese officers advocate for the adoption of special attack tactics. This was a euphemism for deliberate suicide attacks by bomb-laden aircraft onto the decks of American ships. One of the most vocal advocates of this tactics was Vice Admiral Onishi, the newly appointed commander of the 5th Base Air Force. He immediately established the 1st Special Attack Corps. Blessed by Vice Admiral Mikawa, the first units were set up using the 201st Air Group as a basis. Using unconventional tactics, Onishi hoped to smash the decks of American carriers and render them inoperative. If possible, this was to occur by October 25th. Shima's and Nishimura's confusion. Another indication of the fatuous nature of Combined Fleet planning for Show 1 was the planning for and operations of the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. Shima's force appears to have been an afterthought in the planning process, having its mission and orders changed several times in the week before the battle. Shima's force was originally assigned to Ozawa's Mobile Force main body. Ozawa planned to use it as the advance force for his carrier fleet when it headed south on its decoy mission. Before Show 1 was even activated, Shima's force had a brush with annihilation. The 2nd Diversionary Attack Force, with its 2 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, and 7 destroyers, departed the inland sea and headed south in the early hours of October 15th. Shima was under orders to mop up cripples from Task Force 38, believed to be east of Formosa, and rescue downed Japanese aviators. Using Shima's small force for such a mission was utterly quixotic, and provided another example of the muddled thinking at Combined Fleet headquarters. Whatever damage suffered by Task Force 38 from Japanese air attack, it would still dwarf Shima's force. Despite the claims of Japanese aviators who reported massive damage to Task Force 38, Japanese air searches on October 16th indicated that Halsey's force was largely intact. This unfortunate truth was brought home to Shima when his ships came under American air attack that afternoon. He wisely decided to steam north out of range. After stopping briefly at Omani-Oshima on October 17th, Shima departed the next morning for Mako in the Pescadores, located between China and Formosa. While on the way to Mako on October 18th, Shima received orders detaching him from Ozawa's command and moving the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force under the command of Mikawa's Southwest Area Force. Shima's force was directed to go to Manila, where it would join Cruiser Division 16, which had just been detached from Kurita's fleet. Under Shima's command, the combined force would assume a new mission of escorting the transports carrying ground forces conducting counter-landing operations on the western side of Leyte. Shima resented the escort mission. His force would be better used to break into Leyte Gulf to attack the American invasion fleet. He began a campaign to get his force into the fight, supported by Mikawa, who assessed that the counter-landing mission could be accomplished without the assistance of the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. Mikawa went as far as to inform Shima on the afternoon of October 19th that his force was not required to support the counter-landing. Based on Mikawa's orders, Shima was already planning how to use his force to support the attack into Leyte Gulf. When Mikawa informed him that his force was not required for the counter-landing, Shima was quick to propose that his force cooperate with Kurita's force to storm into Leyte Gulf on October 25th. Shima planned that his attack would be through Surigao Strait and would be conducted independently, but in cooperation with Kurita. At this point, it is unclear if Shima was aware of the combined fleet's suggestion that Kurita conduct a pincer attack into Leyte Gulf. Early afternoon on October 21st, the combined fleet again ordered Shima to take part in the transport mission and ordered his force to Manila. At this point, 2 forces were assigned to the counter-landing operation with a total of 5 cruisers and 8 destroyers. This was a very questionable use of the combined fleet's limited resources. Mikawa proved to be tenacious in his desire to release Shima's force for a more appropriate mission. Twice on October 21st, he sent Combined Fleet Headquarters a blunt message that Shima should be assigned the mission of supporting Kurita's attack into Leyte Gulf. At 0900 the following morning, Toyota relented. The Shima force was ordered to assist Kurita's force in its attack into Leyte Gulf. As Mikawa and Combined Fleet Headquarters debated how best to use Shima's force, Nishimura's force had already received orders to use Surigao Strait for its attack into Leyte Gulf. Kurita was unaware that Shima's force would also be ordered to take the same approach route into the Gulf. The only authority aware of this was Combined Fleet Headquarters, and it made no attempt to coordinate the operations of the 2 forces. Shima's force departed Mako at 1600 on October 21st. Finally cleared to take part in the attack into Leyte Gulf, Shima arrived at Coron Bay to refuel at 1800 on October 23rd. When he found no tankers waiting for him, he was forced to refuel his destroyers from his 2 heavy cruisers. At 0200 on October 24th, the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force departed Coron and headed to Surigao Strait. The movement of Shima's force was, by design, never coordinated with Nishimura's. Shima's intent was to operate independently from Nishimura's force and to attack through Saragasso Strait separately, and arrive at the area of the American beachhead at 0900 on October 25th. The original interval between the two forces was 5 hours, but Shima reduced it to an hour by the time his force began to enter the strait. This delay between the two forces ordered to attack through Saragasso Strait was known to Toyota, but he was content to let Shima plan his own battle. As a matter of course, the commander-in-chief of the combined fleet did not meddle in the operational plans of his principal subordinates. But if there was ever a case when he should have, it would have been here. The final plan for Nishimura's force was simple, but was still controversial. From Brunei, Nishimura's force was routed into the Sulu Sea, then the Mindanao Sea, and was scheduled to arrive in Leyte Gulf at dawn on October 25th. Nishimura was scheduled to arrive off the beachhead at 0430, and Kurita's main force at 0600. Kurita was content with this sequencing since it set up Nishimura's force as a diversion before the arrival of the main force. He also stated after the war that the delay was to avoid congestion with two forces attacking the same objective at the same time. It is almost certain that Kurita viewed Nishimura's force as nothing more than a sacrificial decoy. A force as small as Nishimura's could be nothing else. This is almost certainly also how Nishimura viewed his role, and explains why he was so intent on maintaining his schedule. Some of the survivors from Nishimura's ships were also clear on their role. One of the few surviving crewmen from Fuso recalled after the battle that his ship was on a surface special attack mission. With the role of Shima's force settled, the combined fleet's 4 main surface forces and 2 base air forces were ready to execute Toyota's decisive battle plan. Timing was critical for the success of Show 1. The mobile force, main body's diversion mission, had to be accomplished in time to save the 1st Diversionary Attack Force from coming under concerted American air attack as it transited the Sibuyan Sea. Ozawa's force departed its base in the Inland Sea on October 20th and exited the Bungo Strait that evening, undetected by American submarines. Kurita's force had departed earlier, leaving Linga at 0100 hours on October 18th. From Linga, it headed for Brunei Bay for refueling and a final pre-attack conference. After refueling, it departed Brunei at 0800 on October 22nd and began its fateful track to Leyte Gulf. Nishimura's section departed Brunei the same day at 1500. Just behind Nishimura's force was Shima's 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. If all went according to plan, the 3 surface forces would storm into Leyte Gulf on the morning of October 25th. Presaging the final approach of the Japanese forces, the land-based forces in the Philippines would make an all-out attack on the American carriers on October 24th. Speed was of the essence, since the American landing had occurred on October 20th, and with each passing day, the hope for crippling the invasion receded. Assessment of Show 1. The combined fleet's plan to defend the Philippines led to the largest naval battle in history. It also resulted in the destruction of the Imperial Navy as an effective force. Was this the result of the plan itself? If so, why did the Japanese even attempt it? Toyota felt he had no choice but to commit the remaining strength of the combined fleet to a desperate attempt to defend the Philippines. In his words, "If we are beaten at the Philippines, and even if the fleet remained to us, the southern sources of supply would be isolated. When it returned to Japanese waters, the fleet could not be refueled. Left in the south, it could not be supplied with arms and ammunition. It would be pointless, therefore, to lose the Philippines and save the fleet. This mindset of desperation was present throughout the planning for Shogo. In Imperial General Headquarters, the Navy admitted to the Army that the plan was an all-or-nothing operation. Even the Army advised against rashness and warned that the loss of the fleet would open the home islands to invasion. It cannot be denied that there was a fatalistic strain in the combined fleet's planning for the battle. The battle for Leyte might be the combined fleet's last opportunity to die with honor. Going down to defeat was preferable to the fate of surrendering the fleet, as was the case of the German Imperial Navy in 1918 and the Royal Italian Navy in 1943. The sentiment of allowing the fleet to die with honor was put succinctly by Rear Admiral Nakazawa Tasuku, Chief of the Navy's Operations Section, when talking to his Army counterpart. Please give the combined fleet the chance to bloom as flowers of death. This is the Navy's earnest request. The Show-1 plan reflected this desire much more than it represented a serious chance for victory in a decisive battle. Again, in Toyoda's own words, since without the participation of our combined fleet, there was no possibility of the land-based air forces in the Philippines having any chance against American forces at all, it was decided to send the whole fleet, taking the gamble. If things went well, we might obtain unexpectedly good results. But if the worst should happen, there was a chance we might lose the entire fleet. I felt the chance had to be taken. Thus, the planning basis for Show-1 was simple and utter desperation. If the plan was bad and disaster ensued, this was better than the alternative of having to surrender the fleet. Such assumptions did not provide a sound starting point for planning. The first issue with Shogo was the Japanese assumption that they could still fight a decisive battle in October 1944. For the Imperial Navy, the notion of a decisive battle was a cherished element of strategy. Even this late in the war, Toyoda clung to the notion that a decisive battle was possible. Against an opponent with the resources of the United States Navy, the idea that any one battle could be decisive was never viable. By this point in the war, the combined fleet simply lacked the capabilities to fight a battle that could in any sense be considered decisive. The divergence in strength was simply too great. The idea that Show-1 provided the opportunity for a decisive victory was strategic lunacy. Even if you grant to Toyoda his assumption that it was better to risk the fleet than to see it wither on the vine, the plan he and his staff devised did not provide the best chance of success. Of all the faults with Show-1, the most grievous was that the plan could not achieve its stated objective, defeating the invasion fleet before it had a chance to land its invasion force. If the first diversionary attack force had any chance of attacking the American invasion fleet before it landed on Leyte, adequate warning of the exact time and place of the landing was essential. This was the Achilles heel of Show-1. There were no prospects that such warning would be provided. To provide the necessary warning, long-range air reconnaissance was an essential element of the Show-1 plan. The fundamental weakness of the 5th Base Air Force and its inability to provide adequate warning jeopardized the entire plan. Knowing this, Toyoda meddled in the formulation of air search plans. His air reconnaissance plans for the Philippines called for searches up to 650 nautical miles from Manila, Davao, and Legazpi in southern Luzon. There was also an agreement with the Imperial Army to supplement the long-range Navy searches with short-range searches. Nevertheless, the Japanese air search plan totally failed to provide advance warning of the movement of American forces toward Leyte. The reason for this has to do with the general shortage of aircraft following Halsey's strikes in September, a lack of fuel, and the movement of the surviving aircraft to bases further west to provide some measure of protection. Thus, the first warning of the invasion did not come until October 17th, when the American advance force appeared off the approaches of Leyte Gulf. Even the seemingly definitive warning of an invasion fleet being spotted off Leyte Gulf was not sufficient for Toyota to act. There was a significant period of time between the first sighting on October 17th and the landings on October 20th. If the combined fleet was on alert, why didn't the Japanese use these 3 critical days to their advantage? The answer lies in the precarious Japanese logistics supporting the operation. Toyota had to be absolutely sure this was the invasion, because if it wasn't, and he initiated operations, the result would have been catastrophic for the Japanese. Without adequate warning, Kurita's force could not attack the American amphibious operation in its most vulnerable phase, but would only arrive days later. Compounding this fatal flaw was a further delay brought on by the inability of the combined fleet to arrange fueling arrangements for Kurita's force. In its final form, Show 1 called for the first diversionary attack force to arrive at the beachhead on October 25th, an incredible 5 days after the landing on Leyte. By this point, the invasion fleet had come and gone, as had the first reinforcement group, and the second reinforcement group had already placed its men and supplies ashore. On October 25th, the invasion of Leyte was already an American success, and the temporary appearance of a Japanese surface force off the beachhead was not going to reverse that. This meant that the combined fleet was being risked for no strategic purpose, and that even if Kurita had pressed his attack and lost his fleet, the Japanese would have gained little, if any, advantage. Kurita's worst fears would have been realized. He was attacking against heavy odds just for the opportunity to attack transports of the follow-up reinforcement echelons, not to crush the landing force before it got ashore. Kurita and his staff saw this clearly, and before the battle advocated a modification to the base plan that would allow the fleet's primary objective to shift to fighting the American carrier fleet if it came within striking distance. This was a much better use of the combined fleet's remaining strength instead of a pointless death attacking empty transports. The heart of Show 1 called on getting a large force of surface ships 1,160 nautical miles to an attack objective in the face of submarine and air attack. On the face of it, this seemed like sheer recklessness. Nevertheless, it came close to success. Had Kurita actually pressed into Leyte Gulf, another weakness of Show 1 would have become painfully apparent. Once Kurita's force entered the Gulf, there was no hope or any realistic plan to get it back out through the 2 easily blocked exits from the Gulf. The first diversionary attack force would have been trapped between the 7th Fleet and 3rd Fleet, each of which was more powerful than Kurita's force. The combined strength of the 3rd and 7th Fleets would have totally crushed Kurita's remaining ships. Since the entire Show 1 plan was nothing more than an acceptable method for the combined fleet to go down fighting, this oversight was of no great importance to Toyota. If Show 1 did have a clever aspect to it, This was the use of Ozawa's carriers as a lure to draw the American carrier force north. This aspect of the plan was fully successful, and has served to overshadow all the other illogical and faulty parts of Show 1. Yet the Japanese stumbled upon the use of Ozawa's force as a decoy. In an interview after the war, Toyota stated that the decoy was not part of the original plan, but was adopted after the invasion of Leyte. Despite mythology surrounding the battle, the decoy was not prepared for the over-aggressive Halsey. None of the principal Japanese officers who planned and executed the operation even mentioned that they knew who was in command of the American carrier force, and none described the decoy plan as being aimed at Halsey in particular. Their assumption, which was valid, was that the Americans had viewed the Japanese carriers as the principal threat throughout the war, and that this would not suddenly change in October 1944. The fact that the Japanese get too much credit for the successful decoy operation is backed up by the fact that there was no apparent thought given to what happened after the American carriers crushed the decoy force. The diversion may have succeeded in taking the Third Fleet away from Leyte temporarily, but there was no plan how to contain it after it annihilated the mobile force main body. Following the destruction of Ozawa's toothless force, Halsey was free to return south. His forces could have easily blocked access to the San Bernardino Strait and, if necessary, continued south to trap Kurita in Leyte Gulf. The operations of the other surface forces ordered to penetrate into Leyte Gulf were also unsound. Nishimura's force was clearly too weak to accomplish its mission. The refusal to coordinate the actions of Nishimura's and Shima's forces, even though they were operating in the same restricted waters and were pursuing the same objective, staggers the imagination. Another weakness of the plan was the dismissal of the weakness of Japanese land-based air power. Without significant assistance for the base air forces, the operations of the surface forces faced little prospects of success. In spite of the proof that Japanese air power was impotent against Task Force 38 provided off Formosa only a week before the American landings, Show 1 unfolded with very limited assistance from Japanese land-based air forces. Still, another serious flaw with the plan was the high level of coordination required among forces spread over a massive geographic area. As with almost all combined fleet plans during the war, Show 1 was an intricate plan that featured different forces attacking from different directions to surprise and confuse the enemy. Unless communications were flawless, the necessary synchronization of forces was easily disrupted. The operations and schedule of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was central to the entire plan, but each of the other forces played an important supporting role. If the timetable for any of the principal forces was disrupted, the entire plan was jeopardized. In summary, Show 1 had no prospects of strategic success. The disparity in strength between the Imperial Japanese Navy and the United States Navy in October 1944 precluded any outcome that looked like a Japanese victory. Show 1 was conceived under the conditions of near-total impotence by Japanese carrier and land-based air power. This forced the inclusion of the dubious premise that Japanese surface forces could operate without air cover and move significant distances under air attack and still achieve their objectives. Toyota and his staff glossed over the fact that Show 1 required a very high level of coordination from forces spread over a wide area. The fact that Show 1 did not contain any method to neutralize the Third Fleet, only to temporarily divert it, meant that even if Kurita's force had succeeded in reaching Leyte Gulf, it would have been caught between the 7th and 3rd Fleets and almost certainly annihilated. Most damning is the fact that had Show 1 gone largely to plan, and Kurita had attacked into the Gulf on October 25th, any result promised no strategic gain for Japan. Examined objectively, Show 1 had no chance of reversing the course of the war, and had a much higher chance of bringing about the complete destruction of the combined fleet. It was more about providing the Imperial Japanese Navy with a glorious opportunity to go down fighting, thus defending its peculiar brand of honor, than an opportunity to affect the outcome of the war. Was there a better alternative to Show 1? Obviously, Japan's situation in October 1944 precluded any realistic prospects of defeating a major American military operation. But was there a better alternative to the deeply flawed Show 1? Toyota was right about one thing. The combined fleet did have to fight for the Philippines, or the fleet would wither on the vine as its fuel tanks ran dry. But this did not mean that the fleet should be sacrificed in a battle without real hope. Fighting a battle without any real hope of victory is reckless. While time was not on Japan's side in late 1944, October was not the best time for Toyota to commit the combined fleet to a decisive battle. The weaknesses of its carrier fleet and land-based air forces guaranteed bitter defeat. Another alternative to fighting a hopeless battle for Leyte was to hold the combined fleet in reserve until it had a chance to rebuild its air strength. Fighting a decisive battle for Luzon in December or January, with the prospect of employing a more effective air force, was preferable to fighting a hopeless battle for Leyte in October. With a rebuilt carrier force available by the end of 1944, the combined fleet could have been united. This would have meant the surface force would have operated with some degree of air cover. Greater Japanese air strength brought to bear in the defense of Luzon could have posed a real challenge to the Americans, especially if the Japanese had actually coordinated Imperial Army and Navy air operations, and if the massive Japanese air attacks directed at the invasion fleet included suicide attacks. Ideally, suicide attacks would not have been conducted piecemeal, as scattered units were activated, but held in abeyance until massed attacks on a surprise defender could be conducted. In this hypothetical battle of Luzon in 1945, a massive American invasion force makes its way from Leyte Gulf to Lingayen Gulf in western Luzon. This was the actual American invasion plan executed in January of that year. The Japanese unleash massive conventional and suicide attacks on the invasion force. The combined fleet, still based at Linga, would have almost certainly have had much greater warning time of an American invasion fleet headed for Lingayen Gulf. Combined with a shorter transit time to strike the invasion fleet, the first diversionary attack force would have had a much greater chance of interdicting the invasion fleet before it reached the area. Much greater air cover could have been provided to Kurita's force, increasing its chances for success. The problem of handling Task Force 38 would have been much easier with a more effective land-based air force and with the shock value from the first massed use of suicide attacks. To provide protection to the invasion fleet, Task Force 38 would probably have been positioned in the South China Sea, making itself vulnerable to air attacks from multiple axes. Another factor making defense of Luzon more attractive for the Japanese was the greater capacity of the Imperial Army to mount a defense there. Fighting the decisive battle on Leyte had proved disastrous since, predictably, any forces sent there could not be sustained. This would not have been a problem on Luzon, where the Imperial Army could have fought a prolonged battle against MacArthur's ground forces as they did historically. Prolonged resistance would also have provided additional opportunities for Japanese air and naval forces to strike American reinforcement and resupply convoys. Dragging out resistance on Luzon and making it even more costly for the Americans would have been a far greater contribution to the Japanese war effort than a fairly brief period of resistance on Leyte. Using the fleet to prolong resistance on Luzon would have been preferable to an impossible attempt to win a decisive victory at Leyte. If the Japanese could have conserved their air, ground, and naval forces to fight a battle for Luzon in 1945, this would have been a much bloodier battle for the Americans. Just as in January 1945, it is unlikely that the American invasion would have been turned back, but a massive air-sea battle, followed by a prolonged ground campaign, would have been the bloodiest battle in the Pacific War to date for both sides. The Imperial Navy would still probably have suffered a catastrophic defeat, but it might have been a defeat that gave the Americans pause, since a staunch defense of the Philippines would have provided a preview to the bloodbath of future invasions against the Ryukyus and then the home islands. Chapter 3. Two Navies, Two Different Directions. At the start of the Pacific War, the Imperial Japanese Navy possessed a significant edge over the United States Navy in almost every category of combatants. This was particularly true in terms of naval aviation, where the Japanese possessed a much larger carrier force and a much larger and more capable land-based air force. Japanese naval land-based air forces provided a decisive edge during their advance into Southeast Asia. In addition to its numerical advantages, the Imperial Japanese Navy deployed a force that was highly trained and capable of outperforming Allied forces in most warfare areas. Using these advantages, the Imperial Japanese Navy had little trouble accomplishing its initial objectives. By February 15, 1942, the British situation in Southeast Asia was fatally compromised by the surrender of Singapore. Within just weeks, Allied forces in the Netherlands East Indies were also routed, leading to the Dutch surrender in early March. While the Japanese moved to secure the vital resource areas, they also attempted to destroy the United States Navy's Pacific Fleet. The first attempt was at the very start of the conflict. Led by the strongest naval force in the Pacific, the 6th Fleet Carriers of the striking force, the Japanese caught the Pacific Fleet by surprise at Pearl Harbor and inflicted heavy losses. Of the 8 battleships present, 5 were sunk or heavily damaged. Only 3 fleet carriers were available to the Pacific Fleet when hostilities opened, and 2 of these were in the Central Pacific on December 7, 1941. Neither was caught by the Japanese attack, but the attack on Pearl Harbor affirmed that naval air power was going to play a decisive part in the Pacific War. Had the Japanese kept the striking force together as a single operational entity, it would have been difficult for the Americans to counter. Instead, Yamamoto acquiesced to dividing it up to achieve multiple objectives. This proved successful until May 1942, when the 2 fleet carriers committed to support the planned invasion of Port Moresby on New Guinea were roughly handled by 2 American carriers in the first carrier battle of the war. Though one American carrier was lost in the Battle of the Coral Sea, both Japanese fleet carriers were unable to participate in the next carrier battle of the war fought the following month. The Battle of Midway was Yamamoto's second attempt to fight a decisive battle against the Pacific Fleet. His intent was thwarted by poor operational planning that forced his commanders to carry out an overly complex plan. The same plan negated Yamamoto's numerical advantage. At the tactical level, the striking force fought indecisively. All 4 of its carriers were lost in exchange for a single American fleet carrier. This was not the end of the combined fleet's carrier force, but Midway did mark the end of Japanese offensive operations in the Pacific War at the strategic level. Using his newly won initiative, Admiral King thrust the Pacific Fleet into its first offensive of the war. The target selected was Tulagi and Guadalcanal in the southern Solomons. The Americans took both places on August 7th, but an immediate Japanese counterattack marked the beginning of a 6-month campaign. During this period, American and Japanese naval forces fought 5 major surface actions and 2 carrier battles. The fulcrum of the entire campaign was the airfield on Guadalcanal that the Americans quickly brought into service, and that the Japanese were never able to fully neutralize. Control of the airfield meant the Japanese could never bring sufficient troops and supplies to the island to expel the Marine garrison. By February 1943, when the Japanese were forced to evacuate their remaining men from the island, both sides had suffered heavily. In total, 25 American surface combatants were lost, including 2 fleet carriers, while Japanese losses totaled 18 surface combatants, including a light carrier and 2 battleships. The Japanese had displayed superiority in night fighting. All 5 surface battles were fought at night, but American air power proved decisive. At the end of the campaign, the grinding attrition had crippled the Imperial Japanese Navy's carrier force and its land-based air force. Over just the first 4 months of the campaign, the land-based 11th Air Fleet lost 241 aircraft and over 800 irreplaceable aircrew. Combined with the losses in the Solomons campaign through November 1943, the Imperial Japanese Navy's cadre of highly trained and effective pre-war aviators was destroyed. Never again would the Imperial Japanese Navy's Air Force play a decisive part in Pacific War battles. Heavy Japanese naval and air losses at Guadalcanal and the Solomons left them unable to contest the Americans' Central Pacific drive when it began in November 1943. Japanese garrisons in the Gilberts and Marshalls fought bravely when attacked, but the outcome of these battles was preordained when the combined fleet failed to support them. Not until the Americans threatened the Marianas did the Japanese commit the combined fleet to another attempt to turn back the American advance. The Japanese operation during the Battle of the Philippine Sea was their 3rd attempt of the war to fight a decisive battle against the United States Navy. The plan revolved around using the rebuilt carrier fleet, supported by a large land-based air force, to destroy the Pacific Fleet's carrier force. Once this was accomplished, the combined fleet could destroy the American invasion force off Saipan. The plan was noteworthy for the central role of the Japanese carrier force and the vital supporting role of land-based air forces. Often overlooked is the combined fleet's weak strategic mobility. A lack of firm intelligence, combined with a minimal fuel and tanker situation, meant that the fleet could not be committed until the target of the American operation was beyond doubt. This forced a late start for the combined fleet. with the result that the decisive battle could not occur until the American invasion had already been conducted. Before the combined fleet made its appearance, after the location and timing of the American invasion had been confirmed, Japanese land-based air forces would have to extract significant attrition on American naval forces. The Japanese plan to defend the Marianas had been carefully considered, extensively rehearsed, and the forces designated to conduct it rebuilt to the greatest possible extent over many months. Even so, it was a spectacular failure. The Naval Balance, October 1944. By October 1944, the Pacific Fleet was superior to the combined fleet in every measure. As the once mighty Japanese carrier striking force had been reduced to impotence, the Pacific Fleet's fast carrier task force had grown into a weapon able to project power at a strategic level. The Pacific Fleet's surface force, once overmatched by the Japanese in night battles, had developed equipment and tactics that stripped the Japanese of their advantages at night and made it another area of American naval superiority. American amphibious forces had grown in power and sophistication and were now able to deliver large invasion forces in any threat environment. Not only did the Pacific Fleet outpace the Japanese in all warfare areas, but the size of American naval forces had also become overwhelming. Given this numerical edge, and the stream of additional aircraft and ships coming from American factories and yards, there was no possibility that a single engagement, however well it developed for the Japanese, could turn the tide of war. Backing up the growing torrent of American naval power was a massive logistical effort capable of sustaining an offensive of growing intensity. The companion PDF in your library has a table named Total Forces Employed at Leyte Gulf that illustrates the growing disparity of the two sides. But these numbers do not convey the Pacific Fleet's growing qualitative edge. The United States Navy. The Third Fleet. The Pacific Fleet's carrier force operated under a dual command arrangement. When the Fast Carrier Task Force was under the command of Admiral Spruance in his capacity as commander of the Fifth Fleet, it was designated Task Force 58. When under Halsey's Third Fleet, the designation changed to Task Force 38. The only difference was the fleet commander and his staff. Mitcher and his staff remained in place. Under Mitcher's direction, the Fast Carrier Task Force had revolutionized naval warfare in the Pacific. By massing carrier air power, the Fast Carrier Task Force had become an offensive weapon of unparalleled power. The first dramatic evidence of this was provided in February 1944, when Mitcher's carriers assaulted the combined fleet's principal anchorage at Truk Atoll. Over the space of 2 days, the Americans conducted 1,250 sorties against Truk. The Americans quickly seized control of the air over the atoll and destroyed 250 to 275 Japanese aircraft in the air and on the ground. Though the combined fleet had departed days before, damage to Japanese shipping was considerable. A total of 45 ships of all types totaling some 220,000 tons were sunk. Only 17 American aircraft were lost in combat over the 2 days. The Japanese air response was tepid, but they did manage to torpedo fleet carrier Intrepid, forcing her out of the war until August. Intrepid's damage at the hands of Japanese torpedo bombers was a rare event. Between January and June 1944, she was the only Task Force 58 ship damaged by Japanese aircraft. The radar-directed Hellcat fighters made it difficult for Japanese aircraft to attack Task Force 58 during the day, so most attacks were conducted at dusk or at night. This was the case when Intrepid was damaged in February. American Fleet Air Defense Doctrine received its biggest test yet during the Battle of the Philippine Sea in June 1944. Using fighter control directors at the task group and even task force level, Hellcats could be pooled and then vectored to deal with prioritized threats. American radars could detect large groups of Japanese aircraft flying at altitude at distances of up to 125 nautical miles. Interceptions at Philippine Sea were also conducted at extended ranges up to 60 nautical miles from the nearest Task Force 58 task force. This gave the Hellcats time to break up even large formations. At Philippine Sea, 4 major Japanese raids were mounted, with a total of 373 aircraft. Of these, 243 aircraft were shot down, the vast majority by Hellcats. The final factor in the ineffectiveness of Japanese air power was the poor tactical skills of Japanese aviators. Despite the efforts of the Hellcats, several large groups of Japanese aircraft broke through American defenses and were in a position to attack Task Force 58's capital ships. However, only one direct hit was gained, on battleship South Dakota. It hit one of the most heavily armored parts of the ship and caused minimal damage. 2 near misses were scored against carriers Wasp and Bunker Hill, but damage was again minimal, and the ships remained in action. On August 26th, Halsey assumed command of the Fast Carrier Task Force, which became Task Force 38. This force contained all the United States Navy's fast carriers and most modern battleships. It was organized into 4 task groups. In Mitcher's own words, the ideal composition of a fast carrier task force is 4 carriers, 6 to 8 support vessels, and not less than 18 destroyers, preferably 24. More than 4 carriers in a task group cannot be advantageously used due to the amount of air room required. Less than 4 carriers requires an uneconomical use of support ships and screening vessels. By October 1944, the flood of new ships arriving in the Pacific allowed Mitcher to fill out his vision. Ships were constantly being shuttled from one task group to another, so the composition of task groups was not static. On October 23rd, Task Force 38 was organized in this manner. Task Group 38-1, Vice Admiral John McCain. Fleet carriers Hancock, Hornet, Wasp. Light carriers Cowpens, Monterey. Heavy cruisers 3. Destroyers 21. Task Group 38-2, Rear Admiral Gerald Bogan. Fleet carrier Intrepid. Light carriers Cabot, Independence. Battleships Iowa, New Jersey. Light cruisers 3. Destroyers 18. Task Group 38-3, Rear Admiral Frederick Sherman. Fleet carriers Essex, Lexington. Light carriers Langley, Princeton. Battleships Massachusetts, South Dakota. Light cruisers 4. Destroyers 9. Task Group 38-4, Rear Admiral Ralph Davison. Fleet carriers Enterprise, Franklin. Light carriers Belleau Wood, San Jacinto. Battleships Alabama, Washington. Heavy cruisers 2. Destroyers 15. Task Force 38 was built around its large force of aircraft carriers, but it also contained many of the United States Navy's most powerful surface warships. American admirals sought methods to maximize the potential of these surface forces. Accordingly, it was doctrine for a battle line to be formed around the Fast Carrier Task Force's battleships when a fleet action seemed imminent. The battle line would operate in advance of the carrier task groups to place it in position to engage the Japanese fleet should circumstances permit. At the very least, the battle line could be used to destroy Japanese ships crippled by air attack. Spruance used this tactic at Philippine Sea. Though the battle line was never in a position to engage Japanese surface ships, it proved a success by drawing Japanese air attacks upon itself instead of against the carriers. Halsey intended to form the battle line again as part of his plan to crush the Japanese fleet. When formed, the battle line was designated Task Force 34 and was placed under Vice Admiral Willis Lee. Any decision to form Task Force 34 had real implications, since it stripped the heavy escorts from the screens of the carrier task groups and thus compromised their anti-aircraft protection. When formed, it would exhibit this organization. Task Force 34, Vice Admiral Willis Lee. Battleships Alabama, Iowa, Massachusetts, New Jersey, South Dakota, Washington. Heavy cruisers 2. Light cruisers 5. Destroyers 18. The ships. 8 fleet carriers operated with Task Force 38 during the battle. 7 of these were Essex-class ships. These were the most powerful ships of the entire war. Their arrival in the Pacific, beginning in May 1943, provided the backbone of the American advance during the last 2 years of the war. Essex-class carriers were massive ships, at 37,000 tons full load, and possessed a fine balance of offensive striking power, protection, and endurance. With a design emphasis on operating a large air group of 90 to 100 aircraft, they possessed massive offensive capabilities. Their offensive potential was combined with a top speed of 33 knots, endurance of over 15,000 nautical miles, and a protective anti-aircraft battery of 12 5-inch 38 guns, and as many as 72 40mm and 58 20mm guns. These ships proved to be resistant to damage, with crews well trained in damage control. None were lost during the war. The last fleet carrier operating with Task Force 38 was the veteran Enterprise. She was slightly smaller and less capable than the Essex-class carriers, but still carried an air group of 90 aircraft. Complementing the fleet carriers were 8 Independence-class light carriers. A total of 9 Cleveland-class light cruisers were converted into light carriers. This successful program provided the fast carrier task force with fast and well-protected ships. After conversion, the 15,000-ton full-load displacement hulls were large enough to embark a useful air group of 34 aircraft. Usually, light carrier air groups were focused on fleet air defense, allowing the fleet carriers to concentrate on offensive operations. A big part of Halsey's plans to crush the Japanese fleet was to unleash Task Force 34. Only once before during the war, during the attack on Truk, had the escorts of the fast carrier task force engaged Japanese surface forces. After being restricted to providing anti-aircraft protection to the carriers, the sailors aboard Task Force 34 ships were certainly itching for a chance to engage the Japanese. Because it never had an opportunity to engage the Japanese with its full combat power, it is hard to realize how much firepower Task Force 34 possessed. The centerpiece of Task Force 34 was its battle line of 6 battleships, all commissioned in 1941 or after. All 6 ships carried 16-inch guns and the best fire control systems available to any navy. This was combined with heavy protection, high speed, and the best level of anti-aircraft protection available. This balance made the United States Navy's modern battleships the most powerful in the world. Task Force 34 included 3 classes of modern battleships. Washington was one of 2 North Carolina-class ships, mounting 9 16-inch 45 guns and 20 5-inch 38 dual-purpose guns with a top speed of 28 knots. Alabama, Massachusetts, and South Dakota were 3 of the 4 ships of the South Dakota class. They carried the same main battery of 9 16-inch 45 guns, but were better protected than the North Carolina class. They were also slightly slower. Iowa and New Jersey were the first 2 ships of the Iowa class. The 4 ships of this class were the only United States Navy battleships built without restrictions from pre-war naval treaties. Unlike prior United States Navy battleships that emphasized protection, the Iowa class emphasized speed, top speed 33 knots. At over 57,000 tons full load displacement, they were also large enough to carry heavy protection and a main battery of 9 16-inch 50 guns. Halsey and his admirals wanted to give their battleships a crack at the Japanese, because they were convinced of the superiority of American battleships. In particular, the United States Navy's 16-inch naval rifle was thought to be a devastating weapon, and its fire control was proven to be highly effective. In fact, the advantage conferred on the United States Navy battleships by their superior fire control systems was immense. American battleships augmented their optical rangefinders with radar. The Mark 8 radar, introduced in 1943, was capable of blind fire, important in night or low visibility conditions, and could track a battleship-sized target at 40,000 yards. And a smaller target at up to 31,000 yards. Using their long-range fire control capabilities and superior protection, modern American battleships should have dominated older Japanese battleships. Only the 2 Yamato-class ships possessed comparable capabilities. Against these ships, the superior fire control systems aboard American battleships gave them a significant advantage. 2 types of heavy cruisers were embedded in Task Force 38. 5 pre-war treaty cruisers were present. These ships carried powerful 8-inch main batteries, but their design incorporated compromises in protection to meet tonnage restrictions. The second type of heavy cruiser was the Baltimore class, the first few ships of which had entered service. These were much larger than the treaty cruisers, with a full load displacement of over 17,000 tons. The Baltimore class was a balanced design with good protection, high speed, and heavy main, secondary, and anti-aircraft batteries. Early in the battle, Baltimore-class cruiser Canberra was torpedoed off Formosa, but survived. On balance, the Baltimore class was the finest class of heavy cruiser built during the war. Light cruisers assigned to Task Force 38 included 3 Atlanta-class ships. These were small cruisers without heavy armor, but carried a heavy 5-inch 38 battery, and were well suited for anti-aircraft duties. Wartime production also provided a large number of 10,000-ton Cleveland-class light cruisers. 6 operated with Task Force 38 during the battle. These ships mounted a formidable main battery of 12 6-inch guns with radar-directed fire control and a high rate of fire. These ships also carried significant anti-aircraft capabilities. Houston took 2 torpedoes in the early part of the battle, but was saved by her crew. The Cleveland class was the best light cruiser of the war. Task Force 38's destroyer force included a mix of pre-war and war-built destroyers. The most important class of destroyers was the Fletcher class. These large destroyers of some 2,500 tons full-load displacement possessed high speed, a main battery of 5 5-inch 38 guns, and 10 torpedo tubes. In a surface engagement, the destroyer's most powerful weapon was the torpedo. The standard United States Navy destroyer torpedo was the Mark 15. Early in the war, the Mark 15 experienced severe problems that restricted its effectiveness. These had finally been addressed by late 1943. During the Solomons campaign, United States Navy destroyers used new tactics and radar direction for their torpedoes. This combination made American destroyers formidable surface warfare ships. Carrier air groups and aircraft. The primary weapon of Task Force 38 was its carrier air groups. Essex-class carrier air groups were formidable offensive weapons. In early 1944, an Essex-class air group was comprised of 36 aircraft fighter squadron, a 36 aircraft dive bomber squadron, and a torpedo squadron with 18 aircraft. On July 31, 1944, authorization was given to reduce the dive bomber squadron from 36 to 24 aircraft and increase the size of the fighter squadron up to 54 aircraft. Also embarked was a detachment of 4 radar-equipped night fighters and usually some photo reconnaissance Hellcats. The size of the torpedo squadron was unchanged. In the short period before the Battle of Leyte Gulf, Essex-class air groups were transitioning to this new structure. The Independence-class light carrier embarked an air group of 25 fighters and 9 torpedo planes. The arrival of Essex-class carriers in mid-1943 was accompanied by the introduction of new aircraft to operate off their decks. The standard United States Navy carrier fighter at this period of the war was the Grumman F-6F-3 Hellcat. Upon entering combat service in summer 1943, the Hellcat immediately proved its superiority over its Japanese counterpart, the Mitsubishi A-6M Zero fighter. The Hellcat possessed important advantages in protection, speed, and firepower by virtue of its tough and armored airframe, armament of 6 50-caliber machine guns, and its powerful Pratt & Whitney R-2800 engine. The Zero retained an advantage in maneuverability, so Hellcat pilots were instructed to avoid dogfights with it. In addition to flying a superior airplane, United States Navy fighter pilots were much better trained and more experienced than all but a very few of their Japanese adversaries. The Hellcat was used in fleet air defense and air superiority roles. It also operated occasionally during this period of the war as a fighter bomber. However, the primary offensive weapons in a fleet carrier's air group were its dive bombers and torpedo bombers. By October 1944, the only carrier dive bomber was the Curtiss SB-2C Helldiver. After an excessively long gestation period, the SB-2C3 version successfully addressed a series of lingering problems and was approved for fleet service. The Helldiver was an improvement from the much-loved Douglas SBD Dauntless. The new aircraft was faster, with a top speed of almost 300 miles per hour, more rugged, and had a payload of 2,000 pounds carried internally. Against unarmored ships, a 1,000-pound bomb could be deadly, but even the armor-piercing version of this weapon was unable to sink heavily protected battleships. Torpedo bombers could sink any size ship. Early in the war, United States Navy torpedo bombers were ineffective through a combination of poor aircraft and unreliable torpedoes. After the Battle of Midway, the United States Navy's standard torpedo bomber was the Grumman TBM Avenger. It was so versatile that it was embarked on fleet, light, and escort carriers. The Avenger proved reliable in service, was able to absorb severe punishment, and performed as both a torpedo and conventional bomber. By October 1944, the Avenger carried an effective and reliable torpedo. Since 1938, the standard United States Navy air-launched torpedo was the Mark 13. This weapon proved chronically unreliable during the first part of the war. Its problems took 2 years to completely address. Not until 1944 could the Avenger take a fully functional torpedo into combat. The Mark 13 could be employed at speeds of up to 270 miles per hour and at an altitude of up to 800 feet. If it hit its target, its warhead of 600 pounds of the explosive Torpex was devastating. This warhead could defeat the side protection system of battleships, including the Yamato class. Avengers could also operate as conventional bombers, with a typical load of 4 500-pound bombs. Carrier Air Group Doctrine. By October 1944, Task Force 38 employed an effective and well-practiced doctrine. Each carrier task group conducted morning and afternoon searches in accordance with Mitcher's overall reconnaissance plan. The maximum search range of United States Navy carrier aircraft was about 325 nautical miles under normal operational conditions. The typical strike range of a carrier air group was much less because of the requirements to carry a heavy payload and to spend time assembling and then flying in attack formation. Based on a range of tactical requirements, the standard attack range was 200 to 250 nautical miles. Task Force 38's air groups trained intensively to conduct attacks on ships, but in the months before the battle, most of Task Force 38's strike operations had been directed against land targets. The result was an atrophy of the skills required to attack maritime targets. Intense operations created a much more serious problem: aircrew fatigue. In the middle of the battle, October 23rd, Fleet Carrier Bunker Hill was detached from Task Force 38 because her air group was too exhausted to continue. For the remaining air groups, fatigue grew during the hectic period from October 23rd to the 26th, when air crews were ordered to fly 2 or 3 missions per day. The resulting fatigue had a direct impact on aircrew effectiveness. By October 1944, Task Force 38 air groups possessed a proven doctrine for attacking Japanese naval targets. The days of United States Navy carrier airstrikes being rendered ineffective by poor tactics, poor communications, and an unreliable torpedo were a thing of the past. Each carrier air group conducted its attack separately. Targets were assigned by an overall strike coordinator, who was responsible for ensuring that all key targets were attacked, and that over-concentration in a single target was avoided. A successful attack at the air group level depended on coordination between the fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo planes to overwhelm the target's defenses. Existing doctrine called for the Helldivers to attack first, using a standard dive bombing profile consisting of a shallow approach from 20,000 feet, followed by a steep 65 to 70-degree dive from between 15,000 and 12,000 feet. The Helldivers released their 1,000-pound bombs, 1,500 to 2,000 feet above the target. If the entire squadron was present, it was divided into divisions of 6 aircraft to enable attacks on different targets or to overwhelm one target from several different directions. When possible, the Helldivers attacked a target along its longitudinal axis, since this presented the largest target possible. This preference was noted by the Japanese, who devised an evasion tactic of steering a complete circle to present the dive bomber pilots with a constantly changing target axis. If attacking large ships, the Helldivers executed their attacks first, with the purpose of reducing its defenses by causing topside damage or simply by drawing fire from the more vulnerable torpedo bombers. Hellcats were used to suppress target defenses by conducting low-level strafing attacks to kill anti-aircraft gun crews. The last aircraft to attack were the Avengers. Coming in against a target at low altitude increased their vulnerability to anti-aircraft fire. Where tactical conditions permitted, the Avengers were divided into two sections to conduct an anvil attack from both bows of the target. If correctly executed, an anvil attack made it difficult for the target to maneuver without exposing itself to attack from at least one of the sections. For both dive bomber and torpedo bomber pilots, it was extremely challenging to hit a maneuvering target. Add in the fact that the target was trying to shoot down the attacking aircraft, and both bravery and skill were required for a successful attack. Task Force 38, Fleet Air Defense. Task Force 38 was subjected to concerted Japanese air attack during the battle. Unlike during the four carrier battles of 1942, when Japanese aviators had inflicted severe punishment on American carrier task forces, by October 1944, United States Navy Fleet Air Defense had improved to such an extent that carrier task forces had achieved a large degree of immunity against conventional Japanese air attack. The main reason was the lack of tactical proficiency on the part of Japanese aviators. Against heavy United States Navy fighter and anti-aircraft defenses earlier in the war, Japanese aviators had pressed home their attacks and skillfully conducted damaging attacks. However, the increasing toll extracted by American defenses eventually reduced Japanese naval aviation to impotence. One of the bedrocks of effective fleet air defense was early radar warning of approaching threats. United States Navy cruisers, battleships, and carriers were fitted with the SK radar that could regularly detect formations of Japanese at high altitudes out to 100 nautical miles and sometimes beyond if atmospheric conditions were favorable. If detection was gained this early, it was more than adequate for marshalling an effective fighter interception. The SM radar fitted aboard carriers provided height information of incoming threats that was critical for fighter direction officers, FDOs. By this point in the war, fighter direction officers were routinely successful in vectoring Hellcats onto approaching Japanese raids. However, even the most successful interception could never account for every incoming enemy aircraft, and invariably leakers got through the combat air patrol. Dealing with those aircraft that escaped interception was the responsibility of the task force's inner defense layer, its anti-aircraft guns. American warships were fitted with long-range, intermediate-range, and short-range anti-aircraft guns. Incoming Japanese aircraft would have to fly through all these layers to deliver an attack on a high-value target at the center of the formation. Carrier task groups deployed in a circular formation in the face of air attack, with the carriers in the center. The outer zone of anti-aircraft fire was provided by the 5-inch 38 gun. Using radar control, it was effective out to 10,000 yards. Every ship in the formation, including destroyers, carried these accurate and fast-firing weapons. The 40mm Bofors gun provided intermediate-range protection. This weapon possessed a high rate of fire and a fire control director capable of delivering effective fire out to about 3,000 yards. It was fitted in dual and quadruple mounts on board almost all destroyers and all larger ships. The final layer of defense was constituted by the 20mm Oerlikon gun, fitted in single mounts. When fitted with the Mark 14 gyro sight, the Oerlikon was effective out to about 1,500 yards. The overall quality of American anti-aircraft fire was formidable. It accounted for many approaching Japanese planes, and, just as important, it affected the pilot's aim, causing many misses. Finally, its lethality soared against exactly those Japanese aviators who pressed home their attacks. Seventh Fleet. Though not expected to play the primary role in defeating a major Japanese effort to defeat the Leyte invasion, the Seventh Fleet fought 2 of the 4 major engagements during the battle. Some 130 principal combatants, destroyer and above, were assigned to the Seventh Fleet, about twice as many as the total number of Japanese warships in the battle. Seventh Fleet planners believed that this force could protect the invasion force from Japanese cruisers and destroyers, but not from the combined fleet's main effort. The Seventh Fleet was allocated a large number of heavy warships from the Pacific Fleet to provide naval gunfire support, which had become a staple of American amphibious operations. Until this point, Kincaid and his staff lacked experience with large-scale fleet operations. The centerpiece of the Seventh Fleet's surface force was its 6 old battleships. Of these, 5 had been present at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, and 2 of the 5 had been sunk. All 6 old battle wagons had been modernized since the start of the war. These extensively modernized ships possessed firepower capabilities against both surface and air targets virtually equal to the modern battleships assigned to Task Force 38. However, all older battleships were deficient in speed and possessed deficiencies with underwater protection. Another potential problem was a flawed assessment by Seventh Fleet planners that the heavy ships did not need their full allotment of armor-piercing AP shells. For the Leyte operation, the mix was set at 75% high capacity, high explosive shells for shore bombardment, and 25% armor-piercing for engaging heavily armored enemy warships. Seventh Fleet battleships were a mixed bag. 3 had been virtually rebuilt, but 3 were only lightly modernized. Maryland and West Virginia were 2 of the 3 ships of the United States Navy's first class of 16-inch battleships. After suffering minor damage at Pearl Harbor, Maryland was only lightly modernized before October 1944. West Virginia had been severely damaged by torpedoes during the Pearl Harbor attack. She had settled on an even keel, so was raised and rebuilt. Tennessee and California were also damaged at Pearl Harbor. California actually sank after progressive flooding, and were also rebuilt along the same lines as West Virginia. The main difference between Tennessee and California and the earlier West Virginia was that the first 2 ships were fitted with a main battery of 12 14-inch guns. All 3 ships retained their original main batteries, but had their fire control capabilities dramatically upgraded with the addition of 2 Mark 34 main battery directors, each with the Mark 8 fire control radar. To augment their anti-aircraft capabilities, the old casemate-mounted secondary battery was removed and replaced with a battery of 16 dual-purpose 5-inch 38 guns. Underwater protection was significantly improved by the addition of a torpedo blister and more internal longitudinal bulkheads. Horizontal protection was also much improved. Mississippi was one of the 3 New Mexico-class ships and also carried a main battery of 12 14-inch. All 3 ships were heavily modernized between the wars and possessed the best underwater protection of the United States Navy's old battleships by the start of the Pacific War. Even this underwater protection system would have been inadequate against the Imperial Japanese Navy's powerful Type 93 torpedo, however. The last of the Seventh Fleet's battleships, and the oldest, was Pennsylvania. Launched in 1916, she was fitted with a main battery of 12 14-inch guns. During the war, she received significant enhancements to her anti-aircraft fit, but remained severely deficient in underwater protection. Maryland, Mississippi, and Pennsylvania carried the older and less capable Mark III fire control radar for their main batteries. It was capable of providing target ranges from 15,000 to 30,000 yards, but lacked the beam definition required to distinguish between the target and nearby shell splashes. This often resulted in fire control personnel targeting the shell splashes instead of tracking the target. In addition to its 6 battleships, the 7th Fleet was assigned 11 heavy and light cruisers. These included 3 treaty heavy cruisers, all carrying a main battery of 9 8-inch guns. The Royal Australian Navy, RAN, contributed 2 County-class heavy cruisers, each carrying 8 8-inch guns, also designed to treaty limitations. Like United States Navy treaty cruisers, they were not well protected from shells and torpedoes. The fleet's 6 light cruisers were all modern and powerful ships, with superior firepower and protection than the treaty heavy cruisers. In total, 4 Brooklyn-class ships began the battle. They carried a formidable main battery of 15 6-inch 47 guns, each capable of pumping out as many as 12 rounds per minute. However, Honolulu was torpedoed on the first day of the invasion and knocked out of the battle. Nashville was also unavailable since MacArthur refused to disembark from her, making the ship and her cargo too valuable to risk in a naval battle. The 2 Cleveland-class ships available carried a main battery of 12 6-inch guns, but in addition mounted a secondary battery of 12 5-inch 38 dual-purpose guns, capable of firing as many as 20 rounds per minute. All United States Navy cruisers carried modern fire control radars for use against surface and air targets. Some 62 destroyers were allocated to the 7th Fleet. The most capable were the Fletcher-class ships, which, as has been discussed, were powerfully armed and fast ships with formidable surface warfare capabilities. Their modern radars made them very capable night-fighting assets, and United States Navy night-fighting doctrine gave destroyers and their radar-guided torpedo barrages a central role. The invasion of Leyte included the largest concentration of escort carriers yet seen in the war. A maximum of 18 were initially available, but 2 were detached on the afternoon of October 24th, leaving 16. Escort carriers had the responsibilities to provide local air defense, conduct anti-submarine patrols, and fly close air support missions for the troops ashore. 2 types of escort carriers were assigned to the escort carrier group. By far the most capable was the Sangamon class. 4 were present at Leyte. These were converted from oilers and had a full load displacement of almost 24,000 tons. Their size and tanker hull made them resistant to damage. The same cannot be said about the Casablanca-class escort carriers, which were mass-produced conversions from merchant hulls. Escort carriers were forced to operate in large groups to compensate for their inadequate armament and small air groups. For the Leyte invasion, the 18 escort carriers were organized into 3 groups of 6. The total number of aircraft embarked on these 18 ships was impressive. Sangamon-class ships embarked a fighter squadron with up to 22 Hellcats. 1 carrier retained a fighter squadron of 24 older FM-2 Wildcat fighters and a squadron of 9 Avengers. The smaller Casablanca-class carriers carried a composite air group with a mix of up to 16 Wildcats and 12 Avengers. The actual number of aircraft available in each air group varied, depending on operational and combat losses and the availability of replacement aircraft. However, the nominal aircraft strength of the escort carrier group was over 500 aircraft, equal to 5 Essex-class fleet carriers. Escort carrier air groups were trained and equipped to conduct maritime strikes, though they rarely had a chance to conduct such missions. Each escort carrier task unit was allotted 3 Fletcher-class destroyers and 4 or 5 Butler-class destroyer escorts. American submarines were expected to play a major role during the Leyte operation. Primary among their tasks were to interdict and report the movements of Japanese surface forces. Many submarines were also assigned to act as lifeguards for downed air crews. Both the Pacific Fleet and the 7th Fleet deployed submarines to support the invasion. By pulling submarines off anti-shipping patrols, a large number of submarines were made available to directly support the invasion. For the 7th Fleet, this included 14 boats on patrols and another 7 on lifeguard duties. Even these were not enough, and there were too few to cover all the western approaches to the Philippines. In addition, none were available to cover the Linga-Singapore area, where the heaviest concentration of Japanese warships was located. Pacific Fleet submarines were assigned to Task Force 17. A total of 27 boats conducted patrols in direct or indirect support of the operations, with another 2 assigned to lifeguard duties. These submarines were deployed in the Luzon Strait, the Ryukyus, and off the Japanese home islands. Halsey was concerned that Task Force 17's deployment of the submarines was faulty, and might allow an Imperial Japanese Navy force to depart the home islands and enter the Philippine Sea without being detected. In fact, this is exactly what happened during the battle. By October 1944, American submarines were not just deadly against Japanese shipping, but also against Japanese fleet units. The problems with the unreliable Mark 14 torpedo had been rectified. Ineffective skippers had been weeded out, and code-breaking of Japanese naval codes provided actionable intelligence to boats on patrol. American fleet boats were the best submarines used by any navy during the war. The standard Gato and the Baleo-class boats possessed long range, a high surface speed, an excellent radar suite, and carried up to 24 torpedoes. Using their radar effectively, especially in night attacks, aggressive American submarine skippers were able to attack Japanese convoys and even fleet formations with a high expectation of success. As the effectiveness and confidence of American submariners grew, Japanese anti-submarine weaponry, tactics, and training failed to keep pace. Logistical support. Another area of significant American superiority was in naval logistics. Because of the extensive resources devoted by the United States Navy to logistics, Task Force 38 was capable of projecting power over prolonged periods. The level of effort to maintain United States Navy forces at sea was unequaled by any other navy. The 3rd Fleet's logistics train was designated Task Group 38 and was comprised of over 100 ships. Operating out of the new Advanced Fleet anchorage at Leyte after October 1st, 9 to 12 oilers were stationed close to Task Force 38, but at the edge of Japanese air range, to provide refueling services to the carrier task forces. Every 3rd or 4th day, 3 new oilers would replace those that were nearly empty. Each oiler group also had an attached escort carrier to provide replacement aircraft. Typically, each carrier task force was replenished every 3 to 5 days, depending on the pace of operations. At-sea replenishment included provisions for fuel, ammunition, and replacement aircraft. A total of 34 oilers were assigned to Task Group 38. Underway replenishment of various types of munitions was not highly developed at this point in the war, but 6 ammunition ships were available to provide new stocks of primarily aircraft ordnance. In addition to the 3 escort carriers used to provide replacement aircraft, 8 more were assigned to provide combat air patrol and anti-submarine protection. 10 fleet tugs were available to conduct salvage operations of damaged ships. Third Fleet's logistics force was a critical component of its operations, but the Japanese never identified its importance or attempted to attack it. Had they done so, the Americans devoted considerable assets to protect it. In addition to the escort carriers, a total of 17 destroyers and 26 destroyer escorts were assigned to its screen. Task Group 38 could not provide everything Task Force 38 required, so each of Task Force 38's task forces were periodically sent to Leyte for full replenishment and a short period of crew recreation. 7th Fleet logistics were stretched to the utmost when the fleet was heavily reinforced before the Leyte operation. The fleet's primary logistics base was at Manus in the Admiralties. Compared to the wealth of tankers enjoyed by the 3rd Fleet, the 7th Fleet only possessed 6 oilers capable of underway replenishment. The fleet was provided with fuel, munitions, and other provisions through a system of periodic supply convoys run from Manus and other bases into Leyte Gulf. The Imperial Japanese Navy. For reasons already explained, Toyota felt he had no choice but to commit all remaining ships of the combined fleet to Shogo. To gather as many ships as possible, the Kurils were abandoned, which allowed the reallocation of the 5th Fleet. Battleship Division 2, on training duties in the Inland Sea, was assigned operational duties, and Toyota even gave up his flagship and moved his headquarters ashore. By such means, 69 ships were made available and organized into several disparate forces. This was an impressive number that included all of the combined fleet's still formidable force of heavy ships. However, looking at the force in detail, its weaknesses immediately become apparent. Toyota's biggest problem was the condition of his carrier force. When the Americans landed on Leyte, the carrier force was still in the process of being rebuilt, and this was not expected to be complete for several more months. While the carrier force was in deplorable shape, the combined fleet's surface force was still powerful. Even after almost 3 years of war, most of the fleet's heavy units were still in commission. The Imperial Japanese Navy began the war with 10 battleships and commissioned 2 more during it. 9 were still available in October 1944. Of the 18 heavy cruisers that the Japanese began the war with, 14 were still afloat when the battle began. Of 22 light cruisers commissioned by the Japanese before or during the war, 10 were left afloat by October 1944. Of these, 2 were unavailable. 1 had just been commissioned, and the other was in a dockyard, undergoing repair to battle damage. 7 of the 8 available light cruisers were committed to Shogo. While still impressive in terms of heavy ships, the combined fleet had a deficit of destroyers and submarines. Traditionally, destroyers were an important component of the combined fleet and had a vital role to play in a decisive battle. These ships carried the best torpedo of the war, the 24-inch Type 93, which had been used with devastating effect on many occasions earlier in the war. Skillful torpedo attacks, especially in a night battle, were an essential part of any conflict, since they could compensate for any numerical disadvantage on the part of the combined fleet. Destroyers were also essential for screening heavy units against submarine attack, which by 1944 had become a real threat to Japanese surface forces. The combined fleet's destroyers had fought in every battle since the start of the war, and had borne the brunt of losses, especially during the Guadalcanal and Solomon's campaigns in 1942 to 43. production of new ships was entirely inadequate to keep up with losses. As a result, the Imperial Japanese Navy's destroyer force was in dire straits in October 1944. Of the 96 modern destroyers available before the war or built during it, only 35 were available in late October 1944. All of these were committed to Shogo. But this number was clearly not enough, as events demonstrated. To make up for their heavy destroyer losses, the Imperial Japanese Navy began construction of the Matsu class in August 1943. At 1,262 tons standard displacement, capable of only 28 knots, and carrying only 3 5-inch guns and 4 torpedo tubes, these ships were closer to destroyer escorts in capability. 4 were assigned escort duties as part of Shogo. Another 14 old destroyers were also available, but these were suited for escort duties only. Just 1 was committed to the operation. Adding to Toyota's list of problems, the combined fleet was experiencing a severe fuel shortage by this point of the war. By necessity, it was split in 2 in October 1944. The carrier force was in the inland sea, rebuilding its carrier air groups. But there was not sufficient fuel in the home islands to base the surface fleet there as well. Because of the low fuel stocks in Japan, the bulk of the surface fleet was based in the Linga area, where fuel was much more easily obtained from sources in the Netherlands East Indies. The division of the combined fleet was forced on Toyota by dire circumstances. Following the disaster at Midway, the combined fleet had combined its heavy surface forces with its carrier force to provide mutual support. This was the way Toyota wanted to fight the next decisive battle. As soon as the new carrier air groups could be trained, Toyota intended to move the carriers south to join the main surface force. Even if things went smoothly, this was not anticipated until mid-November. Combined Fleet Organization. In the months before Shogo, Toyota reorganized the combined fleet in preparation for the upcoming decisive battle. The first move took place on August 1st and affected many of the key units slated for Shogo. The Second Fleet, traditionally comprised of the combined fleet's heavy surface units, was redesignated as the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. Land-based air forces also underwent a redesignation. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Air Fleets became the 5th, 6th, and 7th Base Air Forces, respectively. Also in August, the 5th Fleet, the force responsible for defending northern Japan, was pulled back to the inland sea, placed under the 1st Mobile Fleet, and redesignated the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. Both the 1st and 2nd Diversionary Attack Forces were subordinate to the 1st Mobile Fleet. In mid-September, the 1st Mobile Fleet was redesignated Mobile Force Main Body. Even though the 1st Diversionary Attack Force had been sent south, it remained subordinate to the main body which remained in Japan. The Carrier Force. Known as the main body, the combined fleet's carrier force was a shadow of its former self in October 1944. On paper, it looked formidable, with 8 aircraft carriers and 2 converted battleships capable of carrying attack aircraft. In reality, it was a force with almost no striking power. The first 2 ships of the Unryu class, Unryu and Amagi, comprised Carrier Division 1. But having just been completed in August, neither was fully operational. The 3rd Unryu class carrier, Katsuragi, was completed in October, so was obviously not yet available for operations. Carrier Division 3 included veteran fleet carrier Zuikaku and 3 light carriers. Before 1943 and the arrival of the American Essex class, The two Shokaku-class ships, Shokaku and Zuikaku, were the best carriers in the world, with a combination of striking power, an air group of 75 aircraft, protection, speed, and range. Following Shokaku's loss at Philippine Sea, only Zuikaku remained. She was also the last of the 6 carriers that had participated in the Pearl Harbor attack. The light carriers included the veteran Suiho and newer sister ships Chitose and Chiyoda. All had been converted from auxiliaries and could embark a small air group of 30 aircraft. They were useful ships, but possessed no protection. Carrier Division 4 was a mix of converted carriers Junyo and Ryuho, and battleship carriers Issei and Hyuga. Junyo was a conversion from a large passenger liner. Able to embark over 50 aircraft, she proved an important addition to the Imperial Japanese Navy's carrier fleet when she was commissioned in 1942. However, she had a marginal top speed of 26 knots. Being a converted merchant, she lacked effective protection. Her sister ship, Hiyo, was lost for this reason at Philippine Sea. Ryuho was the worst of the Imperial Japanese Navy's light carrier conversions, having a top speed of only 26 knots and light construction marked by no armor and inadequate internal subdivision. The 2 battleships were part of the Imperial Japanese Navy's efforts to reconstitute its carrier force after the defeat at Midway. In what can only be called an act of desperation, the 2 old Issei-class battleships were removed from service in May 1943 and slated for conversion into hybrid battleship carriers. This concept required extensive work. The 2 aft 14-inch gun turrets were removed and replaced with a hangar and a 230-foot-long deck. This deck was too small to launch or recover aircraft. A total of 22 aircraft could be embarked, a mix of conventional and float planes, which were launched from 2 catapults. Since the aircraft could not return to their ships, they would recover on a conventional carrier or at a nearby island base. On paper, this looked like a viable method to increase the fleet's striking power by 44 aircraft. In reality, the entire scheme was impractical and proved unworthy of the time and resources devoted to it. After being converted, neither ship ever embarked a single aircraft for combat operations. Even though Issei and Hyuga were useless as hybrid carriers, they still remained useful as battleships since they retained 8 14-inch guns. Both ships also carried a very heavy anti-aircraft battery. A weak screen comprised of 3 light cruisers and 8 destroyers was allocated to the main body. Oyodo was the newest and largest of the light cruisers. Originally designed as a flagship for submarine flotillas, she was a white elephant, so was used by Toyota as Combined Fleet flagship. After Toyota took the Combined Fleet headquarters ashore in September, Oyodo was made available for fleet work. The 8,534-ton ship carried a main battery of 6 6-inch 50 guns and was lightly protected. The other 2 cruisers, Isuzu and Tama, dated from 1921 to 1923 and were designed as destroyer flotilla leaders. As such, they were lightly protected and carried a weak main battery of 5.5-inch guns. They were significantly weaker than United States Navy light cruisers. Isuzu was better suited as an escort, as she had been converted into an anti-aircraft cruiser and carried 6 5-inch dual-purpose guns and 50 25mm guns. The best Imperial Japanese Navy destroyers of the war were the Akizuki class. These large ships were designed for carrier escort duties and carried the excellent Type 98 3.9-inch gun that possessed a better range than the standard United States Navy destroyer 5-inch 38 gun. They also retained 4 torpedo tubes and 4 reloads. 4 Akizuki-class ships were available for operations with the main body. To provide more escorts, a division of 4 Matsu-class destroyers was assigned to Ozawa's force. Japanese carrier air groups. Throughout the war, the combined fleet's carrier force had been its primary striking arm. The Battle of the Philippine Sea resulted in the almost total destruction of the combined fleet's carrier air groups. Reconstitution of these critical assets was not expected to be completed until mid-November at the earliest. Plans to complete the training of the carrier air groups and to unify the combined fleet were dealt a severe blow during the Great Air-Sea Battle off Formosa. Seeing an opportunity, the Japanese committed the air groups of carrier divisions 3 and 4 to support the attacks by the land-based air fleets. The almost trained carrier air groups suffered heavy losses during this battle. Of the 300 carrier pilots in training that began the battle, less than half remained afterwards. As a senior combined fleet staff officer admitted after the war, these were bad airmen, but were good enough to act as decoys. By October 20th, those remaining pilots and aircraft capable of carrier operations were loaded by crane onto the 4 carriers of Carrier Division 3. Such was the state of training of these pilots that it was thought unadvisable to fly the aircraft onto the carriers. Since there were no aircraft available for the 2 conventional carriers of Carrier Division 4, Ozawa decided that it was unnecessary that they participate in the main body's decoy operation. After loading their air groups, the 4 carriers embarked a total of 116 aircraft. This was only about 75% of their regular aircraft capacity and roughly equivalent to one of the fleet carriers in Task Force 38. These aircraft included 52 A6M5 Zero fighters, 28 older A6Ms equipped to carry a 550-pound bomb and act as fighter bombers, 7 D4Y2 Judy dive bombers, and a total of 29 torpedo bombers, broken down into 25 B6N2 Jills and 4 older B5N2 Kates. The last 4 were probably radar-equipped reconnaissance aircraft. Of these, 65 were embarked on Zuikaku, 28 A6M5 Zero fighters, 16 A6M fighter bombers, 7 D4Y2 Judy reconnaissance aircraft, and 14 B6N2 Jill torpedo bombers. The balance of 51 aircraft was divided among the 3 light carriers, with Zuiho carrying 17, Chitose 18, and Chiyoda 16. The level of training for the aircrew aboard Ozawa's 4 carriers was extremely low. This was evinced by the fact that after a single combat sortie on October 24th, only 29 aircraft remained. 19 Zero fighters, 5 Zero fighter bombers, 4 Jills, and a single Judy. Because after making their attacks, they were ordered to recover at land bases rather than attempt to land back aboard their ships. Among Ozawa's escort ships, Oyodo carried 2 reconnaissance float planes. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force. The heart of Show 1 was the 1st Diversionary Attack Force under the veteran Vice Admiral Kurita. To conduct his mission, Kurita was assigned most of the combined fleet's heavy surface units. With 5 battleships, 10 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers, it was the largest surface force yet assembled by the Japanese for a single mission, and among the largest such concentrations of the entire war. After its arrival at Linga Roads on July 22nd, Kurita began to drill his force relentlessly. The Imperial Japanese Navy had always valued intense training, but Kurita's exercise program broke all records. A typical exercise was practicing attacking into a defended anchorage with the 1st Diversionary Attack Force divided into 2 parts, each led by Yamato or Musashi. As usual, the Japanese placed special emphasis on night fighting. Anti-aircraft combat was another point of emphasis, since the fleet was expected to reach its objective without air cover. Throughout most of the war, Japanese surface ships conducted combat operations without the benefit of radar. By October 1944, every major Japanese warship carried some sort of radar, and in some cases up to 3 different types of radar. The arrival of radar gave the Japanese renewed confidence, and great efforts were made to incorporate radar into gunnery drills. Because of their low power and poor definition, no Japanese radar possessed the capability to perform effective control of gunnery. Japanese radar was useful for assisting gunnery, but by no means was capable of guiding it. Japanese air warning radars could detect aircraft flying at altitude at up to 55 nautical miles, sometimes more under ideal conditions, and the primary surface radar could detect a large target at up to 13 nautical miles. To maximize its firepower, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was allocated the most powerful of the combined fleet's remaining battleships. Principal among these were super battleships Yamato and Musashi, built at immense cost to the nation, but which had yet to engage an enemy surface target during the war. The 2 Yamato-class ships were designed to achieve a qualitative overmatch against any conceivable American battleship, and possessed the highest levels of firepower and protection ever placed on a battleship. However, their main battery of 9 18.1-inch guns possessed only a small range advantage over the American 16-inch battleship gun, and the Japanese guns were handicapped by inferior fire control equipment. The 2 ships of the Nagato class were the heart of the combined fleet's battle line before the arrival of the Yamatos. In October 1943, only Nagato remained. Laid down in 1917, but modernized between 1934 and 1936, the ship carried 8 16-inch guns, but was relatively slow, with a 25-knot maximum speed. Kurita's last 2 battleships were the aged Kongo and Haruna. Originally launched in 1913 and 1915, respectively, as battlecruisers, they underwent extensive modernization between 1927 and 1936. Both ships carried a main battery of 8 14-inch guns and were the fastest Japanese battleships at 30 knots. But even after modernization, their protection was comparatively weak. Perhaps the most important component of Kurita's force was its 10 heavy cruisers. Heavy cruisers were an integral part of Japanese night fighting tactics, and had proved themselves to be deadly opponents earlier in the war. These ships were fast, heavily armed, fairly well protected, and crewed by well-trained and experienced men. All heavy cruisers carried a main battery of between 8 and 10 8-inch guns. Unlike American heavy cruisers, Japanese heavy cruisers mounted a heavy torpedo battery of between 12 and 16 torpedo tubes, with additional torpedoes available for reload. The principal Japanese torpedo was the incomparable Type 93. It possessed the astounding maximum range of 43,746 yards and carried a huge 1,082-pound warhead. While inclusion of a torpedo battery on Japanese cruisers gave them tremendous offensive potential, It was also a vulnerability if the torpedoes were hit while still on board. In fact, 5 Japanese heavy cruisers were lost in this manner during the war. 2 light cruisers were allocated to Kurita's force. Though modern ships completed during the war, they were designed as destroyer leaders and were not as heavily armed or protected as United States Navy light cruisers. The Japanese expected much from their destroyers in any surface action. Because of heavy destroyer losses earlier in the war, only 15 were available for the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. Japanese destroyers had performed brilliantly in many night actions during the war and had proven masters at torpedo combat. Japanese destroyers were designed to be superb torpedo platforms, but they were much less capable as anti-submarine and anti-air warfare platforms. The 2 destroyer squadrons assigned to screen the 17 major warships of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force were clearly unable to provide adequate anti-submarine protection due to a lack of sufficient destroyers and their weak anti-submarine capabilities. 1st Diversionary Attack Force, 3rd Section. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force was divided into the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd sections, also referred to by the Japanese as A, B, and C forces. The 3rd section was given an independent mission from the remainder of Kurita's force and placed under Vice Admiral Nishimura. As already discussed, this was a small force with a decoy mission. Accordingly, the heavy ships comprising Nishimura's small fleet were second-rate. This was a scratch unit, as none of Nishimura's ships had worked together, and their commanding officers were unfamiliar to each other. The force was built around battleships Fuso and Yamashiro. These were the Imperial Japanese Navy's least modernized battleships, and were too slow to keep up with Kurita's main force. Fuso had yet to see action during the war. Yamashiro was designated as a training ship for midshipmen in September 1943, but was brought back into frontline service in September 1944 when Toyota scraped the bottom of the barrel looking for ships to conduct shogo. Being only lightly modernized between the wars, both battleships possessed weak protection, particularly underwater protection against torpedoes. They were viewed as expendable, as shown by the fact that they were sent into battle with an inadequate screen and by serious consideration of a June 1944 scheme to send them to Saipan on a one-way mission to reinforce the garrison after the American invasion of the island. The 2 battleships were provided with a clearly inadequate screen to carry out their mission. These ships were also second-rate. Heavy cruiser Mogami was converted into an aircraft-carrying cruiser in 1943 and had lost 2 of her 8-inch turrets. At least she was well protected, and retained a battery of 12 torpedo tubes plus reloads. Kurita assigned only 4 destroyers to his 3rd section, and these were the oldest of his destroyers. The 4 ships included Shigure, the last remaining Shiratsuyu-class destroyer, and 3 remaining Asashio-class ships. Though all were commissioned before the war, they were powerful surface warfare platforms with 8 torpedo tubes and 8 reloads. The 2nd Diversionary Attack Force. This force, under Vice Admiral Shima, was formerly the 5th Fleet responsible for defending the northern approaches to Japan. Since this was a secondary theater, the force possessed minimal capabilities. The centerpiece of Shima's force was its 2 Myoko-class heavy cruisers. As with the heavy cruisers assigned to Kurita's fleet, these were fast, heavily armed, and operated by well-trained and veteran crews. Light cruiser Abukuma was the flagship of Destroyer Squadron 1. Modernized before the war, she carried a torpedo battery of 8 torpedo tubes with the Type 93 torpedo. A total of 7 destroyers was assigned to Destroyer Squadron 1 from 3 different classes. Each of Shima's destroyers carried between 6 and 9 torpedo tubes, filled with more Type 93s with reloads. Imperial Japanese Navy anti-aircraft capabilities. Toyota and his principal commander understood that the success of Shogo depended on the ability of Japanese surface ships to reach their objectives while under heavy air attack. Since the 1st Diversionary Attack Force had been split from the carriers of the main body, and the Imperial Japanese Navy's land-based air forces were too weak to provide air cover, Kurita's force would be very much on its own to defend against what was expected to be concerted American air attacks as it headed to Leyte Gulf. In fact, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was subjected to the most intensive air attacks in naval history during the period of October 24th to 26th. Over only 3 days, over 1,000 sorties were flown against Kurita's force. Ozawa's carrier force also came under devastating air attack on October 25th. Even Nishimura's and Shima's small forces received the attention of American naval aviators. The ability of Japanese naval forces to withstand air attack was a key factor in deciding the battle. After the Battle of the Philippine Sea, Toyota oversaw a significant effort to upgrade the combined fleet's anti-aircraft capabilities. This rested on augmenting the anti-aircraft batteries of all combatants, from destroyers up through battleships and carriers. For the most part, this meant increasing the number of light anti-aircraft guns. The Imperial Japanese Navy's standard short-range anti-aircraft weapon was the Type 96 25mm gun. It was used in single, twin, and triple mounts. Wherever ships had a clear arc of fire, and within permitted stability limits, all Japanese surface combatants received huge numbers of Type 96 guns. In Kurita's force, Yamato and Musashi led the way with 152 and 130 respectively. Heavy cruisers carried up to 66, and destroyers up to 28. A similar situation developed in Ozawa's force. Issei and Hyuga each carried 104 25mm guns, Zuikaku 96, and the light carriers between 46 and 68. Smaller ships also received significant augmentation to their light anti-aircraft batteries, with light cruiser Isuzu embarking 50 25mm guns and the Akizuki-class destroyers almost 40. This augmentation program was impressive on the surface, but the Type 96 25mm gun was a mediocre weapon in every respect. Even the Japanese recognized that the Type 96 was hampered by its inadequate training and elevation speeds, low sustained rate of fire, and excessive blast, which affected accuracy. The single mount was almost worthless, since it had only an open ring sight for fire control, could not handle high-speed targets, and was difficult to handle. Twin and triple mounts could be controlled by the Type 95 short-range high-angle director, but this was unable to track high-speed targets. Another factor inhibiting the Type 96 gun was its effective range of only 1,635 yards. Even when the Type 96 hit its target, its 9-ounce shell was too small to ensure damage against the robust Helldivers and Avengers. The standard Japanese long-range anti-aircraft weapon was the Type 89 5-inch high-angle gun, dating from 1932. The Japanese liked this weapon because it was reliable, possessed high elevating speeds and a high muzzle velocity, and fired a large shell. While the gun itself was satisfactory, it relied on an inferior fire control system. The Type 94 high-angle firing control installation was complex and too slow to provide fire control solutions on high-speed targets. Taking some 20 seconds to track a target, and then another 10 to 12 seconds to produce a fire control solution, meant that it was unable to deal with American carrier aircraft. Accordingly, Japanese doctrine was to use their 5-inch heavy batteries to conduct barrage fire instead of the much more effective aimed fire at specific targets. These issues limited the use of the Type 89, as Japanese records of the rounds expended during air attacks indicate. In another attempt to increase the anti-aircraft potential of heavy ships, the Japanese developed incendiary anti-aircraft shells for their battleship main guns. These essentially turned the 14, 16, and 18.1-inch guns into huge shotguns. Though spectacular when employed, they were totally ineffective in service. The inadequacies of Japanese air defense weapons and their fire control systems meant the combined fleet was vulnerable to air attack. The effort to increase the fleet's anti-aircraft protection succeeded in producing an impressive volume of fire, but was ineffective at shooting down American aircraft in any significant numbers. The main defense against air attack was the inherent difficulty aircraft had in hitting a moving target at sea. A ship conducting adept evasive maneuvers and throwing up anti-aircraft fire at approaching aircraft, even if it failed to hit the aircraft, increased the level of difficulty. Logistical support. The combined fleet operated under a severe lack of strategic mobility by October 1944. Toyota stated after the war that lack of tankers in June 1944 was the greatest hindrance to his operational planning even before the Battle of the Philippine Sea. The lack of fuel and tankers reduced the combined fleet's striking range to 2,500 nautical miles by early 1944. As planning for Shogo proceeded, the fuel problem was even more of an issue. This was exacerbated by the combined fleet's reduced ability to conduct replenishment at sea. From May to September 1944, the Imperial Japanese Navy lost 18 tankers to air and submarine attack, making it difficult to bring fuel to the fleet. This problem forced the 1st Diversionary Attack Force to move to Lingga Roads, since it was close to fuel sources on Borneo and Sumatra. The Imperial Japanese Navy also lifted the requirement that all fuel used in its ships had to be processed. This allowed light oil from Tarakan on Borneo to be burned in ships' boilers without refining. This short-term fix came at a cost. The unprocessed fuel had a heavy sulfur content that could damage boilers and was highly volatile. Getting the 1st Diversionary Attack Force from Lingga to Leyte was not a simple problem. The distance involved required that the heavy ships refuel at least once, and because fuel would be used at an alarming rate once battle was joined, destroyers would require 2 refuelings. Kurita was constantly concerned about his fuel status, and this influenced his operational freedom. The lack of fleet oilers and trained crews precluded underway refueling, so any refueling had to be done on a protected bay. To support Kurita's force, the Japanese assembled 8 tankers. Several were sent to Brunei Bay in northwestern Borneo to top the fleet off before it departed for Leyte. Even with full bunkers, Kurita's force faced fuel challenges during the upcoming battle. In particular, the destroyers faced fuel issues that restricted their operational freedom. Steaming at 18 knots, a destroyer had a 5,000 nautical mile range. It was 1,400 nautical miles from Brunei to Leyte Gulf using the San Bernardino Strait. In addition, fuel expenditure would rise exponentially if the destroyers were forced to steam at high speed to avoid air attack or during a surface engagement. Given this, the first diversionary attack force could only make it to Leyte and then directly back. The fuel state of Kurita's destroyers on October 26th demonstrated the perilous state of his logistics. Many were down to only a few tons of fuel, and barely made it to Coron Bay in the Calamian group, where a tanker was waiting. Overall, the combined fleet's fuel problem was insoluble. It was so short of fleet oilers capable of performing refueling at sea that only the main body was capable of receiving such support. Fuel supplies were continually tight, and even sending the heavy surface ships to Linga posed problems, since the shortage of tankers made it difficult to get fuel from facilities in the Netherlands East Indies to the fleet. Kurita could not move his force until a sufficient number of tankers had been diverted from other duties. After its journey to Leyte, Kurita's fleet would require at least 2 months to accumulate enough fuel for a subsequent operation. For the main body operating out of Japan, where fuel supplies were critically low, there was insufficient fuel for another operation. While the United States Navy could maintain a huge invasion fleet on station for an extended period, the combined fleet possessed only enough fuel to act as a raiding force, capable of sporadic operations. Land-based air forces. A critical component of Shogo was the Imperial Japanese Navy's land-based air forces. With the combined fleet's carrier force reduced to impotence, the burden of striking American forces and providing cover for the first diversionary attack force was left to the land-based air forces. Shogo included plans for 2 land-based air formations to participate in the defense of the Philippines. The 1st Air Fleet, redesignated the 5th Base Air Force on August 1st, was headquartered at Clark Field near Manila under the command of Vice Admiral Onishi. Though the Japanese made efforts to increase the strength of the 5th Base Air Force before the battle, its strength kept fluctuating due to Halsey's efforts to reduce Japanese air strength in the Philippines before the landing on Leyte. On September 1st, the 5th Base Air Force had some 410 aircraft available, of which about 250 were operational. After a brief increase in strength as aircraft returned to service, its operational strength fell to 190 aircraft on September 16th after Halsey rampaged through the southern and central Philippines. This was further reduced when Halsey's aviators struck Manila on September 21st and 22nd. Reinforcements increased the 5th Base Air Force's overall strength to about 340 aircraft in early October. Of these, about 200 were operational, including 115 Zero fighters and 21 bombers, probably Judy dive bombers and Jill torpedo bombers. The continual losses and influx of new aircraft meant that the overall level of training was poor. It was in this condition that the 5th Base Air Force began the air battle off Formosa. Following this encounter with Task Force 38, not more than about 100 aircraft were operational on October 20th. The Imperial Army had about 400 aircraft in the Philippines on October 10th under the command of the 4th Air Army. These were not trained for overwater operations and played no part in the battle. Much more important was the 6th Base Air Force, formerly the 2nd Air Fleet, based in Kyushu, the Ryukyus, and Formosa under the command of Vice Admiral Fukudome Shigeru. In August, Fukudome moved his headquarters to Takao on Formosa and concentrated most of his aircraft on the island. In September, the force was ordered to readiness in expectation of executing its role in Shogo of attacking Task Force 38. On October 10th, just before Halsey appeared off Formosa, the 6th Base Air Force possessed a seemingly impressive total of 737 aircraft, including 233 fighters. Of these, about 440 aircraft were operational. As will be detailed in a subsequent chapter, the combined fleet saw an opportunity to neutralize Task Force 38 on October 10th and ordered another 690 aircraft to reinforce Fukudome's command. After being mauled by Task Force 38 during the battle off Formosa, the 6th Base Air Force was still responsible for reinforcing the Philippines. Accordingly, Fukudome flew to Manila on October 22nd, followed by his remaining operational aircraft the next day. It is impossible to get a firm number for the total operational aircraft present in the Philippines on October 23rd, when Show 1 began in earnest. But the total operational strength of both the 5th and 6th Base Air Forces at the start of the battle was between 200 and 250 aircraft. Chapter 4. Toyota's opening gambit fails, and MacArthur returns. During September, the Americans laid the foundation for the invasion of the Philippines the following month. Task Force 38 was the principal force responsible for softening Japanese defenses. According to plan, Halsey's aviators ravaged Japanese facilities in the southern and central Philippines in mid-September. On September 9th, airfields on Mindanao were struck. Task Force 38 aviators claimed 68 aircraft destroyed on the ground and in the air. 3 days later, airfields in the Visayan Islands were targeted, and another 200 Japanese aircraft were claimed destroyed. Strikes continued the next day against Japanese air reinforcements that arrived in the Visayas. Another 135 aircraft were claimed destroyed on the ground, and 81 more in the air. By September 14th, no Japanese air opposition was reported, leading Halsey to make his assessment that Japanese air power had been neutralized. In total, the Americans believed that some 500 of the almost 900 Japanese aircraft in the Philippines had been destroyed. Seeing the feeble Japanese response prompted Halsey to recommend that the landing on Mindanao be canceled in favor of a much earlier landing on Leyte. On September 15th, MacArthur's forces landed a division on lightly defended Morotai Island in the Moluccas. By October 4th, air bases on the island were in operation. From Morotai, long-range aircraft, but not fighters, could strike targets in the southern and central Philippines. Despite Halsey's recommendation that the Palaus also be bypassed, Nimitz decided it was too late to cancel the invasion scheduled for September 15th. The invasion ran into heavy Japanese defenses, and it took until late November to secure Peleliu Island. These two operations convinced the Japanese that the Philippines were the next American objective. With the earlier invasion of Leyte approved and scheduled for October 20th, the Americans intensified their air campaign to isolate the Philippines. Some of this work was done by bombers flying from Morotai, Biak Island, and other airfields in New Guinea against targets in the Netherlands East Indies and the Philippines. The bulk of the damage to the Japanese was again done by Task Force 38. Using a severe weather front and radio silence, Task Force 38 executed a high-speed run to a point only 70 nautical miles east of central Luzon on September 20th. Having reached the launch point undetected, Halsey sent waves of aircraft to attack airfields in the Manila area and shipping in Manila Bay and along the western coast of Luzon. When Task Force 38 struck Manila on September 21st, Japanese fighters mounted a strong defense, but were brushed aside by the Hellcats. Another day of severe Japanese losses ensued, with the Americans claiming 110 aircraft destroyed in the air and 95 more on the ground. This left only 350 Japanese aircraft in the Philippines, according to MacArthur's intelligence estimates. In addition, 27 Japanese merchant ships of all types and sizes were sunk in a single day, along with 3 destroyers. This was in addition to an estimated 105 merchants lost to all causes in the central and southern Philippines from September 1st to the 15th. On September 24th, Task Force 38 struck targets in the Visayas and at Coron Bay, a known Japanese anchorage, before departing for a brief respite at the new Advanced Fleet anchorage at Leyte. The air battle off Formosa. Though largely unknown, the largest air-sea battle in history up to that point was fought in the period immediately before the invasion of Leyte. It has been overshadowed by the Battle of Leyte Gulf that followed, but deserves recognition as an important event in its own right. The great air-sea battle off Formosa marked the true beginning of the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Its implications were immense. Once again, Task Force 38 demonstrated that it was largely immune to serious damage from Japanese land-based air power using conventional tactics, however large that air force was. After the failure of Japanese air power to inflict any serious losses on Task Force 38, it would not be an exaggeration to state that the outcome of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, fought only a week later, was already a foregone conclusion. Half of Task Force 38, Task Group 38-2, and Task Group 38-3 departed Ulithi Atoll on October 6th. The following day, they rendezvoused with the rest of Task Force 38, some 375 nautical miles west of the Marianas. The entire fleet spent October 8th refueling in heavy weather. For the planned attack on Formosa, Task Force 38 had 9 fleet and 8 light carriers, much stronger than it would be for the actual Battle of Leyte Gulf. Halsey's intent was to weaken Japanese air power just before the invasion and cut off the flow of potential air reinforcements to the Philippines by attacking airfields in the Ryukyus and Formosa. Formosa played a key role in Japanese air operations, since its 30 airfields were within easy staging range of Luzon, located just 200 nautical miles to the south. Halsey planned to follow up his attacks against the Ryukyus and Formosa with another round of attacks on airfields on Luzon and the Visayas. Nimitz hoped that the strikes planned on the inner Japanese defense zone would entice Toyota to commit the combined fleet. If the opportunity was presented, Task Force 38 could destroy a big part of the Japanese fleet just before the Leyte invasion. Whether or not the combined fleet made an appearance, the Americans expected a major engagement, since operating in Japan's inner defenses put Task Force 38 within range of aircraft from Luzon, Formosa, and the Ryukyus, and within easy reinforcement range of Japanese aircraft based on the home islands and eastern China. The battle began on October 10th, with Task Force 38 making attacks throughout the Ryukyus, including targets on Okinawa. A total of 1,396 sorties were flown throughout the day in the form of a fighter sweep, followed by 4 major airstrikes. The haul for such an intensive effort was not great. A handful of merchants and auxiliaries, the most important of which was submarine tender Jingge, were sunk, and 111 aircraft claimed as destroyed. American losses were light at 21 aircraft. Toyota's response. Japanese intelligence suggested that Task Force 38 was planning a major series of strikes in early October. Exact targets were unknown, but when the Americans began strike operations on October 10th, all Japanese forces in the region were placed on alert. Despite this, Toyota had inexplicably decided to leave his headquarters and make a morale-building tour of Japanese forces in the Philippines. After arriving in Manila on October 7th, he planned to be back in Japan by October 10th. The first American attacks on the Ryukyus kept Toyota from returning to his headquarters near Tokyo. They also confirmed his suspicion that a major American operation was imminent. With Toyota stuck on Formosa, his aggressive chief of staff, Rear Admiral Kusaka Ryonosuke, issued a flurry of orders in Toyota's name. At 09:25 on October 10th, he ordered the activation of the land-based air units earmarked for Show 1 and Show 2. This order was in keeping with Toyota's intent and was made after consultation with the Navy section at Imperial General Headquarters. Nevertheless, Toyota's absence during these critical days was a contributing factor in what became a disjointed Japanese response. Given the level of American air operations against Japanese forces and facilities, Kusaka really had no choice but to activate the land-based air forces in the region. He and Fukudome were confident that by massing air power and fighting a battle close to Japan, they had an excellent chance of victory against Task Force 38. Japanese air power in the region was considerable. Fukudome's 6th Base Air Force had some 740 aircraft, of which approximately 440 were operational. Of these, 270 were based on Formosa, 245 on Kyushu, and only 40 remained in the Ryukyus. Also under his command was the T-Attack Typhoon Force, with about 190 aircraft. This was a joint Army-Navy unit consisting of long-range twin-engine medium bombers. It had received extensive training for maritime attacks and was considered an elite unit. It was the only Japanese unit capable of night operations. Fukudome thought he could operate 230 fighters over Formosa at one time, which he believed gave him a numerical advantage over an attacking American force. Given what he thought was a real opportunity to inflict serious losses on Task Force 38, Toyota sent reinforcements to Fukudome. The most important of these were the best pilots and aircraft from Ozawa's carrier fleet. 172 aircraft, 97 of which were fighters, were sent to Formosa. This was the bulk of the 634th and 653rd Air Groups. The order to strip Carrier Divisions 3 and 4 of their aircraft was issued at 10:19 on October 10th and caught Ozawa by surprise, but he dutifully sent orders to his air groups to move south on October 12th. After additional aircraft were dispatched from the home islands and China, and with the addition of the 200 Imperial Army aircraft on Formosa that were placed under Fukudome's tactical control, the total number of aircraft available reached 1,425. This impressive force was, in reality, about 860 aircraft, given that only 60% were typically operational. Fukudome realized that his aviators were poorly trained in even basic skills and lacked training to attack in large formations. Nevertheless, he placed his hopes on mounting large-scale attacks with the maximum number of attack aircraft and the strongest possible escort to overwhelm American defenses. He placed extra importance on the T attack force. It could operate at night or in bad weather, thus minimizing the possibility of being intercepted by Hellcats. 2 squadrons of Army bombers were assigned to the T attack force, but only one was fully qualified for night operations. Both Army and Navy pilots were very weak on ship recognition. Fukudome was given 1 more day to prepare his forces after Halsey spent October 11th attacking a Pari airfield on northern Luzon. This small strike of 61 aircraft, all fighters, was conducted by Task Group 38-1 and 38-4. It encountered no air opposition. American aviators claimed 15 Japanese aircraft destroyed on the ground. Task Force 38 spent the rest of the day taking on 61 replacement aircraft from 3 escort carriers and moving into position to attack targets on Formosa beginning on the morning of October 12th. On October 11th, Japanese search aircraft detected Task Force 38. Fukudome knew that Task Force 38 would strike Formosa the following day. Given time to prepare, he positioned his 230 fighters in 2 groups over 2 key air bases and ordered all other aircraft to be dispersed. The T attack force, along with other attack aircraft based on Kyushu, were ordered to attack Task Force 38, staging through the Ryukyus. The first day of the showdown between Task Force 38 and the 6th Base Air Force did not go as Fukudome expected. Task Force 38 moved to a position only 50 to 90 nautical miles east of Formosa to launch a series of strikes on October 12th. The first wave was a fighter sweep launched before dawn. Following the fighter sweep, 4 large airstrikes were planned. Between the strikes, 2 mid-morning fighter sweeps were inserted. Each of the task groups had an assigned area. Task Group 38-2 took northern Formosa. Task Group 38-3 was responsible for central Formosa. Task Group 38-1 was assigned targets in southern Formosa, and Task Group 38-4 attacked the Takao area, location of a major airfield, port, and Fukudome's headquarters. The initial fighter sweep consisted of 203 Hellcats, including 4 photographic aircraft. Despite Fukudome's confidence that his fighters would put up a stout defense, the results shocked even him. Half of the Japanese fighters were assigned to defend Takao. As the air battle unfolded above him, Fukudome observed his fighters attacking the Americans. Soon, many burning aircraft, which Fukudome took as American, were observed falling to earth. This prompted him to exclaim, "Well done! Well done! A tremendous success!" Soon it became apparent that the fallen aircraft were Japanese, and that the fighters remaining overhead were American. According to Fukudome, 1/3 of the Japanese fighters were lost in these initial encounters with the Hellcats. When the second American attack wave appeared, only 60 to 70 defending fighters were left to oppose them. By the third wave, no Japanese fighters rose in defense. The weight of the attack against Formosa was the heaviest that the fast carrier task force mounted up until this point in the war. After the fighter sweep, the first attack of 314 aircraft, 115 Hellcats, 107 Hell Divers, and 92 Avengers roared in. Only a few of the Avengers carried torpedoes. The second attack consisted of 273 aircraft, 98 Hellcats, 101 Hell Divers, and 74 Avengers. The third of 283 aircraft, 116 Hellcats, 90 Helldivers, and 77 Avengers. And the last wave totaled 275 aircraft, 121 Hellcats, 92 Helldivers, and 62 Avengers. With the two smaller sweeps and some searches, the total sortie count from Task Force 38 was 1,378. It was simply an unprecedented display of naval air power. This onslaught faced heavy opposition, both from Japanese fighters and anti-aircraft fire. Losses were heavy during the day: 25 Hellcats, 14 Helldivers, and 9 Avengers. Expecting a Japanese riposte, Mitcher kept a strong combat air patrol over Task Force 38 throughout the day. Each task group was continually protected by 12 to 16 Hellcats. During the day, intercepting Hellcats claimed 15 Japanese aircraft. The main event was the T-Attack Force, mounting dusk and night torpedo attacks. According to Japanese sources, 101 sorties were flown. Reports from the attacking aviators were optimistic, indicating that 4 carriers were sunk. This was reduced the next day to 2 carriers. Task Group 38-2, located to the north and the closest to Formosa, was the target of these night torpedo attacks. Altogether, Task Force 38 claimed 12 aircraft destroyed by anti-aircraft during the night, 9 by Task Group 38-2. The Japanese admitted to losing 42 aircraft. Halsey kept up the pressure. On October 13th, with 974 more sorties. Launching the new series of raids began at 0614, some 70 nautical miles east of Formosa. This time, the morning fighter sweep of 135 Hellcats was followed by 3 major airstrikes, with 287, 222, and 290 aircraft, respectively. Of course, there was no surprise, but opposition was less than expected. Only 12 aircraft were lost. The Combat Air Patrol was busy all day, claiming 21 Japanese aircraft. Mitcher canceled the planned 4th strike in order to prepare for the possibility of strong Japanese air attacks at dusk. The Japanese did return to strike Task Force 38, and again featured the T-Attack Force, making dusk attacks with 43 sorties. This was the best time to attack, because the approaching aircraft, flying at low altitude to evade radar, were difficult to spot, and because they could still use the last bit of light to silhouette their targets. Against Task Group 38-1, the torpedo aircraft successfully escaped radar detection, and were not detected until they were spotted by lookouts on heavy cruiser Wichita. 8 B-6N-2 Jill aircraft made the attack. 5 were shot down by anti-aircraft fire, but 1 gained a torpedo hit on heavy cruiser Canberra at 18:35. Damage to both engine rooms brought her to a stop. Against Task Group 38-4, 10 torpedo bombers threatened the task group for over 40 minutes. 6 were shot down, but the aircraft penetrated the screen to launch torpedoes at carriers Franklin and San Jacinto. All missed, but at 18:31, one of the G-4M Betty bombers crashed on Franklin's flight deck, doing only superficial damage. In total, the Japanese admitted to losing 20 aircraft that night. During the day, a major strike of 170 Imperial Navy and Army aircraft from the Philippines miscarried when it failed to find a target. Damage to Canberra was serious. The single torpedo hit left her without power and dead in the water. Halsey decided not to scuttle her, but to tow the cruiser clear of the area. This was a bold decision, since she lay only 90 nautical miles off Formosa. Halsey assessed he could save the cruiser and still carry out his assigned air attacks on Luzon and the Visayas on October 16th and 17th. Supporting the crippled Canberra and the tow ship Wichita were 3 light cruisers and 4 destroyers. Task Group 38-1, Task Group 38-2, and Task Group 38-3 were ordered to conduct a 3rd day of unscheduled strikes on Formosa. Task Group 38-4 was ordered to move south and attack airfields on Luzon. On October 14th, most of Task Force 38 operated about 120 nautical miles east of Formosa to cover the withdrawal of Canberra. To reduce the effectiveness of potential airstrikes against Canberra and her escort group, 1 large strike was conducted against airfields on Formosa. This consisted of 146 Hellcats and 100 Helldivers. Despite very little opposition being reported, losses from all causes were fairly heavy: 23 aircraft. Meanwhile, Task Group 38-4 carried out its orders to strike airfields on northern Luzon. From a position about 120 nautical miles north of Apari, 48 Hellcats were launched at 2 airfields. No air opposition was encountered, and only 5 aircraft were reported destroyed on the ground. The Japanese mounted their biggest effort against Task Force 38 on October 14th, with over 400 sorties in several waves. From about 1,500 and lasting until 2330, all 3 task groups east of Formosa were subjected to continual air attacks. A total of 360 daylight sorties were flown from Formosa. The first wave failed to find a target, and the 3rd wave was recalled and failed to attack. The 2nd wave ran into the combat air patrol of Task Group 38-2 and Task Group 38-3. Since air attacks were expected, a heavy combat air patrol was maintained throughout the day. 76 Japanese aircraft were claimed by the Hellcats. At 15:23, Carrier Hancock suffered minor damage from a near miss by a 550-pound bomb. The only bright spot for the Japanese was another twilight attack by the T Attack Force by 52 aircraft against Task Group 38-1. 10 aircraft were claimed shot down, but 4 Jills broke through to attack light cruiser Houston. 3 were shot down, but at 18:41, the last succeeded in placing a torpedo in a vulnerable spot that flooded the engineering spaces and caused the loss of all power. The ship was almost abandoned, but was eventually taken in tow. In addition to the losses extracted by Combat Air Patrol, Task Force 38 claimed another 21 aircraft destroyed by anti-aircraft fire. Now Halsey had another decision to make. He was scheduled to make strikes on Japanese airfields on Luzon and on the Visayas on October 16th and 17th, in final preparation for the Leyte landings on October 20th. The crippled Houston was sitting just 150 nautical miles from Formosa, and potential salvage operations threatened Task Force 38's ability to meet its more important mission. Halsey decided to continue efforts to salvage both Canberra and Houston, and gave Task Group 38-1 the mission of protecting them. The rest of Task Force 38 could continue to pound the Philippines. All this changed on the morning of October 15th, when Nimitz provided Halsey information on Japanese intentions. According to intelligence, the Japanese believed that Task Force 38 was withdrawing after being seriously damaged. Further air attacks were expected, and the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force had been ordered to complete the annihilation of Halsey's force. In Halsey's mind, this was an opportunity to destroy a segment of the combined fleet. In keeping with his orders that if an opportunity arose to destroy the Japanese fleet, this became his primary mission. Halsey prepared for a fleet action and informed Nimitz and MacArthur that no further strikes on Philippine airfields would be conducted other than those already planned. To entice the Japanese into believing that the Third Fleet had in fact been routed, Halsey developed a plan with the crippled cruisers and their escorts, designated Task Group 33. Posing as the remnants of Task Force 38. The 4 carrier task groups were deployed to the east, out of the range of most Japanese aircraft, based on Luzon and Formosa. The decoy group began to transmit urgent dummy radio messages to suggest their desperate condition. By the afternoon of October 15th, Task Group 33 had grown to the 2 crippled cruisers, escorted by light carriers Cabot, Cowpens, 1 heavy cruiser, 3 light cruisers, and 13 destroyers. Exaggerated reports of success from his aviators led Toyota to order further attacks. Almost 200 sorties were flown on October 15th from bases on Luzon, Formosa, and Okinawa. The strikes from Luzon consisted of some 90 aircraft targeted against Task Group 38-4. From 1022 to 1047, Task Group 38-4 came under heavy air attack. Franklin was hit by a bomb on her deck-edge elevator that did little damage. 19 Japanese aircraft were claimed as destroyed. 2 raids in the afternoon were broken up by Hellcats and never reached the task group. Task Group 38-1 was attacked by approximately 80 aircraft. The Combat Air Patrol destroyed 52 and anti-aircraft fire 1 more. Only 3 Hellcats were lost. Task Group 38-2 and 38-3 were undetected during the day and were not subjected to any attack. Task Force 38 also managed to execute some offensive actions. Task Group 38-4 was able to carry out its mission to conduct strikes on targets in the Manila area. Starting just before 0900, 2 attacks were launched consisting of 72 and 45 aircraft respectively. An estimated 50 to 60 Japanese fighters rose to challenge the attackers. The Hellcats claimed 44 Japanese aircraft. On the afternoon of October 16th, the Japanese directed their attacks on Task Group 33. Hellcats from light carriers Cabot and Cowpens did great execution against a Japanese formation of over 100 aircraft. However, 3 Jills penetrated the screen and put another torpedo into Houston at 1348. The ship had some 6,300 tons of water on board, but the cruiser's crew refused to let her sink. These were the last Japanese attacks before the 2 crippled cruisers finally pulled out of air range. As indicated by American intelligence, Toyota did send the 2nd Diversionary Attack Force to mop up the remnants of Task Force 38. During the afternoon of October 16th, Shima's force was approaching the location where the Japanese believed what was left of Task Force 38 was operating. At 1430, a search aircraft from Bunker Hill reported Shima's force about 200 nautical miles north of Task Group 33. The report was badly garbled by communications relay aircraft. Instead of reflecting Shima's weak force built around 2 heavy cruisers, the information received indicated that the Japanese force included 3 carriers. The delay required to clarify the report cost Task Force 38 the chance to launch a strike before it was too late in the day. After being spotted, Shima changed course to the north. The 2nd Diversionary Attack Force had lived to fight another day. The all-out effort by Japanese land-based air forces between October 12th and the 16th to crush the Third Fleet was the biggest air-sea battle of the war to date. For the Japanese, the effort was a total failure. Damage to 2 cruisers did not even come close to neutralizing Task Force 38, and the invasion of Leyte remained on schedule. Fukudome had been unable to mass his air power. Japanese attacks were conducted piecemeal against the numerically superior Combat Air Patrol protecting Task Force 38. Radar-directed Hellcats had made quick work of the formations of poorly trained Japanese aviators. During the battle, Task Force 38 claimed it destroyed 278 aircraft on the water or ground and 377 in the air. Aerial losses were broken down as 216 over Formosa, 112 near Task Force 38, 46 by anti-aircraft fire, and 3 by Task Force 38 search aircraft. In addition, 18 merchants of all sizes, 1 medium transport, and 6 submarine chasers were claimed sunk, with many other ships recorded as probably sunk or damaged. These claims were excessive. A review of Japanese records indicated only 7 small merchant ships and 2 patrol craft had been sunk. Damage to airfields and other installations was also extensive. Japanese efforts against Task Force 38 included a total of 761 offensive sorties. Of these, 321 aircraft were lost, according to Japanese sources. The Japanese admitted to the loss of 492 total aircraft, which was not too far from Task Force 38's claims of 655. Almost all of these were Imperial Navy aircraft, with the Imperial Army losing half of its 200 aircraft on Formosa. In return, United States Navy losses were 76 aircraft in combat and 13 due to operational causes. In exchange for their heavy losses, the Japanese claimed a great victory, with 11 American carriers sunk and many other ships sunk or damaged. In reality, only the 2 cruisers were damaged. Such a massive exaggeration was explained by the fact that the attacks took place at night by poorly trained aviators with negligible ship recognition skills. Japanese commanders recognized at once that the claims were inflated, but even Fukudome thought that his T-Attack Force units had sunk at least a third of what they had claimed. Japanese air reconnaissance on October 16th revealed that Task Force 38 had survived intact. So Japanese commanders realized that the invasion of the Philippines could be expected any day. MacArthur returns. In the immediate period before the landing on Leyte, the Allies made only a cursory effort to deceive the Japanese regarding the location of the next Allied target. An American cruiser force shelled Marcus Island on October 9th, in the hopes that it might convince the Japanese that the Bonin Islands were a landing target. The Royal Navy's Eastern Fleet conducted a large raid on the Nicobar Islands in the Indian Ocean between October 17th and the 21st to make the Japanese consider a threat to their western flank. Both diversions failed to make an impression on the Japanese. As the landings approached, Halsey held the bulk of Task Force 38 northeast of Luzon through October 19th to provide escort for the 2 crippled cruisers. Task Groups 38-1 and 38-4 fueled on October 21st and then were ordered to head to Ulithi the following day. As it became apparent the Japanese were mounting an operation to oppose the landing, Halsey ordered Task Group 38-4 to turn back toward Leyte on October 23rd, but Task Group 38-1 continued until being recalled on the 24th. The first echelon of the invasion force departed Manus in the Admiralties and Hollandia on New Guinea in order to be in the approaches to Leyte Gulf on October 17th. There are two entrances into Leyte Gulf from the east. These are bracketed by Samar Island to the north and Dinagad Island to the south, with the small islands of Suluan and Homanhan in the center. The first indication that the Japanese had of the upcoming storm was when their garrison on tiny Suluan spotted the American minesweeping force beginning its work to clear the channel to the island at 0650 on October 17th. By 0820, men of the 6th Ranger Battalion stepped ashore on Suluan, making them the first Americans to return to the Philippines. A landing on undefended Dinagad followed later in the morning. After securing the approaches of Leyte Gulf, clearing them of mines could begin on October 18th. A small number of moored and floating mines were encountered, but a preparatory bombardment of the southern invasion beaches went ahead in the afternoon. In the very early hours of October 19th, Destroyer Ross struck two mines in quick succession south of Homanhan Island. The ship was towed to safety and survived. Later in the morning, the attack groups for both the southern and northern beaches began a heavy bombardment of suspected Japanese defenses. At 1000 hours on October 20th, the invasion of Leyte began to unfold. At two different locations, a corps of two divisions landed against sporadic opposition. The northern landing took place near the city of Tacloban, under the command of Rear Admiral Daniel Barbie. Gunfire support was provided by battleships Maryland, Mississippi, and West Virginia, 4 cruisers and 10 destroyers. Aircraft from Rear Admiral Sprague's escort carriers joined the attack at 1000 hours as the landing craft made their final runs to the beaches. Japanese opposition was weak, with only some 50 American casualties recorded on the northern beaches. Overall, the landing went off better than could be expected, and by mid-afternoon the rapid unloading of men and supplies was underway. The beach was safe enough for MacArthur to temporarily go ashore from light cruiser Nashville during the afternoon. Barbie and his commanders were veterans of many previous landings. 7th Fleet doctrine called for assault ships to be loaded with only enough supplies so that everything could be unloaded by the end of the day, allowing the ships to depart and avoid any Japanese counterattack. In accordance with this doctrine, all of Barbie's assault ships completed unloading at 1735 and were prepared to depart at 1800. The Southern Attack Force was under the command of Vice Admiral Theodore Wilkinson, another expert in amphibious warfare. Opposition on the southern beaches was also sporadic, and by noon most of the assault force was ashore. The only unplanned event was when a single Japanese torpedo bomber gained complete surprise and placed a torpedo in light cruiser Honolulu at 16:02. The torpedo brought the ship to a stop and temporarily created a 13-degree list, but the Pearl Harbor survivor was saved by efficient damage measures. 60 men were killed, however, and a valuable ship was out of the fight. The assault ships on the southern beaches were more heavily loaded than those in the north. Wilkinson's command was from the Pacific Fleet, where the doctrine of unloading by the end of the first day was not seen as necessary. The lack of intensive Japanese air attacks from October 20th to the 23rd meant that unloading was completed on schedule. Overall, the landings on Leyte had been a great success, and the operation transformed as planned into a ground campaign. The build-up phase was also successful and was largely unmolested by Japanese air attacks. However, around dawn on October 21st, a Japanese aircraft crashed into the foremast of Australian heavy cruiser Australia. The captain and 19 other men were killed, and another valuable ship was forced to leave the battle for repairs. On October 24th, the scale of Japanese air attacks increased. The escort carriers were fully occupied flying combat air patrol over the invasion area. Of the estimated 150 to 200 Japanese aircraft active near the beachhead, the escort carriers claimed 66 and prevented all but a few from making an attack. Tacloban airfield had been captured on the first day of the invasion, and engineers worked furiously to make the airfield operational. This was no easy task, since the airfield sat on a very shallow water table. By October 25th, the airfield was suitable as an emergency airfield for the escort carriers, though a quarter of the landings proved fatal for aircraft attempting them. Dulag Airfield to the south was also available as a divert strip for carrier aircraft, but its soft condition made aircraft operations perilous. It is important to trace the movements of American assault shipping during October 20th to the 25th. On the northern beaches, the assault ships were quickly unloaded and departed by evening on October 20th. The first reinforcement echelon arrived on October 22nd and finished unloading that same afternoon. Reinforcement Group 2 arrived on October 24th. This was a large force of 33 LSTs, 24 Liberty ships, and 10 support ships escorted by 4 destroyers and 2 frigates. Of these, most were still present on October 25th and were ordered to wait inside the Gulf until the battles that day were concluded. In total, 80,900 men and 114,990 tons of supplies were ashore before October 25th. Between October 20th and 24th, 37 assault ships and 80 LSTs had unloaded and departed. On the southern beaches, the unloading had not gone as quickly due to the heavy loading of the assault ships and the lack of personnel to unload supplies ashore. 18 ships had unloaded and left the Gulf by October 21st, 11 more the next day, 7 more on October 23rd, and 8 on October 24th. In addition, 38 LSTs and 37 smaller craft had departed. Some 51,500 men and 85,000 tons of supplies had been moved ashore through the southern beaches. The fact that 132,400 men and just under 200,000 tons of supplies were already safely ashore at Leyte made it impossible for Show 1 to achieve its objective of thwarting the American landing. The Japanese had observed American amphibious operations for over 2 years, and knew that American amphibious doctrine stressed the rapid unloading and departure of amphibious shipping. It is utterly unbelievable that Toyota would endorse a plan in which his principal attack against the invasion force would not take place until 5 days after the landing. At midnight on October 24th, American shipping inside Leyte Gulf consisted of 3 amphibious flagships, 1 assault transport, 23 LSTs, 2 medium landing ships, and 28 Liberty ships, most of which were empty. Show 1 is activated. For the Japanese, the warning provided by the small garrison on Suluan Island at 0650 on October 17th confirmed their assessment that the Philippines were under direct threat. At 0809, Toyota issued the alert order for all units with a role in Show 1. However, Toyota had to be absolutely sure that the Allied operations east of Leyte were the main attack before activating the show plan. The next morning at 11:10, Toyota decided the situation was clear enough that he could issue the execute order. This put in motion the widely scattered forces tasked to repel the American invasion. After some confusion, October 25th was selected as the climactic day when Kurita's and Shima's surface forces would crash into Leyte Gulf and annihilate the American invasion fleet. 4 submarines of the Sixth Fleet departed Japan after receiving the alert order, and 7 more would soon follow. At 0100, on October 18th, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force departed Linga and headed to Brunei for refueling. This majestic sight of the bulk of the Imperial Navy's remaining heavy warships steaming together must have given all who witnessed it full confidence in victory. Cruiser Division 16, Heavy Cruiser Aoba, Light Cruiser Kinyu, and Destroyer Uranami was ordered to detach from Kurita's command and head to Manila. The Shima force was already underway, with its exact mission still under debate. Vice Admiral Fukudome prepared to move what was left of his command from Formosa down to the Philippines to have another crack at Task Force 38 in support of Kurita's main attack. Finally, in Japan, Ozawa regrouped his mobile force, main body, and prepared to depart on its sacrificial mission. Toyota had cast the dice on the Imperial Navy's last attempt to engage the United States Navy in a decisive battle. The largest battle in naval history was ready to begin. Chapter 5. The Adventures of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force departed Linga at 0100 hours on October 18th and headed to Brunei Bay on the north coast of Borneo. Kurita's force arrived without incident at Brunei on the morning of October 20th. Because the 2 tankers dispatched to refuel the force had not arrived, Kurita ordered the heavy cruisers to refuel the destroyers and then for the battleships to refuel the cruisers. Eventually, tankers Haku Maru and Yuho Maru showed up to refuel the larger ships. The entire process of refueling took until 0500 on October 22nd. While this was occurring, Kurita received his final orders from Toyota, and the advance routes for the 1st Diversionary Attack Force were decided. With this done, Kurita called a conference for his senior officers and ship captains on his flagship Atago between 1700 and 2000 on October 21st. When Kurita outlined the final plan, there was disbelief and dissent from the officers present. Nothing about the role of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force made sense to many of Kurita's officers. Tactically, the orders for the force to attack into Leyte Gulf in the morning hours of October 25th seemed foolish, given the combined fleet's prowess in night combat and the fact that they had just spent the last week's training for a night attack. The strategy of sending the Kurita force to attack days after the landing also seemed dubious, since the invasion force would be long gone. If the fleet was to fight a decisive battle, it needed to be directed at the enemy's main fleet. Others were offended that the commander of the combined fleet did not see fit to lead the cream of the fleet personally into this decisive battle. In response to those who believed they were embarking on an operation without hope, Kurita made an eloquent plea. I know that many of you are strongly opposed to this assignment, but the war situation is far more critical than any of you can possibly know. Would it not be a shame to have the fleet remain intact while our nation perishes? I believe that Imperial General Headquarters is giving us a glorious opportunity, because I realize how very serious the war situation actually is. I am willing to accept even this ultimate assignment to storm into Leyte Gulf. You must all remember that there are such things as miracles. What man can say that there is no chance for our fleet to turn the tide of war in a decisive battle? We shall have a chance to meet our enemies. We shall engage his task forces. I hope you will not carry your responsibilities lightly. I know you will act faithfully and well. After this emotional appeal to lay down their lives for a bad plan with faint hopes of success, the assembled officers leaped to their feet, inspired by the Admiral's determination, and filled the room with resounding shouts of banzai. Whatever their doubts, the crews and ships of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force departed Brunei at 0800 hours on October 22nd and made a course toward the Palawan Passage. Nishimura's 3rd Section watched as Kurita's force departed, and then steamed out of Brunei Bay at 1500 hours, making a course for the Balabac Strait. Ambush at the Palawan Passage. Before sailing, Kurita sent almost all his cruiser and battleship float planes, some 45 in total, to San Jose Airfield on Mindoro. His reasoning was that once they were launched, it would be impossible to stop and recover them, as the formation was under the threat of submarine and air attack. This removed these valuable aircraft from Kurita's effective control. Their absence reduced his ability to perform anti-submarine screening, reconnaissance of nearby American forces, and even to perform spotting for gunnery in a major engagement. The absence of Kurita's float planes was soon felt. Combined with a number of other shortcomings, it set the stage for the first disaster to befall the 1st Diversionary Attack Force during the battle. As has already been discussed, after careful analysis, Kurita decided to take the most direct route to the Sibuyan Sea, which was along the west coast of Palawan through the Palawan Passage. This was a curious choice, since it was an area where American submarines were known to operate. Even more difficult to explain was that Kurita made no special preparations for submarine defense as he approached the passage. Kurita divided his force into 2 sections. The lead section consisted of the 3 most powerful battleships and 6 heavy cruisers escorted by the destroyers of Destroyer Squadron 2. The second section was about 4 miles behind, with the 2 Congo-class battleships and 4 heavy cruisers, escorted by the destroyers of Destroyer Squadron 10. The heavy ships of both sections were arranged in 2 columns. Flagship Otago was the lead ship of the left column of the first section. During the afternoon of October 22nd, there were 3 reports of submarines, all false alarms. That night, Kurita reduced his speed to 16 knots and ceased zigzagging. At daybreak on October 23rd, the formation's speed was increased to 18 knots and zigzagging resumed. Aside from the lack of aircraft flying anti-submarine patrols as daylight developed, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force lacked adequate destroyers to properly screen a force of 17 heavy warships. The 15 destroyers that were available were inadequate for the job, and Kurita compounded this by not correctly deploying the destroyers he did possess. No destroyers were deployed at the front of the formation, nor were any positioned in advance of the formation as an anti-submarine picket to clear the way through waters known to be submarine-infested. Even worse for the Japanese was the inferior quality of their radar. Though all of Kurita's ships carried some sort of radar, None detected the American submarines in the area, even though they were on the surface near the first diversionary attack force for a prolonged period. In contrast, the radars on American submarines were excellent, allowing submarine commanders to detect targets and then maneuver into the best firing position. It should have been obvious to Kurita that it was almost certain that American submarines would be positioned in the southern entrance of the Palawan Passage. In fact, 2 submarines were waiting there, Darter and Dace. Both were under the tactical control of Darter's skipper, Commander David H. McClintock. Commander Bladen D. Claggett commanded Dace. At 01:16 on October 23rd, Darter's radar picked up the approaching Japanese 15 nautical miles distant. As was the practice for United States Navy submarines in 1944, they aggressively moved on the surface, in this case at over 20 knots, to close the contact. The 2 submarines raced up the 30 nautical mile wide Palawan Passage to get ahead of the Japanese. They soon gained visual contact on Kurita's armada and sent the first of 3 contact reports. These were passed to Halsey and Kincaid, with a final estimate that the large task force contained 11 heavy ships and 6 destroyers. Darter's contact reports were picked up by Japanese radio intelligence personnel in the first diversionary attack force, prompting Kurita to order his ships to be extra vigilant for submarines. He still failed to send any destroyers to clear the route for his force. Darter and Dace, still moving on the surface, outpaced Kurita's formation, and at 05:25 reached a position in front of the Japanese. Both submarines submerged at 06:09 and gained perfect attack positions. Darter to attack the port column of heavy ships led by Otago, while Dace lay in wait to strike the starboard column. At 06:32, as dawn broke and the Japanese formation began to zigzag, McClintock fired his 6 bow tubes from a range of 980 yards. After maneuvering his boat 180 degrees, McClintock fired his 4 stern tubes just as the first of the bow torpedoes found their mark. The first torpedoes struck Otago at 06:33, just as Kurita was having morning tea with his chief of staff. 4 torpedoes hit the cruiser, dooming her instantly. 19 officers and 341 sailors went down with the ship. Kurita and his staff were thrown into the water and had to swim for their lives. 2 destroyers saved 710 crew members, among them the principal members of Kurita's staff. Kurita himself was picked up by destroyer Kishinami. Of note, half of the fleet communications personnel were lost when the destroyer that picked them up went to Brunei. Their loss was made up by using communications personnel from Yamato, which Kurita and his staff was finally able to board at 1540 after a series of false submarine alarms. Darter's second salvo hit heavy cruiser Takao at 06:34. Steaming in column behind Otago, 2 torpedoes hit the ship. These inflicted massive damage. The rudder and 1 screw were destroyed, and 3 boiler rooms were flooded. 32 crewmen were killed and 30 wounded. Although an emergency rudder was rigged, the crippled cruiser could only make 6 knots and was largely unsteerable. Takao was ordered to return to Brunei under the escort of destroyers Ashishimo and Naganami. Takao was not only out of the battle, but after she finally reached Singapore on November 12th, she was deemed unrepairable. On Dace, Claggett observed Darter's devastating attack. Claggett identified a Congo-class battleship for attack and began his approach. 6 torpedoes were fired from a range of 1,800 yards toward the target, which was actually heavy cruiser Maya. At 05:57, the cruiser took 4 hits on her port side and sank in a mere 8 minutes, taking with her 16 officers and 320 men. 769 men were saved. Both submarines went deep and survived ineffective counterattacks from Japanese destroyers. Darter attempted to finish off Takao, but was unable to get close enough for another attack. As Darter stalked Takao that night, she was running at 17 knots on the surface when she went hard aground on Bombay Shoal. After an attempt by Dace to tow her off failed, it was decided to abandon Darter. This took 2 hours, after which Dace tried unsuccessfully to destroy the helpless Darter with 4 torpedoes and 30 rounds of 5-inch shell fire. This brilliant attack by Darter and Dace not only reduced Kurita's force by 3 powerful cruisers, but it removed 2 destroyers when Kurita dispatched them to escort the crippled Takao back to Brunei. Given that Kurita's force was on a mission, vital to the survival of the Japanese Empire, it seemed unnecessary to lose 2 destroyers to escort a crippled ship back to base. Perhaps more importantly, the Americans knew a major Japanese naval operation was underway. Halsey stumbles. At 06:20 on October 23rd, Halsey received the first sighting report from Darter. Now he had no doubt the Japanese were mounting a major operation to oppose the invasion. Halsey has been bitterly attacked for his actions during the battle. This criticism centers on his actions on the night of October 24th to the 25th, when he decided to take the Third Fleet north, leaving San Bernardino Strait unguarded, to attack Ozawa's toothless carriers. As debatable as this action still remains, what is not debatable is how poorly Halsey handled his force between October 21st and the 24th. On October 22nd, after the landings had been successfully accomplished, Halsey detached Task Group 38-1 and Task Group 38-4 to Leyte for rest and replenishment. After receiving the initial reports of a major Japanese reaction on October 23rd, Halsey recalled Task Group 38-4. He failed to recall Task Group 38-1 until the following day. Task Group 38-1 was the largest of Task Force 38's 4 task forces, with 3 fleet carriers and 2 light carriers. This powerful force was 625 nautical miles to the east of Samar when Halsey finally called them back. This tardy response meant these 5 carriers contributed very little to the American effort on October 24th. With the detachment of Bunker Hill on October 23rd to Leyte, this meant that Task Force 38 fought for most of October 24th with only 11 of the 17 carriers it had when it pummeled Formosa. On the morning of October 24th, as the first full day of the Battle of Leyte Gulf began, Halsey's forces were spread out to the east of the Philippines. Task Group 38-3 with fleet carriers Essex and Lexington and light carriers Princeton and Langley under Rear Admiral Sherman was positioned east of Luzon to cover the movement of any Japanese forces from the north. Task Group 38-2 under Rear Admiral Bogan, having just detached Bunker Hill, was now the weakest of Task Force 38's task groups, with only fleet carrier Intrepid and light carrier Cabot. Light carrier Independence was also assigned to Bogan's task group, but her air group was specially trained for night operations, so did not fly day sorties. Bogan's task group was assigned to cover San Bernardino Strait. Task Group 38-4, commanded by Rear Admiral Davison, was deployed to the south, watching Surigao Strait. His force consisted of fleet carriers Franklin and Enterprise and light carriers Belleau Wood and San Jacinto. This deployment had the effect of leaving the weakest carrier group, Task Group 38-2, with the main burden of combating the strongest Japanese force, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force, as it entered the Sibuyan Sea headed for San Bernardino Strait. Task Group 38-3 in the north came under heavy Japanese airstrikes during the morning, forcing Sherman to suspend offensive operations to concentrate on combat air patrol. It lost a light carrier during the course of these attacks and was not able to attack Kurita's force until the afternoon. In the south, Task Group 38-4 spent the morning attacking Nishimura's secondary force. Again, it was not until the afternoon that any strikes were flown against the primary Japanese force. The net effect of this dispersed effort was dramatic. Whereas when Task Force 38 was massed, it flew almost 1,400 sorties against Formosa on October 12th, on October 24th it was only able to mount just over 250 sorties against the 1st Diversionary Attack Force. This failure by Halsey to bring his full offensive power to bear allowed Kurita to penetrate into the Philippine Sea and set up the battle off Samar. Halsey's detachment of 2 carrier task groups on October 21st, before he had solid intelligence on whether the Japanese were going to mount a major naval effort to disrupt the landing and from what direction that effort would come from, was a major error. It is true that his aviators had been in action for a prolonged period, and that periodic rest was a vital concern. But the schedule Halsey imposed for these moves was extremely ill-timed. It also speaks of the failure of American intelligence, that it did not provide Halsey with an accurate assessment of Japanese intentions. Japanese air attacks against Task Force 38. Air activity by both sides was very heavy on October 24th. Japanese air operations against Task Force 38 will be covered first. On October 23rd, Fukudome moved his operational aircraft from Formosa to the Philippines. Upon arriving in the Philippines, Fukudome conferred with Onishi about the next day's operations. It was decided that only a token effort would be made to provide direct support to Kurita. A total of 10 fighters were seen by the American aviators over Kurita's force during the day. Instead, all available aircraft would be sent to attack Task Force 38 to provide indirect support to Kurita. It was crucial that the American carriers be neutralized, since Kurita's and Ozawa's forces would come within range of Task Force 38 on October 24th. Bad weather restricted Japanese search operations on October 23rd, but during the night of October 23rd to the 24th, Japanese aircraft were in constant contact with an American carrier group east of Luzon. This was Task Group 38-3 with its 4 carriers, which was the closest American task group to the airfields on Luzon. Accordingly, all Japanese attacks on October 24th were directed against Task Group 38-3. The main attack force of the 5th and 6th Base Air Forces mustered 199 operational aircraft at Clark Field, 126 fighters, 63 strike aircraft, and 10 Judy dive bombers. This was inadequate to mount the massive effort necessary to neutralize Task Force 38. Hoping for the best, Fukudome and Onishi launched an all-out strike in 3 attack waves. At 0600, radar aboard the ships of Task Group 38-3 held contact on 5 Japanese aircraft in the area. Task Group 38-3 had been shadowed most of the night, and Sherman knew that his group would come under attack in the morning. The weather in the area of his task group was marked with rain squalls, interspersed with clear weather. Sealing was limited, with broken clouds at 2,000 feet. American ships could use the squalls to hide from air attack during the day, but the clouds could also hide approaching aircraft. Task Group 38-3 had sent out a number of search groups in the morning. Each group had 4 Hellcats and 4 Avengers. In addition, Sherman had been ordered to send 20 Hellcats to conduct a fighter sweep against airfields in the Manila area. This was a significant drain on his resources. After Task Group 38-2's morning search reported Kurita's force in the Sibuyan Sea, Sherman was preparing to launch a large strike at this lucrative target. This plan was set aside when radars detected a large group of Japanese aircraft approaching the task force from Luzon. Within minutes, 2 more groups were detected behind the first, with the third group larger than the first 2. Sherman was forced to cancel the strike and use the Hellcats assigned to provide strike escort to reinforce the combat air patrol. All available Hellcats were scrambled to engage the incoming threat. Eventually, the 12 Hellcats on combat air patrol from the light carriers were joined by 53 more Hellcats. The Japanese attack began just after 0830 and lasted for about an hour. The first American fighters to intercept the approaching Japanese were the 8 Hellcats from Princeton as part of the original combat air patrol. These were joined by 7 Hellcats from Essex, which were scrambled and made contact only about 30 nautical miles from the carriers. The Essex aircraft were led by Commander David McCampbell, Essex's air group commander. McCampbell methodically proceeded to shoot down 9 Japanese aircraft, for which he was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. His wingman claimed 6 more. The ill-trained Japanese were virtually helpless against McCampbell and the other Hellcat pilots. Once under attack, the Japanese aircraft scattered, and the fighters went into a defensive circle instead of trying to protect the dive bombers and torpedo aircraft. By 0845, the 2nd Japanese attack group had been broken up. Altogether, aviators from Essex were credited with 24 downed enemy aircraft and fighters from Lexington 13. Only 1 Hellcat was lost in return. The light carriers also scored heavily, with Princeton's air group issuing claims for 34 aircraft and Langley's fighters claiming 5. It was an air battle reminiscent of the Marianas Turkey shoot of the previous June. The Japanese admitted the loss of 67 aircraft, which is remarkably close to the total number of claims submitted by the Hellcats. No Japanese aircraft got through to the carriers, and no attacks were reported as Sherman kept his ships hidden by squalls. Despite the Hellcats' success against the hapless Japanese aviators, fleet air defense could never be airtight. At the conclusion of the aerial melee, radar indicated no Japanese aircraft in the area. This allowed Sherman to bring his force out of a rain squall and commence recovering the combat air patrol aircraft. At 0938, as the recovery was winding down, one Judy dive bomber, using cloud cover, made a skillful attack against light carrier Princeton. Despite being engaged by anti-aircraft fire, the dive bomber's pilot placed his 551-pound bomb in the middle of the flight deck, some 75 feet forward of the aft elevator. The bomb penetrated several decks to the ship's bakery and exploded. The resulting blast reached the hangar deck, where 6 fully armed and fully fueled Avengers were soon engulfed in flames. When these aircraft inevitably exploded, The blasts were so powerful that both of the ship's elevators were thrown into the air. Water pressure was knocked out, making firefighting difficult and allowing the flames to spread from the carrier's island to its stern. Another large explosion at 10:10 prompted an order that all non-essential personnel abandon ship. 10 minutes later, all but firefighting personnel were ordered to leave. As more explosions racked Princeton, escort ships were ordered to aid in fighting the fires. This was made difficult by the inability of the smaller ships to keep station along the carrier, now dead in the water, and by smoke and intense heat from the fires. At about 10:55, light cruiser Birmingham came alongside, and 38 of her crew went over to the carrier to assist in fighting the fires. With progress being made, Sherman decided to tow the carrier to Leyte. However, a persistent fire near the stern resisted efforts to extinguish it, and it gained strength when Birmingham was forced to cast off at 12:12, when a Japanese submarine contact was reported. At 13:30, reports of Japanese aircraft in the area further delayed salvage operations. The cruiser came back at 14:45 to resume the fight, but by this time the fire near the stern had gained more strength. Birmingham was closing to rig a tow line when at 15:23 the fires reached the torpedo magazine aft. The resulting huge explosion shattered Princeton's stern and destroyed her after-flight deck. Positioned alongside, Birmingham suffered massive devastation topsides. Personnel losses were extremely heavy: 229 crewmen killed and 420 wounded, 219 seriously. Damage to Birmingham and the loss of over half her crew forced the cruiser to go to Leyte for repairs. Princeton's fate was sealed by the latest explosion. Since no other ship in the task group was able to rig a tow line and the fires on the carrier raged unchecked, it was decided to abandon the carrier at 1600. Sherman was forced to give the order to scuttle the ship after he was instructed by Mitcher that Task Force 38 was headed north. Efforts by a destroyer to scuttle her with torpedoes failed, so light cruiser Reno fired 2 more torpedoes at the burning hulk at 17:46. The first hit the carrier's forward aviation fuel storage tanks and created a huge explosion. In under a minute, Princeton was gone. Total losses were light in view of the punishment inflicted on the carrier: 7 killed, 101 missing, and 190 wounded. Princeton was the first carrier lost by the Fast Carrier Task Force, and the first fast carrier lost since October 1942. She was also the last fast carrier sunk in the war. The ordeal of Task Group 38-3 was not over. After the morning attack, Sherman launched his first raid against Kurita's force just before 1100 hours. At 12:45, a new group of Japanese aircraft was detected to the northeast. Based on their direction of approach, these could only be from Japanese carriers. In fact, this was the Imperial Navy's last carrier strike of the war. Ozawa planned to use his meager striking power to assist in the effort to neutralize Task Force 38 on October 24th. Ozawa's morning search failed to detect any part of Task Force 38, but multiple contacts were reported by Japanese land-based aircraft on a United States Navy carrier task force east of Luzon. Ozawa knew he had only enough aircraft for a single strike, and that once he launched his strike aircraft, they were too poorly trained to land back on board their carriers. Knowing from experience the unreliability of contact reports, Ozawa declined to launch his strike until he could confirm the enemy's location with one of his own search aircraft. This crucial information was received at 11:15, with a report of an American carrier task group only 180 nautical miles to the southwest of the main body. It was incredible that at this point in the war, a Japanese carrier force could steam to within 180 nautical miles of one of Task Force 38's task groups without being detected. Ozawa's aviators had located Task Group 38-3, which was focused on searching to the west and defending against air attacks, and was simply unable to cover its northern flank. Ozawa did not have the capability to make Sherman pay for his carelessness, but he launched an all-out strike at 11:45 consisting of 62 aircraft. Zuikaku contributed the most with 10 Zero fighters, 11 Zero fighter bombers, 6 torpedo bombers, and 2 reconnaissance aircraft. From the 3 light carriers came 20 Zero fighters and 9 Zero fighter bombers and 4 JIL torpedo bombers. The strike group was ordered to proceed to Nichols Field on Luzon if bad weather made it impossible to return to the carriers. This was a concern, since the morning search missions reported bad weather in the area of the American carrier force. As the strike headed toward Task Group 38-3, it was detected by radar at a range of about 105 nautical miles. This provided plenty of time to vector an interception by Hellcats from Langley and Essex. The Hellcats tore into the Japanese formation and accounted for 19 aircraft, 8 from Zuikaku and another 11 from the light carriers. It is unclear if the surviving aircraft pressed their attack against Task Group 38-3's carriers. If they did, the attacks were tentative and went unnoticed by the Americans. Following the encounter with the Hellcats, 39 aircraft flew on to Luzon, with a single Zero from Zuikaku flying all the way to Formosa. 3 aircraft from Chitose and Chiyoda returned to their carriers. The Imperial Navy's final carrier-borne strike inflicted no damage to the Americans, but the attack did have some significance, since from its seaward origin and by the fact that the aircraft were reported to have tailhooks, the Americans knew for the first time that Japanese carriers were lurking to the north. What the Americans could not know was that Ozawa's carriers had expended all their offensive power in a single, totally ineffective strike. By the end of October 24th, Ozawa possessed just 5 strike aircraft and 24 fighters. Though Princeton's demise was undeniably a Japanese success, the massive airstrike planned by Fukudome, Onishi, and Ozawa to neutralize Task Force 38 ended in failure. Only Task Group 38-3 had been attacked. This only delayed the launching of a strike by Sherman's task group against Kurita's force until late in the morning. Failure to inflict serious damage on Task Force 38 left Kurita's force exposed to a series of attacks on October 24th. The Battle of the Sibuyan Sea. The first of the 4 great battles that made up the collective engagement known as the Battle of Leyte Gulf was the air-sea battle in the Sibuyan Sea that occurred during the late morning and afternoon of October 24th. Most accounts of the Battle of the Sibuyan Sea focus on the sinking of the super battleship Musashi and how she was literally battered to a hulk by innumerable torpedo and bomb hits. In spite of this spectacular American success, the fact of the matter was that the battle was a tactical victory for the Japanese. For the loss of Musashi and the crippling of a heavy cruiser, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force, operating with no air cover, was able to transit the Sibuyan Sea and proceed to San Bernardino Strait on its way to Leyte Gulf. This constituted nothing less than a failure by Task Force 38 to defeat or even seriously weaken the primary Japanese force. This failure had significant implications. It forced Halsey to decide between making further attacks on the 1st Diversionary Attack Force or going north to deal with the newly discovered Japanese carrier force. It also led directly to the battle off Samar the following day, when the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was given the opportunity to engage the 7th Fleet's escort carrier force off Samar. As previously outlined, Halsey had already put himself in a bad position when Kurita's force was spotted on the morning of October 24th. Of the 11 carriers in Task Force 38, only 2 were in position to launch immediate attacks on Kurita. The air groups of these 2 carriers were the mainstay of efforts to attack Kurita throughout the day. In addition to having only a fraction of his striking power in immediate position to attack Kurita, the air groups of all 3 Task Force 38 task groups were further weakened by the diversion of almost 100 Hellcats and 58 Helldivers to conduct the aggressive searches that Halsey ordered for the morning of October 24th. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force regrouped after the debacle in the Palawan Passage and proceeded toward the Mindoro Strait. An American submarine spotted Kurita's force after midnight on October 24th, but could not make an attack. At 08:20, a Helldiver from Intrepid detected a large group of ships south of Mindoro. The pilot closed the formation to make a visual inspection of its composition. He reported that the force was composed of 4 battleships, 8 cruisers, and 13 destroyers. This was very close to Kurita's actual strength of 5 battleships, 9 cruisers, 7 heavy and 2 light, and 13 destroyers. This information clearly indicated that a major Japanese effort was underway. Within minutes of the initial contact on Kurita's force, Halsey issued a string of orders to deal with this new threat. Davison's Task Group 38-4 was directed to move north and join with Bogan's Task Group 38-2. These 2 groups, and Sherman's Task Group 38-3, was ordered to attack the huge Japanese force entering the Sibuyan Sea. McCain's Task Group 38-1 was ordered to turn around from its transit to Ulithi. Of the 3 task groups ordered to attack, only Task Group 38-2 was able to launch a strike immediately. Sherman's task group was busy dealing with Japanese air attacks, and Davison's task group was unnecessarily tied up attacking Nishimura's force in the Sulu Sea. With only Intrepid and Cabot available, Task Group 38-2 launched the initial strikes against Kurita's force. The Battle of the Sibuyan Sea began at 08:53, when Intrepid turned into the wind at 25 knots and the first strike aircraft lifted off. From Intrepid came 8 Avengers, all carrying torpedoes, 12 Helldivers with 1,000-pound bombs, 4 each general-purpose, semi-armor-piercing and armor-piercing, and 11 Hellcats. Cabot contributed 5 Avengers, all with torpedoes, and 8 fighters. The strike was under the command of Commander William E. Ellis, commander of Intrepid's air group. Flying into the Sibuyan Sea, the Americans spotted the 1st Diversionary Attack Force at 10:20 through a break in the clouds. The lead group of Japanese ships included the huge Yamato and Musashi. Ellis decided to make them the focus of his attack. Of the 2, Musashi was nearest, so Ellis selected her as the main target. He split the Helldivers into two 6-aircraft divisions to attack both battleships with their 1,000-pound bombs. The two nearest large ships were the targets for Intrepid's Avengers. Two were ordered to go after the heavy cruiser shielding the battleship. This was Miyoko. And the others were directed against Musashi. These were divided into two 3-plane sections in order to execute an anvil attack. The Avengers from Cabot were allocated against Yamato in the center of the formation. Since there were no Japanese aircraft present, the Hellcats were ordered to suppress the anti-aircraft defenses by conducting strafing attacks. After being spotted at 0810 by American search aircraft, Kurita ordered his formation to increase speed to 24 knots and prepare for air attack. The first diversionary attack force was divided into two sections. The lead section was the largest and had the biggest targets, so it received the bulk of attacks during the day. In the center of the formation was Yamato, with Kurita on board. On her starboard quarter was Musashi. Nagato was on her port quarter. Arrayed around the battleships were 3 heavy cruisers, Miyoko, Haguro, and Chokai. Light cruiser Nashiro was stationed in the front of the circular formation of the heavy ships around Yamato, and 7 destroyers watched the flanks of the formation. Trailing the lead formation was the second section with battleships Kongo and Haruna, heavy cruisers Chikuma, Tone, Sazuya, and Kumano, light cruiser Yahagi, and 6 destroyers. When no air attack developed after the initial detection, Kurita ordered the formation to reduce speed and to resume zigzagging. A series of radar contacts on aircraft and a periscope sighting were reported over the next 2 hours. At 1000 hours, a radar contact was gained on a large aircraft formation to the east. Then at 1025, aircraft were sighted to the south, off the starboard beam of the lead section. Task Group 38-2's first strike of the day had arrived. At 10:26, the Japanese opened fire with long-range anti-aircraft guns. One of the main themes of the battle was the general ineffectiveness of Japanese anti-aircraft defenses. American pilots remarked on the ferocity of the anti-aircraft fire, from multicolored 5-inch bursts to the streams of tracers from the multitudes of 25-millimeter guns. The Japanese also used Type 3 incendiary shells from 18.1-inch and 16-inch battleship main battery guns. The giant Type 3 shells were spectacular, but proved totally ineffective. No American aircraft were damaged or destroyed by them. Japanese records indicate that fairly few 5-inch shells were fired during the 5 attacks. For instance, Musashi fired only 203, even though she was the principal target of the American attacks, indicating that the fire control systems servicing the 5-inch mounts were taking too long to generate targeting solutions. The most effective weapon was the ubiquitous 25-millimeter gun. While many American aircraft were damaged, only 18 were shot down. Though the numbers confirm the ineffectiveness of Imperial Japanese Navy anti-aircraft fire in shooting down aircraft, it cannot be stressed enough that American aviators displayed great courage pressing home attacks through what they described as an impenetrable wall of fire. Even Japanese observers commented on the tenacity of the American aviators. Starting with the first attack, and lasting for most of the subsequent attacks, the impressive size of Musashi drew the most attention. Once she was damaged, she became an irresistible target for the American aviators. Musashi's ordeal began with the first 6 Helldivers from Intrepid. According to Japanese sources, one of the hell divers placed a bomb on the roof of the main battery turret number 1. Damage was negligible thanks to the turret's thick armor. 4 other hell divers scored near misses, 2 on the starboard side and 2 to port. This was not inconsequential, as bomb splinters penetrated the hull plating and caused flooding. The flooding was worst in the bow. The large compartments in the bow of the Yamato class represented a design flaw, as they allowed severe flooding. As the vulnerable Avengers began their torpedo runs, Hellcats strafed the length of the battleship. At 10:30, Musashi took her first real blow when an Avenger placed one torpedo amidships slightly abaft the bridge on the starboard side. Due to a design fault in the belt armor, flooding began in 2 adjacent boiler rooms. Musashi took on some 3,000 tons of water, which created a 5.5-degree list. This was quickly reduced to a single degree by pumps in the affected boiler rooms and counterflooding on the opposite side. The damage could have been worse, since 2 more torpedoes were seen to pass under the battleship amidships. Facing Musashi's intact anti-aircraft defenses, one Avenger was shot down before it launched its torpedo, and a second went down after dropping its weapon. Only 2 Avengers attacked Miyoko, but these aircraft made a big impact. One torpedo hit the heavy cruiser at 10:29 on her starboard side aft. The subsequent flooding knocked out an engine room and the aft generator room. This in turn brought the 2 starboard shafts to a halt, reducing speed to 15 knots. The cruiser fell astern of the formation. Kurita decided to send her back to Singapore for repairs without destroyer escort. Since Miyoko was the flagship of Cruiser Division 5, at 1100 hours the division commander transferred to Cruiser Haguro. Miyoko limped back to Singapore, but never returned to service. With the departure of Miyoko, Kurita had lost 4 of 10 heavy cruisers before they had a chance to engage an American ship. The attack on Yamato was less successful. None of Intrepid's hell divers scored a direct hit, and only 1 near miss was recorded near the battleship's bow. Yamato successfully evaded all weapons dropped from Cabot's torpedo aircraft. One of the aircraft was lost to anti-aircraft fire. The entire attack was over by 10:50. Following Task Group 38-2's opening attack, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force continued through the Tablas Strait and entered the Sibuyan Sea. At 10:53, Kurita ordered that zigzagging be resumed, as no further air attacks appeared to be imminent. However, this respite was brief. The 2nd American strike, launched from Task Group 38-2 at 10:45, was already in the air. This attack consisted of 14 Hellcats, 12 Helldivers, and 9 Avengers. Except for 5 fighters from Cabot, all were from Intrepid. The follow-on strike was launched at 10:45, detected by Japanese radar at a range of 50 nautical miles, and sighted by the Japanese at 12:03. The battle opened at 12:07, when the Japanese opened fire, and ceased only 8 minutes later. In that short period, the well-coordinated assault inflicted severe additional damage on Musashi. The new strike leader took the advice of Commander Ellis to concentrate solely on Musashi. As a result, all the dive bombers and torpedo bombers went after her. Diving through intense fire, the Hell Divers again opened the attack. The 12 bombers scored 2 direct hits and 5 near misses. One 1,000-pound bomb hit forward and passed through Musashi's bow without exploding. The second hit just to the port side of the stack and penetrated 2 decks before exploding against the middle armor deck. The resulting explosion in a crew space created a fire that reached the No. 2 engine room and 2 boiler rooms. No. 2 engine room was never remanned, so Musashi was down to 3 shafts. By increasing revolutions of the other 3 shafts, speed was temporarily maintained. Bomb splinters damaged steam lines, adding to the chaos. Musashi's steam siren was damaged, and it sounded off and on for the remainder of the action. 5 Helldivers scored near misses, all forward, but these caused only minor flooding. This attack featured better coordination between the dive bombers and the torpedo bombers. On the heel of the dive bombers, Intrepid's 9 Avengers deployed to conduct an anvil attack. Of the 9 aircraft, 8 were able to drop their Mark 13 torpedoes. 3 of these hit Musashi's port side. 1 hit near the stack on the junction of the outboard port engine room and the port hydraulic machinery space. It caused additional flooding, but little else. Another hit forward of the armored citadel and caused massive flooding into several large compartments. The final torpedo hit abaft turret No. 2. This additional beating created another 5-degree list, but this was also corrected to 1 degree by flooding some starboard voids. At this point, though, Musashi was down over 6 feet by the bow. In spite of this beating, Musashi was in no danger of sinking. Because she was operating on 3 shafts, her top speed was reduced to 22 knots. Musashi put up a storm of anti-aircraft fire during the brief attack. Her gunners forced 1 Avenger to ditch some 15 miles away and shot down 2 Helldivers. Japanese records indicate 9 Type 3 shells were fired from her main battery during the attack. American pilots were impressed that they were being engaged at 25,000 to 30,000 yards from the target, but no aircraft were damaged. After 2 attacks, Musashi had accounted for 4 Avengers and 2 Helldivers. For the entire battle, Musashi's gunners claimed 30 aircraft destroyed and another 15 probably shot down. In exchange for just 6 aircraft, Task Group 38-2 had inflicted serious damage on Kurita's force. Heavy cruiser Miyoko was forced to retire, and Musashi was in serious, but by no means fatal, condition. The battleship's well-trained damage control crews had prevented the ship from sinking, and had kept her top speed at a respectable 22 knots. But her condition was becoming a serious problem for Kurita. To allow Musashi to maintain her place in formation, Kurita ordered that the 1st Diversionary Attack Force reduce speed to 20 knots. However, keeping Musashi in formation restricted Kurita's operational and tactical options. Kurita's main concern was the certainty his force would be subjected to additional air attacks. Since he had received no information on the efforts of the land-based air forces and had no indication whether Ozawa's diversion mission had been successful or not, it must have seemed to him like the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was fighting the Americans alone. This fear was reflected in his 1315 message addressed to Ozawa and Mikawa. We are being subjected to repeated enemy carrier-based air attacks. Advise immediately of contacts and attacks made by you on the enemy. Poor communication kept Kurita from knowing that the land-based air forces had failed in their mission to neutralize Task Force 38, and that Ozawa had not even been spotted by the Americans. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force would have to endure many more attacks on October 24th. After countering the morning air attacks from land-based Japanese aircraft, Sherman's Task Group 38-3 was ready to go on the offensive. A full strike was spotted on the flight decks of Essex and Lexington. Each big carrier would launch 34 aircraft, 8 Hellcats, 10 Helldivers, and 16 Avengers. However, the air groups flew their missions with very different payloads. Essex fitted 500-pound bombs to her Hellcats, 1,000-pound bombs on the Helldivers, and all the Avengers carried Mark 13s. Lexington's air group was not armed with weapons suitable to attack heavily armored ships. Because the ship's air officer, and later the ship's captain, did not want to open the magazines to rearm the aircraft for fear of ending up like Princeton, all of Lexington's aircraft carried smaller bombs suitable for attacking land targets. Task Group 38-3's first strike commenced launching at 10:50. Adding to the problems with arming Lexington's aircraft, the air groups were separated by heavy weather. When the air groups were reunited over Mindoro, Lexington's group was missing 5 Helldivers and 5 Avengers. After finding the Japanese, the strike commander, Commander Hugh Winters from Lexington, ordered his remaining aircraft to attack the lead section and for Essex's air group to attack the rear section. The lightly armed aircraft from Lexington had no capability to seriously damage any of the battleships in Kurita's first section. Japanese radar detected the approach of the third attack. In response, Kurita ordered an increase in speed to 24 knots. This was quickly reduced to 22 knots after it became apparent that Musashi could not keep up. Even at this reduced speed, Musashi gradually fell behind the formation. The attack did not go as Winters had intended. Most of the aircraft selected Musashi for attack. According to Japanese sources, she was under attack from 1331 until 1350 from 2 waves of aircraft. 5 Helldivers from Essex ended up attacking the first section, in addition to the Lexington Helldivers. In the first wave of attacks against Musashi, the dive bombers scored 2 near misses aft, but these caused little damage. Musashi was also hit by a torpedo forward on the starboard side, flooding several large compartments. Many crewmen were poisoned by carbon monoxide, which filled the forward sickbay. Other Helldiver pilots selected Yamato for attack. One of the Essex Helldivers scored a hit forward on the port side near turret number 1 at 1350. As was often the case when a bomb hit the forward section of a Yamato-class battleship, several large compartments were flooded. For some reason, 5 Essex Helldivers selected light cruiser Yahagi in the second section as their target. One bomb landed in the aft crew compartments, and another started a small fire in the chain locker, opening a hole in her starboard bow. Yahagi's speed was temporarily limited to 22 knots. The second wave of attacks on Musashi was much more deadly. At least 4 bombs hit the ship. The first 3 all hit forward near turret number 1 and exploded in unoccupied crew accommodation spaces below. No fires resulted, and damage was light. The 4th bomb exploded on contact after hitting the starboard side of the stack. Again, no fires resulted, and damage was limited. However, the explosion devastated many nearby 25mm triple gun mounts and caused heavy casualties among the gun crews. Damage from Helldivers did not pose real problems for Musashi's survival, but torpedo damage inflicted by Avengers was another story. In the second wave of the third attack, Essex Avengers scored 3 more Mark 13 hits, bringing the total of torpedo hits on Musashi to 7. 2 struck forward of the armored citadel on either side of the bow. The design flaw of having comparatively little compartmentation in the unarmored bow section led to massive flooding. The torpedo explosions forced the hull plating outward, creating what looked like a huge plow, throwing water up as the ship moved forward. Another torpedo struck Musashi's starboard side close to the previous starboard side hit. This increased flooding and forced the abandonment of the starboard hydraulic machinery room. A possible fourth hit was reported by some witnesses near the forward 6.1-inch triple turret on the starboard side. Japanese sources dismissed this hit as doubtful. American losses from the third attack were again light. Japanese anti-aircraft fire accounted for one Helldiver that was damaged and could not return to its ship, and 3 Avengers, 2 from Essex and 1 from Lexington. Another Helldiver was lost to a fighter attack within sight of its carrier. The addition of 3 more torpedo hits from the third attack made Musashi's situation perilous. In total, she had taken 7 torpedo and 6 bomb hits. This level of damage would have been mortal for any other battleship. Even after taking such abuse, Musashi was in no immediate danger of sinking, since there was no progressive flooding. The excellent work of her damage control personnel reduced the 2-degree list to starboard to a single degree. But the counterflooding required to do so used up almost all the ship's reserve buoyancy. A bigger issue was the bow trim. The original freeboard of 32.8 feet on the bow was down to 19.6 feet. Musashi's top speed was reduced to 16 knots, and this was further reduced by the ship's captain to 12 knots for fear that his ship could suddenly plunge by the bow. As Musashi was unable to maintain formation, at 1500 Kurita ordered her to proceed to the west with destroyers Shimakaze and Kiyoshimo. At 1507, Vice Admiral Suzuki Yoshio, leading the second section, detached heavy cruiser Tone to defend Musashi against torpedo bomber attacks. At 12:59, Task Group 38-3 began launching its second strike of the day. This consisted of 12 Helldivers carrying 1,000-pound bombs and 8 Hellcats fitted with 500-pound bombs, all from Essex. According to Japanese records, the fourth attack against the 1st Diversionary Attack Force occurred between 1426 and 1450. The American aviators passed up the obviously struggling Musashi and went after the other 2 battleships in the first section. At least 3 bombs hit Yamato forward. One penetrated the bow and exploded below the waterline. Flooding by 3,000 tons of seawater created a 5-degree list to port. Counterflooding reduced the list to 1 degree. Yamato was slightly down by the bow, but her speed was unaffected. The other 2 bombs hit near turret number 1, but neither caused significant damage. The next American strike group to launch was the first and only attack from Task Group 38-4. Beginning at 1313, Enterprise sent a 33-aircraft strike consisting of 16 Hellcats armed with 5-inch rockets, 9 Helldivers, each carrying 2 1,000-pound bombs instead of the usual 1, and 8 Avengers. 15 minutes later, Franklin sent an even larger strike composed of 34 aircraft. These included 12 Hellcats, 8 with rockets, 12 Helldivers, each with 2 500-pound bombs, and 10 torpedo-armed Avengers. When the latest strike arrived in the area of Kurita's force, Musashi was just beginning to carry out Kurita's order to proceed to Coron Bay. She was defended only by Tone and destroyer Kiyoshimo. As the Enterprise strike group turned to the north, The first section took a similar course in order to present their sterns to the approaching American aircraft. This left Musashi and her small group of escorts by themselves. The leader of the Enterprise strike selected Musashi for attack. This attack against Musashi began at 15:15 and ended 15 minutes later. By this point, Musashi was unable to defend herself. She had a top speed of 12 knots and could barely maneuver. Only about a fourth of her anti-aircraft guns remained in action. While the Hellcats suppressed the escorting destroyers, the Helldiver and Avenger pilots pressed their attacks against the wallowing giant. Bombing results against the near-defenseless battleship were devastating. Of the 9 Enterprise Helldivers that dove on Musashi, 7 claimed hits, and the other 2 near misses. Against a much diminished level of anti-aircraft fire, Enterprise's Avengers also did great execution. The 8 Enterprise Avengers conducted an anvil attack and observed 2 and possibly 3 hits. None of the Enterprise aircraft were lost. Right on the heels of the Enterprise strike, Franklin's air group arrived on the scene. Franklin's fighters conducted suppression attacks in support of the Helldivers and Avengers. 2 destroyers were damaged by rockets. 7 Helldivers selected Nagato for attack. She was hit by 2 bombs and near missed by 3 more. The bomb that struck the boat deck destroyed or damaged 5 5.5-inch casemate guns and jammed one of the Type 89 5-inch dual-purpose mounts. Damage to one of the boiler room air intakes caused a temporary loss of speed to 22 knots. 2 Franklin Helldivers dove on Tone. Dropping their weapons from the usual altitude of 2,000 feet, they inflicted only minor damage on the heavy cruiser. According to Japanese records, the ship was subjected to 2 near misses and bomb hits that caused minor fires. One bomb penetrated the upper deck above boiler room number 2, but was stopped by the main armored deck without exploding. Tone's speed and fighting capabilities were unimpaired. 3 Franklin Helldivers reported attacking Musashi, as did all her Avengers. Of the 10 Avengers, 9 delivered attacks, approaching the ship from both beams. Even though Musashi's light anti-aircraft battery had been much reduced, she continued to fight back at her tormentors. The group of 5 Avengers coming at the battleship from the north was hit hard, with 2 shot down and the other 3 damaged. Their surviving torpedo bombers dropped from long range 4,000 to 6,000 yards away. The final attack of the day came directly on the heels of the Franklin strike. This was Task Group 38-2's third strike of the day. Led by Commander Ellis flying his second mission, it included 16 Hellcats, 12 Helldivers, and the last 5 operational Avengers from Intrepid's torpedo squadron. Half of the Helldivers selected Musashi for attack, together with all the Avengers. Because the attacks occurred in quick succession, Japanese accounts do not separate the damage to Musashi caused by the Enterprise dive bombers, the trio of Franklin dive bombers, or the last attack by Intrepid's Helldivers. The Japanese do confirm a total of 10 bomb hits. 1 bomb hit forward of turret number 1 and added to the damage on the bow from earlier bombs. Another bomb hit the roof of turret number 1, but failed to penetrate its thick roof armor. Another hit to the starboard side of the same turret and penetrated 2 decks before exploding against the main armor deck. 2 bombs hit together between the forward 6.1-inch turret and the superstructure, exploded on contact, and did minimal damage. Another 2 hit just to port in the same general area, penetrated 2 decks and exploded on the main armored deck without penetrating. The 8th bomb hit the port side of the massive superstructure and exploded on contact, causing devastation to nearby 25mm gun mounts and their crews. Another projectile hit the top of the superstructure and destroyed the main battery fire control director and its rangefinder. The resulting explosion caused significant personnel casualties on the bridge and operations room, totaling 78 killed and wounded. Among the killed were 5 senior officers, and the ship's captain, Rear Admiral Inoguchi Toshihira, was wounded. The final hit landed abaft the superstructure, but caused only minor damage. None of the 1,000-pound projectiles penetrated the main armor deck, but topside damage was extensive, and many 25mm gun mounts were knocked out. Of these 10 hits, Enterprise Helldivers probably accounted for 4, Franklin Helldivers another 2, and Intrepid Helldivers the last 4, including the devastating hit on the bridge. Japanese accounts also do not distinguish between the torpedo hits scored by Enterprise, Franklin, Intrepid, or Cabot aircraft. From 1515 to 1530, the Japanese recorded 11 torpedo hits, of which 2 failed to explode. All but 2 of these were on the port side. Both Musashi's executive officer and the chief engineer survived the attack. Using their accounts, the U.S. Naval Technical Mission to Japan performed post-war analysis of the original Japanese account. In spite of the close scrutiny given to this action, the number of torpedo hits suffered by Musashi remains a matter of debate until this day. Of the 5 torpedoes the Japanese claimed hit the ship forward, only 2 were verified, 1 to port and 1 to starboard. The confirmed hit to port caused the flooding of the magazines for turret number 1. Another confirmed hit to port caused immediate flooding to a boiler room and slow flooding in another. 2 more hits were confirmed amidships on the port side. One of these caused flooding in the 2 port side engine rooms. This left only the 2 starboard side shafts still functioning. As the last American aircraft left the scene, Musashi was listing 10 degrees to port. Counterflooding reduced this to 6 degrees. The bow continued to settle until seawater was washing over it. Top speed was down to 6 knots, and the ship could no longer be steered. After taking a minimum of 16 bomb and at least 11, and possibly as many as 15, torpedo hits, Musashi was clearly doomed. Her list increased to 12 degrees, prompting the chief engineer to order the flooding of the 3 starboard side boiler rooms. This held the list at 12 degrees, but reduced the ship to a single shaft. Musashi could barely move on her last operational shaft, and the flooding continued unchecked. At 17:15, she was ordered to beach herself on nearby Sibuyan Island. This proved impossible. Severely down by the bow, the ship would not answer to her helm, and so circled slowly. By 1800, the last boiler room was abandoned due to flooding, leaving the ship without power. Musashi's demise was now only minutes away. By 1900, the list increased to 15 degrees, and water had reached turret number 1. By 1920, the list reached a dangerous 30 degrees. Finally, the executive officer, now acting as captain, gave the order to abandon ship. Minutes after the order was issued, Musashi began to slow roll to port. At 1935, the ship turned bottom up and then slid under, bow first. Destroyers Kiyoshimo and Hamikaze picked up 1,376 survivors, but another 1,023 were lost. The process of rescuing this many men went on until 02:15 the following morning. Inoguchi elected to go down with his ship. Considering the damage inflicted on Musashi, the number of survivors was amazing. They were taken by the two destroyers to Corregidor and later played an unsavory role in the battle for Manila in 1945. As Musashi went through her death throes, Kurita was taking stock of his situation. He had suffered 5 major air attacks, and more seemed likely. Given the scale of air attacks, it was apparent that the land-based air forces had accomplished little. He still had no information on the operations of Ozawa's force. Instead of taking the next series of expected air attacks in the more restricted waters of the eastern Sibuyan Sea, at 15:30, Kurita decided to head west and retreat to the open waters of the central Sibuyan Sea. At 1600, he sent a message to Toyota explaining his decision. It was also addressed to Onishi and Fukudome. Originally, the main strength of the 1st Diversion Attack Force was intended to force its way through San Bernardino Strait about 1 hour after sundown, coordinating its moves with air action. However, the enemy made more than 250 sorties against us between 08:30 and 15:30, the number of planes involved and their fierceness mounting every wave. Our air forces, on the other hand, were not able to obtain even expected results, causing our losses to mount steadily. Under these circumstances, it was deemed that were we to force our way through, we would merely make ourselves meat for the enemy, with very little chance of success. It was therefore concluded that the best course open to us was temporarily to retire beyond the reach of enemy planes and reform our plans. At 1600 we were on course 290 speed, 18 knots. As Kurita headed west to give Japanese land-based air forces more time to strike the enemy, no further American air attacks were forthcoming. At 1630, Kurita ordered a change of course to the north, and at 1648 again headed west. Still, no American aircraft appeared overhead. So at 1714, Kurita again changed course to the east and resumed the advance to San Bernardino Strait. After Kurita had already resumed his advance, Toyota responded to Kurita's 1600 message. At 1813, Toyota issued a terse order. All forces will dash to the attack, trusting in divine assistance. By the time this was received on Yamato at 1915, the 1st Diversionary Attack Force was already headed east. The Battle of the Sibuyan Sea was the largest air-sea battle in history up to that point. Kurita's force had been subjected to a series of attacks over the span of 5 hours by over 250 carrier aircraft. The star performer was Intrepid, whose air group conducted 96 sorties in 3 strikes. Aboard the 6 carriers that had conducted the strikes, aviators made extravagant claims of losses inflicted on the Japanese. The over-concentration on Musashi did not stop Task Force 38's aviators from claiming much greater success. Task Group 38-2 claimed to have damaged 3 battleships and 3 heavy cruisers. Task Group 38-3 claimed 3 battleships, 4 heavy cruisers, and 2 light cruisers damaged. Task Group 38-4 issued claims for 1 light cruiser and 1 destroyer sunk, 1 battleship and 1 destroyer probably sunk, and damage to 2 battleships, 1 light cruiser, and 4 destroyers. Even given that some of these claims were duplicative, it appeared that both Yamato-class battleships had been crippled, with 1 probably sunk. Nagato was hit and badly damaged, and a Congo-class battleship was crippled. 4 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 6 destroyers were reported sunk or damaged. The only reasonable assumption following the day's attacks was that the 1st Diversionary Attack Force had been rendered combat ineffective. In fact, the opposite was true. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force had been battered but was still a formidable threat. Musashi had sunk, but the damage to Yamato and Nagato was minor, and their fighting capabilities were unimpaired. Battleships Kongo and Haruna were undamaged. Of the 7 heavy cruisers, only Miyoko had been damaged and forced to retire. Damage to Tone was minor, leaving Kurita with 6 fully functional heavy cruisers. Both light cruisers were fully operational, as the damage to Yahagi in no way impaired her capabilities. Destroyers Kiyoshimo and Hamikaze were damaged and subsequently ordered to handle Musashi's survivors, leaving Kurita with 11 destroyers. By any reasonable measure, Kurita's force had fared well. The fact that the 1st Diversionary Attack Force had survived the best that Task Force 38 could throw at it and remained on track to its objective with most of its combat power intact made this battle a tactical victory for the Japanese. This was largely due to the ability of Musashi to withstand a fearsome pounding, and the willingness of the Americans to focus the majority of their efforts on a single target. The apparent decimation of the 1st Diversionary Attack Force set up the most dramatic decision of the battle. Having sighted the Japanese carriers at 1640, and with the threat from the Japanese force in the Sibuyan Sea seemingly removed, Halsey decided to move north during the night and attack Ozawa's force. The reasons behind this controversial decision will be covered later, but with Halsey focused on a new target, Kurita was free to continue his trek to Leyte Gulf. Kurita adjusted his plans in the aftermath of his delayed advance toward Leyte Gulf. At 21:45, he sent a message with his new timetable. The reduced but still potent 1st Diversionary Attack Force, with its 4 battleships, 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 11 destroyers, would transit San Bernardino Strait at 0100 on October 25th, head down the east coast of Samar, and arrive at Leyte Gulf at about 1100 hours. The 1st Diversionary Attack Force approached the strait at 20 knots and went to general quarters expecting a fight. As the Japanese passed through on a clear moonlit night, no American ships contested their passage. After entering the Philippine Sea at 0037, Kurita changed course to the south and headed to Leyte Gulf. Chapter 6. Execution at Surigao Strait. Of the 4 major actions that made up the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the engagement known as the Battle of Surigao Strait was the least important. However, the action is noteworthy since it was the last battleship engagement in naval history. Despite the fact that the Americans and Japanese operated large numbers of battleships during the war, it was extremely rare for them to meet each other in battle. Surigao Strait was only the second and last time battleships encountered each other during the Pacific War. The first clash of battle wagons took place during the climax of the Japanese effort to expel the Americans from Guadalcanal in November 1942. In this instance, the Japanese battleship Kirishima encountered 2 more modern and powerful American battleships, South Dakota and Washington. Though South Dakota was knocked out of action early in the battle, Washington used her superior fire control system to pummel Kirishima with 16-inch shells. The outmatched Japanese battleship was sunk, with Washington suffering no damage. At the Battle of Surigao Strait, the result was even more lopsided, with an American force built around 6 battleships nearly annihilating a Japanese force led by 2 old battleships. In addition to employing radar-directed gunnery, the Americans also used radar to mount a series of devastating torpedo attacks. In the last major night action of the war, the Americans demonstrated that they had definitively surpassed the Japanese in night fighting. The only blemish on the American victory was that several Japanese ships escaped destruction because of a tepid American pursuit. The advance of the Third Section. The 7 ships of Nishimura's force departed Brunei Bay at 1500 on October 22nd and headed for the Sulu Sea by way of the Balabic Strait. Nishimura's objective of forcing Surigao Strait and storming into Leyte Gulf was very unlikely to be realized unless he could somehow gain surprise. Otherwise, the Americans could use their superior forces to block any Japanese attempt to move through the strait. Another daunting challenge for Nishimura was to transit the Sulu Sea without friendly air cover in the face of potential American carrier attacks. In order to retain the element of surprise by avoiding detection by American aircraft, Nishimura had to carefully gauge his track to stay out of the search range of American carriers operating to the east of Leyte for the longest period of time. Though he could have easily surmised the general location of the American carriers and was well aware of their usual search range, Nishimura decided to advance at 18 knots while transiting outside American search range. This meant he was 110 nautical miles further along his track than he should have been when the third section was first spotted at 0905 by Task Group 38-4. When they spotted the Japanese, the American aircraft were at the edge of their search pattern. Had Nishimura employed a slower initial cruising speed, his force would have been outside the range of Task Group 38-4's morning searches on October 24th. Had the Japanese avoided being detected in the morning, it is possible that they could have transited the Sulu Sea undetected, since Task Group 38-4 was ordered north later in the morning to assist Task Group 38-2 in attacking Kurita's force in the Sibuyan Sea. Nishimura's early detection opened his force up to air attack, and, more importantly, it provided more than ample time for Kinkaid to prepare to mount the strongest possible defense of the Surigao Strait. Of Task Force 38's 3 task groups, Task Group 38-4 was operating east of Leyte and was given responsibility to cover the distant approaches to Surigao Strait. Under command of Rear Admiral Davison, Task Group 38-4 included fleet carriers Enterprise and Franklin, and light carriers Belleau Wood and San Jacinto. The fleet carriers launched a search and attack mission at 0600 to cover the Sulu Sea. Davison employed a large number of aircraft in this mission, 32 Hellcats and 24 Helldivers, each loaded with 2 500-pound bombs. Under perfect weather conditions, the 4 separate search groups took off and headed west. Enterprise's air group was responsible for covering the southern sector of the Sulu Sea. A total of 28 Enterprise aircraft comprised 2 search groups each, with 6 Helldivers carrying bombs and 8 Hellcats. At 0855, radar on Yamashiro detected approaching American aircraft. Enterprise's aviators sighted Nishimura's force at 0905. Not only had the Americans gained first contact on a new Japanese force transiting the Sulu Sea, but the initial contact report provided the exact composition of Nishimura's force: 2 Fusu-class battleships, 1 Mogami-class cruiser, and 4 destroyers. The commander of the search group making the initial contact radioed Enterprise's second search group and waited for its arrival in order to make a coordinated attack. The second group arrived at 0840, and the attack began. Each of the two groups selected one of Nishimura's battleships for attention. Against what was described as fairly accurate anti-aircraft fire, including Type 3 incendiary shells from the 14-inch main batteries on the battleships, the Hellcats led the attack with strafing runs. Yamashiro suffered only a near miss on her starboard side that ruptured her anti-torpedo bulge. The ensuing flooding caused a brief 5-degree list, which was quickly corrected by counterflooding. Strafing caused the deaths of 20 crewmen. Fuso suffered more extensive damage. A 500-pound bomb hit near turret number 2 penetrated to the main armor deck and exploded. Damage was moderate, but about 10 crewmen were killed. Much more dramatic were the results of a bomb that struck the fantail by the aircraft catapult. The fuel tanks from the ship's 2 float planes caught fire, destroying both aircraft and creating thick black smoke. Fuso was staggered and temporarily left formation. By 1100 hours, the fire had been extinguished, the float planes jettisoned, and full speed restored. Mogami was also attacked. She suffered only 3 near misses and minor damage to her flight deck from strafing. Destroyer Shigure was also strafed, but she did not suffer a bomb hit on her forward 5-inch mount, as is often stated. The entire attack lasted 20 minutes. Only a single Hellcat was lost to anti-aircraft fire. Franklin's Air Group was assigned the northern sector of the Sulu Sea. Its search strike group was comprised of 28 aircraft with the same composition as Enterprise's. At about 0800, Franklin's aircraft spotted a group of 3 Japanese ships south of Panay. Though misidentified by the Americans, these were the 3 Hatsuhara-class destroyers of Destroyer Division 21. These ships had been detached from Shima's force at 1200 hours on October 21st to proceed from Mako to Takeo to move 6th Base Air Force ground equipment and personnel from Formosa to Manila. After completing this mission, they were scurrying to rejoin Shima's force. One of the last Franklin aircraft to attack succeeded in hitting the frantically maneuvering Wakaba at 0813. The direct hit at the mainmast penetrated deep into the ship and exploded. The destroyer came to a halt and took a list to port. Within 45 minutes, Wakaba sank, with the loss of 30 crewmen. The other 2 destroyers rescued the survivors and continued south to join Shima. These were the target of a follow-up strike from Franklin. The attack group of 12 Hellcats and 11 Helldivers commenced a fresh attack at 11:52. One bomb hit Hatsushima, but failed to fully detonate and did little damage. The Japanese officer commanding the 2 destroyers decided that he had had enough. At 14:45, he broke off his mission to join Shima and took a course north to Manila to unload Wakaba's survivors. Even more inexplicable than his decision to decline to play any further role in a decisive battle was his decision not to notify Shima of his actions. Destroyer Division 21 was out of the battle, but it had absorbed the bulk of Franklin's sorties for October 24th. The attacks from Task Group 38-4 failed to impair the speed or fighting capabilities of Nishimura's 3rd Section, but had forced Shima's Destroyer Division 21 to retreat to Manila. At 10:24, Task Group 38-4 was ordered to move north to join the attack on Kurita's force in the Sibuyan Sea. This meant the end of air attacks against Nishimura's force on October 24th. The movement of these forces through the Sulu Sea had provided a useful diversion, since they had absorbed much of Task Group 38-4's offensive strikes during the day, thus lessening the pressure on Kurita. Shima's 2nd Diversionary Attack Force was not subjected to air attack on October 24th. However, it was spotted by a B-24 bomber south of the Cagayan Islands at 11:55. The Army Air Force aircraft issued a generally accurate contact report. This report reached Kincaid at 14:35, but was confused by the same aircraft issuing a subsequent contact report, which included battleships. The second report probably reflected a sighting of Nishimura's force. Even though all 3 Japanese forces operating in the Sulu Sea on October 24th had been spotted, and 2 of them were attacked, the Americans failed to develop an accurate picture of the Japanese forces headed for Surigao Strait. Oldendorf's Grand Ambush. Early detection of Nishimura's force on October 24th gave Kinkaid ample time to prepare. His obvious conclusion was that a strong Japanese force would attempt to force Surigao Strait on the night of October 24th to the 25th. But there was still doubt in Kinkaid's mind as to the actual intentions of the Japanese and real confusion regarding their strength. Based on the morning searches, Kinkaid and his staff concluded that the Japanese force headed toward the strait consisted of 2 battleships, 4 heavy and 4 light cruisers, and 10 destroyers. Of course, this was greater than the combined strength of Nishimura's and Shima's forces. There was also reason to believe that the Japanese force could include up to 4 battleships. Kinkaid also had concerns that the Japanese were conducting a Tokyo Express-type mission to move reinforcements to Leyte. The possibility of a transport mission was included in his 1343 message to Halsey. Since the most dangerous Japanese course of action was to attack through Surigao Strait into the Gulf, Kinkaid had to guard against this above any other eventuality. At 1443, he directed Rear Admiral Jesse Oldendorf to prepare for a night battle. His order included the best estimate of the size of the oncoming Japanese force and a directive to use the PT boats in the lower strait. Though Japanese strength had been overestimated, Oldendorf had more than adequate forces to conduct his mission. Under his command were 6 battleships, 4 heavy and 4 light cruisers, and more than 24 destroyers. Some 40 PT boats were also available, but these remained under Kinkaid's command. Kinkaid's basic battle plan, fine-tuned by Oldendorf, created a set-piece battle that virtually eliminated any chance that any portion of Nishimura's force could slip into the Gulf. The battle line under Rear Admiral Weyler was ordered to steam back and forth between a point east of Hingatungen Point to a point north of Hibison Island. The battleships were positioned to seal the northern portion of the strait, while still retaining maximum sea room. From this position, they could fire broadsides down the strait at the approaching Japanese. South of the battle line, by 2.5 nautical miles, were 2 groups of cruisers. Oldendorf took command of the left flank cruiser group with 3 heavy and 2 light cruisers. Rear Admiral Berkey commanded the right flank unit, comprised of 1 heavy and 2 light cruisers. Light cruiser Nashville was forced to remain out of harm's way when MacArthur refused to leave the ship and join Kinkaid on his flagship. The only major concern for Kinkaid and Oldendorf was the fact that some ships were low on ammunition, and especially in armor-piercing AP projectiles. Since it was known that the Japanese force included battleships, armor-piercing shells were essential to tackle heavily armored ships. The situation was most marked on the 6 battleships. In anticipation of bombarding Yap Island, later changed to Leyte, the battleships had been loaded with a predominant mix of high-explosive shells, 77% high-explosive and 23% armor-piercing. As the clash with the Japanese loomed, the 6 battleships carried a total of 1,637 armor-piercing shells and 1,602 high-explosive shells. To make the best use of the available armor-piercing shells, it was planned that the battleships would not open fire until the Japanese had closed to between 17,000 and 20,000 yards. The heavy cruisers were also deficient in armor-piercing rounds, having been loaded with 66% high-explosive and 34% armor-piercing. The destroyers had full loads of torpedoes, but only 20% of their 5-inch rounds remaining. No replacement torpedoes were available. The available ordnance was sufficient for 1 battle, but if a second had to be fought, the ammunition problem would become an issue. Positioned south of the cruiser groups were two groups of destroyers tasked to conduct torpedo attacks against the oncoming Japanese before the cruisers and battleships were unleashed. The right flank destroyers were ordered to attack first, followed by the left flank destroyers. Radar-directed torpedo attacks were expected to exact significant attrition on the Japanese. The destroyers were ordered to keep to the sides of the strait when not making their torpedo attacks. This would degrade the performance of Japanese radar, which would have problems picking out the destroyers against the islands in the background, while also minimizing the possibility that the destroyers could be confused for the advancing Japanese. An improvised division of 6 destroyers was retained to screen the battleships. The destroyer force received a late reinforcement when Captain J.G. Coward, commanding Destroyer Division 54, inserted himself into Oldendorf's battle plan with a message at 1950 announcing his intention to make a torpedo attack. Oldendorf approved Coward's plan, which added 5 more destroyers to the mix. Because it was considered possible that the Japanese might try to slip light forces into the Gulf to the east of Hibison Island, located in the middle of the strait, Oldendorf made his left flank stronger than his right flank. The last part of Kinkaid's plan was the aggressive employment of torpedo boats. Of the 45 PT boats that deployed to Leyte Gulf, the 39 operational boats were deployed in sections of 3 at 13 positions in the southern approaches to the strait. This was an ideal opportunity for these fast and heavily armed boats, each carried 4 torpedoes, to conduct hit-and-run attacks on Japanese units. Lying silently so as not to betray their presence with a wake, and with the benefit of radar, their orders were to report all contacts and then conduct independent attacks. On the night of October 24th to the 25th, all remaining shipping inside Leyte Gulf was moved into San Pedro Bay in the northern part of the Gulf. Keeping them out of the way was crucial to avoid confusion in a night battle. At sunset, all movements in and out of the Gulf were stopped. Before he issued his orders for the upcoming battle, Oldendorf brought Whaler and Berkey to his flagship, heavy cruiser Louisville, to discuss the plan. Oldendorf wanted to make sure his principal commanders understood their roles in the battle. American naval officers knew from hard-won experience gained from night battles earlier in the war that confusion was rampant in a night action, and that the Japanese were expert night fighters. Superior numbers did not guarantee victory at night. Oldendorf's careful force disposition and attention to reviewing the plan left as little as possible to chance. As Oldendorf stated after the battle, "My theory was that of the old-time gambler. Never give a sucker a chance. If my opponent is foolish enough to come at me with an inferior force, I'm certainly not going to give him an even break." Never before had the Americans planned a night battle so carefully and brought such overwhelming force into play. Once these factors were combined with the massive advantage of superior radar technology, there was absolutely no doubt as to the outcome. Surigao Strait was to be a naval execution more than a battle. Nishimura's approach. The approach phase of the battle went largely as Kinkaid and Oldendorf planned. In fact, it went better than they hoped, since by the time Nishimura's force reached the northern part of the strait and encountered the Allied battle line, his already inadequate force had been shattered and fought the last stage of the battle with only 3 of its 7 ships. Since neither Nishimura nor any member of his staff survived the battle, little is known about Nishimura's thinking as he approached the strait. What is known is his intention to arrive off Tacloban at 0430 on October 25th in accordance with Toyota's master plan that had Kurita's force arriving off the American beachhead a short time later. As Show 1 began to unravel on October 24th, Nishimura made every effort to stick to the plan. At around 1830, Nishimura received Kurita's message that he was under heavy attack in the Sibuyan Sea and was turning west to relieve the pressure. At 2013, Nishimura sent a message to Toyota and Kurita that he now planned to be off Dulag at 0400 the next morning. Dulag was the location of the Southern American landings on Leyte, so this did not constitute a major change in plan. At 2200, Nishimura received Kurita's change of plan that he would not arrive in the Gulf until 1100 hours on October 25th. This had huge implications for Nishimura, but he did not see fit to change his plans. We can only speculate why Nishimura stuck to his original plans. The delay in Kurita's schedule meant that Nishimura would be on his own. Against the larger American forces in the Gulf, this was a recipe for certain annihilation. Judging by his actions, Nishimura was determined to maintain his original schedule and attack before Kurita, hopefully drawing American forces away from Kurita's main attack. It is also likely that Nishimura preferred a night battle, since a day battle against superior forces in the confined waters of the strait offered no hope of success. According to Shigure's captain, who survived the battle, Nishimura was an old-school admiral who preferred a night engagement over a day one. In any event, it is fair to assume that Nishimura entered the battle with a sense of fatalism. By sacrificing his small force, he hoped to improve the chances for Kurita to accomplish his mission. First to encounter Nishimura's force were the PT boats operating in the Mindanao Sea. The 13 PT boat sections were deployed, starting with a skirmish line in the Mindanao Sea between Bohol and Camigan Islands, and extended all the way up to the southern part of Surigao Strait between Leyte and Dinagat Islands. Tasked with conducting independent attacks, the PT boats had an even more important function of providing early warning of the Japanese approach. Nishimura expected to meet PT boats and made plans to counter them. He detached Mogami and 3 destroyers and sent them ahead as a scouting unit. The 2 battleships and destroyer Shigure trailed behind and took a more northern course along Bohol Island. At 2236, one of the boats from Section 1, PT-131, gained radar contact on Nishimura's main force. PT-131 was joined by PT-130 and PT-152, and the 3 boats attempted to close for a torpedo attack. The Japanese never detected them on radar. But at 2252, Shigure spotted the oncoming Americans and took them under fire. 2 boats were slightly damaged. The Americans were not able to launch torpedoes, but did issue a contact report that eventually reached Oldendorf at 0026 on October 25th. The Japanese scouting group centered around Mogami passed through Section 2 undetected, but was sighted by Section 3 at 2350. PT-151 and PT-146 each fired a torpedo at Mogami at 0015, but missed. By 0100 hours, the 2 parts of Nishimura's force reunited. About the same time, Mogami was hit by a 6-inch shell from Fuso, clearly demonstrating the difficulty of distinguishing friend from foe at night. The friendly shell did not explode, but it still killed 3 men. Section 6 was the next to attack. Advancing through heavy fire, PT-134 closed to within 3,000 yards of Fuso and fired 3 torpedoes at 0205. The bravery of the boat's crew was not rewarded, as all torpedoes missed. At 0207, Section 9 fired 4 torpedoes at the destroyers in the van of Nishimura's formation. One of 3 boats, PT-490, closed to within a mere 400 yards of Mishishio before launching its weapons. Despite this almost suicidal display of courage, all the torpedoes missed. In return, Japanese gunfire hit PT-490 twice, and PT-493 3 times. The former was run aground after losing 2 men killed. The latter sank after also running aground. The last boats to attack were those of Section 8. PT-523, PT-524, and PT-526 fired 6 torpedoes at a target identified as a Mogami-class cruiser before withdrawing at 0213. Again, none of the torpedoes hit its target. Section 11 detected Nishimura's force on radar at 0225 from a range of 10 nautical miles, but before it could make an attack, it was warned to clear the area by American destroyers commencing their attack. Nishimura had successfully run the gauntlet of torpedo boats without suffering any major damage and without his force losing cohesion. During these actions, and later against Shima's force as it ventured up the strait, the PT boats performed their mission well. Of the 39 boats, 30 contacted the Japanese and launched a total of 34 torpedoes. None of Nishimura's ships were hit, but Shima's force was not as lucky. 10 of the PTs were hit, but only 1 was lost. Personnel casualties were light, with 3 dead and 20 wounded. Though they were unable to exact any attrition on Nishimura, the PTs provided invaluable information on the location of the approaching Japanese. Though he had survived the PT boat threat without damage, Nishimura now faced a much more formidable threat in the form of Fletcher-class destroyers, each carrying 10 torpedoes directed by radar. It is possible that, based on information from one of Mogami's scout aircraft on the location and numbers of American ships inside the Gulf, Nishimura believed that the main action would occur inside Leyte Gulf and not in Surigao Strait. It was not a rational assumption that the Americans would not use favorable geography to their advantage. Perhaps this mistaken assumption contributed to the subsequent disaster befalling Nishimura. But more important was the poor performance of Japanese lookouts and radar. The Japanese were totally unprepared for the series of American destroyer attacks that followed, and they paid a very high price for this unpreparedness. The first destroyer attack was the deadliest. It was delivered by the 5 destroyers from Destroyer Division 54 under the command of the aggressive Coward. 2 other destroyers from Coward's unit were left on picket duty and did not take part in the torpedo attack. The 5 destroyers conducting the attack were deployed on both bows of the approaching Japanese formation, with McDermott and Monson attacking from the west and Remy, McGowan, and Melvin from the east. Coward's plan was to approach at 30 knots, track the Japanese by radar, and launch torpedoes based on radar data, while not using their 5-inch guns so as not to disclose their positions. Once the torpedoes were in the water, Coward's destroyers would head north along the coast to clear the area and reduce the possibility of a friendly fire incident. This plan went off like clockwork. The eastern group of Coward's destroyers gained first radar contact at a range of 18 nautical miles at 0240. The western group gained radar contact at 0254, at almost 15 nautical miles. Shigure spotted the American destroyers, but they were still able to maneuver unmolested into ideal firing positions. Only after Coward's destroyers had launched their torpedoes did the Japanese open fire. Inexplicably, even with this warning, and after having engaged enemy destroyers, Nishimura failed to order any evasive maneuvers against possible torpedo attack. Coward's 3 eastern destroyers fired a barrage of 27 torpedoes just after 0300 at ranges between 8,200 and 9,300 yards. After they had launched their weapons, the destroyers were subjected to heavy Japanese fire, but none of Coward's ships were hit. At 0308, the first serious damage of the battle was recorded when 2 torpedoes from Melvin hit Fuso. As Coward's eastern destroyers conducted their attack, the 2 western destroyers were also able to track the approaching Japanese and get into ideal launching positions. Between 0310 and 0311, McDermott and Monson launched a full salvo of 10 torpedoes each. This time, Nishimura ordered evasive maneuvers, but he failed to hold the new course long enough to let the American torpedoes clear the area. When he resumed his original heading, his screening destroyers were directly in the path of McDermott's salvo of 10 torpedoes. At 0319, these weapons began to wreak havoc. 3 torpedoes hit Yamagumo. Within 2 minutes, she sank, with the loss of all but 2 of her crew. Another McDermott torpedo hit Mishishio amidships and flooded the engine room. The destroyer lost all power and went dead in the water. According to her commanding officer, one of only 4 survivors, the ship sank in 15 minutes. McDermott scored yet again when a single torpedo hit Asagumo on her bow. With her bow gone, Asagumo was left to struggle with a top speed of 13 to 15 knots. McDermott almost gained a clean sweep of Nishimura's destroyers, but 3 other torpedoes passed just ahead of Shigure. The salvo from McDermott was the most effective American destroyer torpedo strike of the entire war. Monson also scored with her salvo. One of her torpedoes hit Yamashiro on her port quarter at 0322. As a precaution, the ship's captain ordered the flooding of the magazines to turrets 5 and 6. This put the 2 aft 14-inch turrets out of action, reducing the battleship's firepower by a third. As Yamashiro was absorbing her first of several torpedo hits, Fuso was in her death throes. The 2 torpedoes from Melvin had begun a chain of events that proved fatal. One torpedo hit abreast turret number 1, and the second hit aft, flooding a boiler room and causing a fire. Fuso lacked modern underwater protection, and that weakness was immediately apparent. The wounded battleship fell out of formation and developed a starboard list. Even with speed reduced to 12 knots, the ship's captain ordered the advance up the strait be resumed. This was abandoned at 0320 when Fuso changed course to the south and slowed to 10 knots. The forward torpedo hit had caused massive flooding, and the forecastle was awash. Counterflooding had reduced the starboard list, but unchecked progressive flooding doomed the ship. Accordingly, the abandoned ship order was passed. According to her few survivors, the battleship sank by the bow at about 0345. Oil from the ship rose to the surface and caught fire, immolating many survivors in the water. From a crew of 1,630 officers and men, only about 10 ever saw Japan again. This version of Fuso's demise, provided by the few survivors and confirmed by the recent discovery of the wreck still in one piece, contradicts the generally accepted one that torpedoes blew Fuso into 2 parts, with each remaining afloat. Even Nishimura was ignorant as to the full destruction caused by Coward's brilliant torpedo attack. At 0330, he reported the loss of 2 of his destroyers and the damage to Yamashiro in a message to Kurita and Shima. He indicated that Yamashiro could continue her mission. He was totally unaware that Fuso had already fallen out of formation and would soon sink. The second torpedo attack was delivered by Destroyer Squadron 24, with its 5 Fletcher-class destroyers and the Royal Australian Navy Tribal-class destroyer Arunta. By this point, only Yamashiro, Mogami, and Shigure remained in formation. The 6 Allied destroyers, split into 2 groups of 3, approached what was left of Nishimura's force from the west by moving along the coast of Leyte. At 0323, the first group, Beale, Killen, and Arunta, began to launch a total of 17 torpedoes at ranges between 6,500 and 6,800 yards. At 0331, one of Killen's torpedoes hit Yamashiro port side amidships. This strike caused additional flooding in her machinery spaces, which temporarily reduced her speed to 5 knots. The second group of destroyers, Bache, Hutchins, and Daly, launched 15 torpedoes between 0329 and 0336. By this point, damage control crews on Yamashiro had restored her speed to 18 knots. None of the torpedoes found its target. Yamashiro engaged the destroyers with her secondary battery of 6-inch guns, but her fire was ineffective. The American destroyers directed 5-inch fire at Yamashiro, Mogami, and probably Asagumo before clearing the area. Next up were the 9 ships of Destroyer Squadron 56 from the left flank of Oldendorf's formation. They made their attacks as the deluge of shells from the Allied cruisers and battleships roared overhead. The first 2 sections, each with 3 destroyers, attacked Nishimura's reduced force from both bows. The 3 ships approaching from the east, Robinson, Halford, and Bryant, each fired a half salvo of 5 torpedoes, beginning at 0354. Launched at long range, none of the weapons found a target. Minutes later, the section approaching from the west, Edwards, Leyte, and Bennion, launched their weapons at Yamashiro and Shigure. The Japanese ships conducted evasive maneuvers, and all the torpedoes missed. Gunfire from the Japanese ships also failed to score. The final section, Newcomb, Leary, Albert W. Grant, approached the Japanese from dead ahead and pressed their attack to 6,200 yards before launching 13 torpedoes commencing at 0404. One of these, either from Albert W. Grant or possibly from the salvo fired earlier by Bennion, hit Yamashiro on her starboard engine room at 0407. 2 more torpedoes from Newcomb hit the battleship at 0411 on her starboard side. The final group of destroyers had made its attack while the gunnery duel was in full swing. Positioned between Japanese and Allied forces, it came under fire from both. The first 2 destroyers escaped without damage, but at 0407, the rearmost destroyer, Albert W. Grant, was hit by the first of many shells. Light cruiser Denver had been tracking Shigure and opened fire at 0406 from a range of 7,700 yards. The same target was already being engaged by Louisville's secondary battery. Actually, both ships were firing at Albert W. Grant, which had been confused with the previous radar track of Shigure. Unfortunately for the American destroyer, both Denver and the secondary battery aboard Yamashiro were on target. Eventually, 11 shells from Denver and 5 from Yamashiro hit the ship. Albert W. Grant was pulled out of danger in near-sinking condition by Newcomb, but not before 34 of her crew were killed and another 94 wounded.